pausing to unfold. In the silence, can you hear it, anyone? A memory, scared of letting go, fading to a distant glow. In the darkness, can you still feel the sun? As it's coming up, welcome to the start of something new. Welcome to the hour that waits for you. The time feels like it could be right for our dream to come true. Welcome to the start of something new. Start of something new. Floating in the wind, the hair standing up on your skin, when the voice you tried to hide is waking up. It's calling from the shadows, it's vibrating within your bones. Can you feel it? What else is yet to come? Oh, it has begun. To the start of something new. Welcome to the hour that waits for you. The time feels like it could be right for that dream to come true. Welcome to the start of something new. The start of something new. Something new. to life. Scream and shout, tell it to the skies. Make it loud, reach for the satellites. Is this the legacy we wanna live? Give up the ghost when we're just out of reach. No going back, scream to the heavens, pray for the weak, but that won't protect them. Innocent, hope is awakened by each and every step that is all that they have heard, let them hear your words, let them know your worth, living in this world. Let them hear your words. And if they ask you for more, then that's what they're gonna get. Then drop their knees to the floor when you can speak from your chest. If we're not given a chance to reach the stars in the sky, how then could we ever know the way they glimmer at night? Hear me, it's been too long, lying and waiting, rise through the ranks, no white flags are waving. Your body is shaking, that means that all these changes we make it.
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Propped at will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go. Play the local way, pay your way. Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night? Play the local way, pay your way.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in! And down goes Knight!
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
The loyal, the unwavering, the faithful shall be rewarded!
It's at Worlds where legends will fall.
This series has taken a turn, and he still lives on!
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
Through all the doubt, through all the disbelief, they earn their place.
Winning is not a matter of chance.
It's a choice. He's in the enemy base! Jackie Love just found everybody!
Body block from the Warren! Who's he called? Pick it up!
Hail the new kings! Samsung Galaxy! Double circles, double galleons! Pain Gaming have done it! Look at the teleport! He stopped him! These guys came to fight! What's a god to 5 non-believers? Oh! Are you ready?
And welcome back to Worlds 2025 here in beautiful Beijing, China, here at the JDG Arena. We're back here. We see FlyQuest. They're ready. Smiles are on. Hello, Wipo. And we are ready for another series of 8 best of ones here. Oh, nice. Okay, good synergy here on the side of the Brazil team. The fans are excited.
Let's go!
They brought the signs. Wait, what do we have here? A lot of support for Chovy. Anyone's legend, of course.
Oh,
handshaking.
very respectful.
That's
very
what we
respectful.
want. a lot of good
let's see
manner
the
here.
signatures. Who's
the worst one? Who's the worst one? Busio, that one's terrible.
That's awful. Okay.
He recovered it with the smiley face.
I like that. It's cute.
I love the focused faces, and I love that we're back here. VKS FlyQuest is going to be our matchup here today later, I guess. I thought you were going to give him a hug, but no, you were just like giving him a neck twist. What the hell is that, guys?
No.
I'm so happy to be back. How are you doing?
Well, you said we were in Beijing. It feels like we're in Dallas, Texas. The moment I see those look lives, I'm like, oh, it's literally the LCS/LTA finals. That's incredible. So, yeah, nice to be back in familiar territory.
Yeah.
Welcome to the team.
Thank you. I'm an LTA talent, I guess.
Yeah, you are. You're straight from Missouri. I don't know. You give that look.
Anyway, we had a lot of things yesterday. A lot of things happened, and I actually want to check a lot of not reactions but overreactions that we had on social media and we had on the desk as well. What is the first one? I think Dokla posted a video this morning. So yeah, let's check it out.
Ni hao, Dokla here. I didn't sleep so good last night. I ended on a loss, so that was really hard for me to deal with mentally. I just want to give my thoughts on playing against top esports. I think it's pretty rigged on how we're getting the easiest path to make it out of Swiss. So I don't really know how I feel about it for the other teams that face us, but you know, it is what it is. But anyways, I got the hardest part of my day coming up. I got legs at the gym, so I gotta go, guys. See ya.
Oh no, not skipping leg day, never.
Yeah, Raz had a pretty thoughtful reaction to that. Unfortunately, he deleted it.
What are you talking about? No one saw it, no one saw it, no one saw it. But also, he's right. North America always gets the easiest runs of all time. Like, just looking at BLG, I was like, this feels like a play-ins team.
No.
Yeah.
No, you can't say that.
It was some honest domination, especially for a team where 100 Thieves, there was a lot of struggle off the Rift, right? Yeah. You know, there were issues getting River here, weren't able to scrim necessarily with the full roster, and they came out swinging, and BLG, they kind of just floundered. And especially as the game started to get out of the control, it felt like they were just charging into them, dying on repeat.
Yeah, they set the tone with Ben on Rek'Sai, of course, dying to the turret. So that was a tone setter there.
Yeah, maybe shifting expectations on the side of 100 Thieves here and what we can expect today. On the other side, FlyQuest, LTA's first seed, was taking on LCK's fourth seed. So great matchup, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It was
right? Except when you have two junglers on the side of T1. What was this? Guma was at it again.
I just think it's crazy, the confidence, the fact that they don't have Ona there and they're willing to start up the Dragon. And it just really is because, you know, steals happen, right? And sometimes it comes down to someone who isn't a jungler getting an objective, but it's the consistency and the amount of times that Guma gets objectives. It's happened so often.
Yeah.
Happens at internationals, happens domestically. He is just someone who just has that eye, that timing. He is the second jungler for T1.
He is.
Sadly, Bang, it does make sense at this point. It's something to expect. But I love it was like looking at his shot, like looking back at the future. Of Guma who's being able to take up that mantle. And it's crazy to see how consistent T1 is, and they broke our backs.
And Keria just reminding everyone, and especially that Kaisa here, why he's the best bard in the world.
Yeah, gotta play bard.
Right? Banbird.
We don't get to see. We don't get to see his bard very much in the LCK. Yeah, we got a little spree, and then it just disappeared. It felt like teams were doing this thing, removing it in some way. There was some happens before the game. There's like a draft phase where you get this opportunity to ban. That's it, ban champions. Yeah, so
no comment. Yeah, none. Yeah,
and I think it's really interesting how we saw every team, but the European teams, they're gonna play for the first time today. And I'm really not saying this because none of my teams showed up yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh God.
What's this one?
That was rough.
Yeah,
That was
understandable.
rough.
That one was a tough one. How are you taking it? How was last night being able to cope from the day as a whole?
You know what? I think I care more about Shox and the fact that she sadly has to wake up in the morning, see how it's going. But good decision. She's going back to sleep. I would do that as well.
Well, I can guarantee that we will definitely see an LEC team get a win today.
That's true.
Oh,
yeah, that's true.
Silver linings. That's very true.
All right. Yeah, and Jankos, of course, we had to live again. That moment, Jankos was the first one experiencing it. Why is it always Aatrox?
I don't know. That's a good
kink, a thing? Like, oh, what is it? What is it?
I think we need to start banning Aatrox at this point as a region. I love how Yankos is kind of reliving it every time he has to watch it as a co-streamer now.
And on the other side, is the LCP actually the third best region in the world now? Because it's not only CFO anymore. It's
That's a very good question because
Red Wells as well.
That's always been the, oh yes, but it's just CFO. And every time I look at my social media, all of the LCP fans will be like, does anybody watch the region? Like, everyone always undersells it. Of course, I've always undersell the LCP teams, but we got to see even, like, going up against Gen G, we saw some good highlights from PSG yesterday, too.
My Preds were Team Secret Wales and CFO winning. Were yours? Did you get, in our predictions, did you get those first? Oh, you didn't?
I didn't.
Oh, that's a little awkward.
Well, look. Oh my god, what's happening, Yamato?
Oh, yeah. That's an overreaction if I've seen one.
Did he keep it like that? Why did he do that?
It is day one, and my dude already lost his hair. That's, yeah. What's the next step in the shaving department? Like, let's just hold it.
Okay.
I don't even understand the context.
You know
of
what,
going
Raz?
bald.
You can do it too.
No!
Commit to it.
I'm scared it won't grow back.
I have a new bracket.
I don't want the Azael hairstyle.
8 games. 8 new games. What are you the most... I'm not going to say the E word. What are you hyped about?
100 Thieves versus TES. Let's keep the run going. You already heard it from Dokla himself. Why not saying it a little louder and prouder? 100 Thieves, the last heist. They keep it going until they win the championship. The heist was the Summoners Cup. Dan, right?
Is it?
Correct, Ox?
Yeah. Sure. I mean, I think, honestly, they had a good start. Tricky opponent, maybe based on the previous form that BLG had, and obviously Top Esports showed up great, but, you know, there's potential. We'll see what they can do.
Okay.
For me, I think Gen G, AL had a great performance against HLE. The 2 times we've seen these teams match up this year, it did go to 5 games in best of 5, so I think it's like the next step in the progression. You took down HLE, can you match up against Gen G? And I think it's going to be a banger. Yeah, we got a whole lot of best of 1 before we get into that one, though. And earlier, I caught up with Boal, the top laner, sorry, of Vivo Kate Stars. They're going to play against FlyQuest in a rematch of the Grand Finals. So let's check it out in the Verizon Game Day interview. Well, thank you so much for joining me ahead of your game today. Your journey is really interesting, actually, because you were playing, you took a year off, you came back, win LTA South, make it to the Grand Finals, make it to Worlds for the first time. So how do you reflect on everything?
I think this year has been a crazy experience for me because I'm someone that always think a lot about the past. And I think winning LTA and coming here to China to play Worlds is something that I was not expecting, to be honest, since I stayed like almost 2 years in a break from my career. So it's extremely meaningful for me. I think it shows that I made the good decision to come back and pursue what I actually wanted in life. And it's been a really great experience to be here. I'm really, really happy. And I think I was really lucky to find a really good team with many good people around. So it's been a really good year for me. You said that it was a good decision to come back. We don't see a lot of pro players just take a break, come back, and especially perform so well and even better than the time they were here before. So what do you think was the difference? What clicked for you? So for me, I think during my break, I had some moments that I didn't play much League of Legends, to be honest, but in the last year, I took almost 2 years as a break, but in the last year, I went to Korea also to bootcamp, and I think it helped me a lot because it's a really good practice environment. And I think, to be honest, since the start of my career, I've been someone that always practiced a lot of like the fundamentals of the game. So I think when I decided to come back, I think it helped me a lot. And also the fact that I think I have a really good coaching staff in VKS, so they also helped me a lot to improve as a person and as a player this year. Now, looking at Worlds, first game yesterday. Didn't go as expected, but Trimby was with us on the desk and he was like, guys, don't worry, we're not as bad as people think. I really believe in you guys. So tell me about yesterday, the learnings showing and coming back today against FlyQuest. Yeah, I agree with Trimby. I usually don't like giving this type of speech saying like, oh, we were not in a good day or we had jet lag or like any excuses like this. But for sure, we had some problems coming into China. And I think we managed to, I think DKS as a team, we always learn a lot when we lose. So yesterday was a really good opportunity for us to have a really good conversation after the game and learn as much as possible, and for everyone to be on the same page again, because I think we had a really good practice also this last day. So I think it's going to be much better today, to be honest. I think we were also struggling a little bit with some problems outside of the game, as I mentioned before. But everything is better now, and I think we're going to be able to show a much better performance. And about FlyQuest, it's a team that we already kind of know how they play.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's going to be fun.
I mean, you managed to win one game off of them last time in the grand finals. It's best of one today. Anything can happen, right?
Yeah, I think since we lost twice against them in the States last month, I think everyone in the team is really, really excited to have like our revenge, right? So yeah, for sure it's going to be really exciting because now it's when it all matters, right?
Yeah.
And we're all looking really forward because we know that we can beat them, and it's not going to be easy, but we have really like a lot of confidence on ourselves.
Well, best of luck today against
Thank you very
FlyQuest.
much.
Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
And back to me again.
And that confidence is well-founded because him talking about how they are able to bounce back after losses was true. Yes, they faced them already 2 times. In the upper bracket in the LTA playoffs, like, they lost in a crazy fashion, but then they bounced back, beat 100 Thieves in a really convincing manner. Even took a game off of FlyQuest in the finals, even though finals for FlyQuest was quite dominating. But in game 3, it was Miru's Akali and also Desamis on his Nocturne being able to track Inspired in that game, where it gave you real confidence that this team is growing in real time. So you cannot sleep on VKS, especially since this time around it's a best of 1.
I think on the other side for me, someone who really stood out for FlyQuest was Busio, managed to get the finals MVP, which I loved because I feel like sometimes I'm always asking for justice for supports, them getting the recognition. His Leona and Alistair in the first 2 games really dictating a lot of the engages in that Bard performance of game 4. He has been such a spectacular Bard and really putting on a masterclass on that pick, so great to see from him.
Exactly. So that's one of those things where you can see from VKS's perspective that FlyQuest is the big bad demon. Like, there's a lot of players on that team that can look really solid. And I already talked about Miru a little bit, but Miru just yesterday showcased even when they are behind based off that level 1, he was finding angles back into the game off his rise. So it's like you still have to treat this team as a real problem. So echoing the idea of, yes, the team had a really bad game just yesterday, but you cannot sleep on them.
Yeah, I mean, he got a solo kill, level 3 in the mid lane, and then he was roaming, making plays happen. And I feel like, honestly, the early to mid game, they were getting a lot of positive plays, they were setting up plays with numbers advantages on the back of that rise. It was only when they got to the 5v5s do we see them struggle. So if they get an early plan like that and then just fix up some of the team fighting, they could have a really solid effort here.
Exactly, and even kind of expanding a little bit more back to the VKS side. Trimby, we've heard a lot from him. Desamis, we haven't really seen too much, but he is somebody that, like, I feel like Trimby and Desamis work really well together. And the team that really tries to push the tempo. If they have an angle to look for a dive, top lane, they'll go for that dive, right? So they're pretty damn fearless. And I feel like after getting whooped yesterday by an extremely fearless Team Secret Whales, they're like, we gotta take notes for them. Why are we second-guessing ourselves if they're not? So that has to be on FlyQuest's mind going into them.
I mean, that's the thing. I see a lot of smiles on the side of FlyQuest right now, going into stage. I spent a lot of time actually with the Brazil team backstage. They're super excited. They're so happy to be here. They're so eager to show themselves, to showcase what they can do here at Worlds. And I feel like if they can come in clutch here today, I know you're supporting your team, of course, but like...
well, they're both his teams, you know, he's picking a side.
Yes, that is true. They're both LTA now, but the problem is we're going back to LCS versus, like, CB LOL. Yeah. So, like, this is kind of like a sneak peek going to that rivalry. So I got to go back to the North American branding.
The LTA will leave on another day.
What do you mean? I still love my Brazilian brothers and sisters.
Do you think they can do it?
Do you?
Yes. Oh, do I think that? Well, okay, I'm not answering that one. Do I think that VKS could do it? Yes. They can do it. That's why we are bigging up Miru quite a bit. So, like, that mid-jungle synergy is extremely important. It's on FlyQuest to find that consistency, to not let it happen.
All right. Ox, closing thoughts on this?
I think really just came down to some... I think nervousness in their team fights, just going in the 5v5s with confidence. If they get a good early plan like they had yesterday, and then more confidence in leading the charge in the 5v5s, I think they can do it.
Fearless is not just in draft. They have to show that in game as well. Raz, hold on, hold that thought. Let's see what happens here in this LTA versus Brazil matchup. It's the first best of 1 we have, and we're going straight into it.
But I don't really care. My #1 goal is to go big or go home.
People don't have high expectations for LEC, but I'm looking forward to proving them wrong. We don't need to win every match. That's not what Swiss was made for. We just need to win the battles that we choose.
It's not like we can take any fight we want and we are gonna win it. We definitely have to fix some mistakes if we wanna contest the best teams.
긴 여정을 앞두고 있지만 천천히 한 걸음씩 나아가겠습니다.
就是因为今年的比赛在中国嘛，所以就想守护荣耀打出风采吧，还有 PL战队。
일단 눈앞에 있는 대회에 당장 열심히 집중해서 이기는 게 뭐 첫 번째 목표인 것 같고. 因为我之前在联赛里面说自己想成为最棒的辅助，可惜没有做到吧。希望这次世界赛能够还要坚持这个目标，在世界赛上做一个最好的辅助。
We have a lot of chances to still make it. We are gonna come more motivated and prepared.
I don't see why we have to prove everyone wrong. This is our last time together. We're gonna do it for ourselves.
就是我们在之後也會去打得更好，然後去好好調整自己的狀態，展現出PLG 該有的水平。
Mình vậy thôi chứ sức trẻ với lại sự máu điên của tụi mình rất là gớm trong cái quá trình thi đấu nên là hãy cẩn thận với tụi mình.
저희가 아직 준비한 실력을 제대로 못 보여드린 것 같아서 이제부터라도 잘 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
지금 단계에서 그냥 저희가 또 사시대로 왔기 때문에 그냥 도전자의 입장으로 하는 느낌이어가지고 그냥 챔피언을 지킨다라는 그런 부담감을 가지기보다 더욱더 올라갈 수 있게끔 최선을 다하는 중인 것 같습니다.
大家都是1杠0的队伍，然后我们会打出一场精彩的比赛。
虽然大家对我们的表现不是那么看好，但是我们接下来的表现会让你们刮目相看的。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Casa Despa Worlds 2025. It's day 2 of the Swiss stage. More and more best of ones for you. And we'll start off, of course, with a rematch of the LTA finals. And Dagda, okay, so I've done some math, all right? So by my calculations, based on the fact that the last time these two teams met, it was a 3-1, there is a 25% chance the VKS win.
I mean, the math does check out. That does, yeah.
I told him that I was gonna throw some math at him at the beginning.
Yeah, I'm glad it was the easy math.
Yeah, it wasn't difficult. We don't do difficult math on stream. That's not what we do.
Was not ready for it.
No. That's it's not what we're doing. But this is exciting, right? Because we've watched these teams play before. We get to see whether it's Fly in the same form as they were then, able to take the series relatively comfortably, or whether VKS can capitalize. Maybe some of the world's spirit is going to get to them, because it's the teams that flourish at the World Championship that win. And, you know, DRX proved it in 2022. We now know that sometimes this tournament just changes you.
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, it's a very similar patch, which makes it a little bit more difficult for VKS, because it feels like we're still seeing a lot of the same things. But, I mean, you've had a lot of time here to try and prep and figure out a game plan for FlyQuest. It's not like they're unfamiliar with each other, so we'll have to see if VKS can bring that upset and push themselves forward with the win.
Yeah, and I do think that the patches have changed the meta a lot. We just haven't seen the teams actually adjust, right? So I think that a lot of these new champs are going to start coming in as we progress through the Swiss stage. And speaking of progression, we are already getting through the bans here as VKS actually teaching Fly something here. You can ban Bard.
That is a crazy one. But at least Kerry isn't in this game. But still, there's a lot that's left open, like the Yunara, the Orianna, even the Ryze we saw in high priority there yesterday too. So I think we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is here for VKS. Personally, I'd probably go with the Yunara lock-in, and then you can still take your pick of the Orianna or the Ryze, or even go for the Galio as an answer into the Orianna. But looks like VKS just want to get Miro on some comfort.
Yeah, we're looking at the Kaiser as well as being very successful yesterday. Did lose a couple of games, but if you include LoL Esports there, I mean, Viper didn't lose. It was the rest of his team that did around him. It looked absolutely fantastic. So Masu going to be piloting that one most likely, still taking their time, working out what else is going to be paired alongside it. Not going to be the Nico this time. That was banned away by FlyQuest. But the Yunara is actually the final decision, as Inspired will hover some stuff.
Yeah, it looked like Fly were considering maybe going for like the Kai'Sa Vi and go for this heavy dive composition. You can take the Galio then to follow up, and you've got this nice answer into the Orianna plus a ton of dive. But I think with the Yunara open, the Kai'Sa just gets very, very difficult to play in lane. So instead, opted to take it themselves. And then Inspired, I think Jarvan isn't the worst option here. Wukong works as well. But
I
just
really like
team
Wukong
setup.
when you've already got the Yunara, right?
Yeah.
Because she doesn't really have the best time into the Monkey King. And so taking that one away from Desamus is a good idea. But you were talking about Jarvan. I mean, Jarvan Orianna, pretty good combo. You could also take Nocturne if you would like to, but Jarvan's certainly something that has been a little bit more in his wheelhouse more recently.
Yeah, I mean, Jarvan and Rumble could actually work really, really well here. But not only do you
Jarvan
take away...
Caitlyn, you could just go for that matchup that we have seen into Yunara over and over again.
Yeah, and I think it's just a case of making this Yunara uncomfortable, right? If you can get down the Rumble ult, or you have that range with the Caitlyn, it just makes it a bit of a null factor. So Jarvan already taken. We'll have to figure out what that last one is going to be.
Wouldn't mind. Now, the more I think about it, I think you're onto something with the Rumble. I think the Rumble feels pretty good, but we'll just have to see where VKS want to go, because now that an 80 carry is locked in over the other side, it makes things a little bit messy, right? Because you could be staring down the barrel of a difficult bottom lane that can then be protected by a couple of bans to come in immediately afterwards. So maybe it's going to be an 80 carry that could be locked in, and that Kai'Sa that we were talking about before will be picked up by Morteus here for the bottom side of the map. And this champion has been pretty strong, and there's already a whole lot of dive available with that Jarvan.
Yeah, it's just one of the things we saw yesterday was that the Kai'Sa ults in to try and kill Yunara, and then Yunara just kills the Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of a difficult one there. So I'm curious exactly how VKS want to try and play this, because yes, you got the Jarvan as the setup, but what's the rest of this composition going to round out as? Because obviously you need something like an Alistar or Rel to kind of facilitate alongside the Jarvan, but I don't see a lot of other things that you can pick, especially with the Ambessa gone, that you can try and pair for that extra dive into the backline.
Yeah, could have been an option. And I'm a bit sad. I actually feel like if FlyQuest had have banned the Orianna, they could have maybe baited the very popular Ryze first pick. True. And we could see Quad play Cassiopeia. He's always loved that champion.
Yeah.
It could have been an option. Not actually going to come through here, as the Alistar will be the final lock-in. Still, there is a chance, theoretically, but not as good of a matchup.
But at least it's
into the Orianna.
Fearless, so maybe we'll get it next time.
Yeah, that's true. This is Fearless best of one.
Yeah, but it's still gone, right?
Yeah, it is gone. So they can't play it in a game 2 if it was to exist. I'm really glad that you brought that up. I really like talking about Fearless Best of Ones a little bit earlier in the year. All right, we do see the Poppy banned away, and a couple more bans to come through now from VKS. As we'll see that this is not going to be Fearless ban, this is going to be real bans.
Yeah.
You can't actually play.
I am surprised by Fly going for the Poppy ban though, because again, like, I feel like you want more dive on VKS, and Poppy isn't really that. She's anti the engage and anti-setup. Like, I understand you have the Alistar, but realistically, I think you're looking at, like, Trimby trying to go for something like a Rel, some sort of engage on that bottom side. So I thought you'd remove, like, Nautilus, remove Rel, and just try and set yourself up nice and easy in this bottom side. Maybe even remove something like the Rakan, too.
Yep.
But
I don't mind it, because it does really do a number to headbutt and Nimbus Strike. So the engage options do get limited by the Pop, and she's just annoying. Let's be honest. If you don't want to play her, it makes sense to remove it. As the Rakan also going to be taken away here. As what are we picking up on for? Actually, like we were talking about the Rumble before, but mainly for the VKS side, I think Rumble Wukong is one of my favorite combos of all time. That would fit quite well. Also denies it from Boal towards that top side of the map. Whippo would be no stranger to playing the Rumble.
I still don't hate going for something like a Galio here, honestly, on this 4th rotation. Like, works well into the Orianna, good side laning presence. You've already got decent damage follow-up.
It does also deny a Rumble on the other side, because then you flex it to Whippo to play it into it.
So yeah, I'd probably go with the Galio here, and then, as you say, you can kind of wait and see what these next couple of rotations are going to be before you fully commit.
Well, let's see what Master is going to be locking away, and for who. They're looking for a couple of solo laners. And we'll see where it does go. Syndra's an interesting one.
She did get buffed on the patch, but
might be our first look into some actual changes. Speaking of which, another one buffed on the patch, but no, won't be the case. It's going to be a Victor, which is far less interesting than either of those other two options.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting because, again, you've set up here with things that like going for a mobile carries, and now you've locked in Victor, right? Like, yes, you have that gravity field that you can throw down over the Cataclysm to kind of make things uncomfortable for the Jarvan, but it's not exactly ideal, I think, in this situation. But either way, I think FlyQuest are just saying, look, we have already beaten these guys so many times before. Let's just play for late game scaling, play for team fighting, and have something that is just going to be very, very strong when we come to those objective setups.
Well, the Scion is going to be locked in here with the jungler already locked in on the other side. It is a little safer to take that pick, so a little bit less likely to be trundled. As Trimby, what's it going to be? Looking for his own pick here to pair alongside the Kai'Sa. I'm interested. Is it just going to be Rel go for a little bit of added engage? But they do have a lot of it already there. Instead, just some targeted CC for that Yunara, making sure that Masu is going to have the hardest time possible. And already, there's a Jarvan, there's a Sion, and that's going to mean that navigating these team fights for FlyQuest is going to be a little awkward. But they do have a fair bit of damage already, especially if Whippo locks in something that is capable of putting on some hurt.
Could round out something like a Gwen here on the top side if you wanted to. You get the Shroud to deny that Orianna ult. You set up that very well for the rest of your team fight because you provide another DPS. So even if you take out the Yunara or the Victor, you've still got that extra threat. But it's going to be a different AP carry, it looks like, in the top side. Didn't work out too well yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Yeah. And as it turns out, we can have a little bit of a run back here, this time against the Sion. I believe it was into Cassante yesterday, but it is pretty decent as far as anti-tank is concerned. And you can also kind of mess up team fights by removing one of the pieces so that Masu can pop off
but it's also,
in these fights.
How does Mortius try and play this? You ult into the back line and Mordekaiser goes yoink immediately. And just,
yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it makes it very difficult for Mortius to try and play this one out. So I think it then becomes heavily reliant now on Miru getting off to an early lead, getting some early gold, and having these massive shockwaves, because otherwise I think you just start getting picked apart in these team fights.
Could be a little bit of an awkward one, but I do like the fact that there is a lot of damage coming out from FlyQuest, and it's something that can take away some of the burden from this Yunara to make sure that she can carry out this game. And coming into this, we're expecting that 25% chance, right? Yep. For BKS. It was a 3-0 the series before that, though, so it's not necessarily something that is going to be an easy task if Vivo Keats does. Yeah, I'd prefer it that way because doing the percentages with 3 extra games, that's just going right over my head. I'm an esports commentator, not a mathematician, so that one's not going to happen. But still, I think that there is always a chance, right? This is Worlds. These are best of ones. It is so incredibly volatile. And moving to 1-1 feels so much more comfortable. Like, this is a dangerous round right now because it's a 0-2 you're staring down the barrel of as we get onto the Rift here for our first game out of 8 on the day. Oh, man. Yesterday, I was sitting at home watching, and I was just, every time I was like, wow, there's another game. There's just always another game. It was spectacular.
You do get to like game 5 and you're like, is it, do we have, how many do we have left? Is it still, yeah.
And then you're like, there's 3 more to go?
We kept being convinced that G2 was going to be the next game. It was like, no, it just it never comes.
I'm like, when is Gen G going to play? Are they on the docket today? That's what I was trying to figure out. It didn't quite work. But now, let's see how this one's going to go. Whippo getting into position, doesn't quite find Boal there. But Sion versus Mordekaiser. It's like basically the same champion based on how they look versus each other. It's just going to be meatballs fighting themselves.
Yeah, I think the person I'm going to be keeping my eyes on this early game is Disamus. You're on the Jarvan. You know Wukong wants to scale to level 6. Like, you have these moments where you can try and find action, especially when you've got, you know, some setup in the bottom lane here for Trimby. You got some opportunity if you want to try and look at the top side as well, I think. But realistically, for VKS, it's mid and bot is where you should be putting most of your attention.
Yep. I would also just like to see like a randomly large amount of early game pressure here to be put on as Trimby finds the minion. That minion is going to get punished, but it's not really going to hurt FlyQuest here. As decent little snare. You see her going down relatively low, but Masu is going to put the pain onto Trimby. And yeah, so my eyes also just going to be glued onto Disamus to see whether this Jarvan can actually find some angles to make something early happen. Level 2 going to be gained here by FlyQuest though, and already a fair bit of control being put on. Same can be said for mid lane as well. Slurkle goes wide. How do you feel about Slurkle?
What?
The slow circle.
I'm not gonna lie, it's a little annoying if I'm playing against it.
Okay.
Because it's just, yeah.
I was more just the name.
It is a phenomenal name, if I can pronounce it.
You're the first person to say that it was good. I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Look, we don't get to work together very often, so I'm just going to be the yes man for the majority of this cast. Then I'm going to go back and...
Don't do it. That's too much power. You're giving me too much power. I've been with the no men for quite some time. You know, I started with Papa Smithy. He was like, Max, you're an idiot. It's all right. Whippo, he didn't say that. He's a lovely man. As Boal, fair bit of damage here. But Whippo is the Mordekaiser, so he does have a fair bit of sustain in the kit. They're just going to be living on some lower health bars here. W still up and available here, I'm pretty sure, for Whippo, so should be all right. Death Grip not going to land.
I'm keeping my eyes on Disamus though, because he's immediately started to move back up towards his top side. Obviously, there's push on bot, which makes it difficult to get Scuttle, but yeah, you can see Whippo getting that ward. A little nervous as to whether Disamus was going to make his way up to top side. Could try and wrap around him behind Baron Pit though and look for the gank top.
Yeah, we'll see whether he actually has some information about where that ward is, or whether he just wants to go for quad. Already, the Q damage starting to stack up as Quad doing a fair bit of work here, as we can see. So it will make things a little bit less ideal as far as gankability. Both of them going to be backing at exactly the same time, though. Do love some of that coordination. And the game is extremely even, and I imagine that's how it's going to look until level 6s are going to be hit. I thought that if anything was going to happen, it'd be Disamus and be able to get something done early on, but decided to just go for a full clear and keep farming things up.
Yeah, and that's where we saw a lot of the objective fights was kind of where this series really kicked off. Yep. The last time we saw these two teams face off. So I'm not surprised that we're going to end up waiting for that, especially CC. Like, it's not only the Wukong that comes alive, Orianna looking significantly better when she gets access to that shockwave as well. And there's just not really a huge amount that Mortes and Trimby can do on this bottom side, point of case.
Lucio certainly thinking like he can do something here as they do get the trample onto Trimby. Mortes trying to get something done, but it's not quite working out. Amasu presses Q, and that means they have to run the heck away. It's going to be the answer here as, wow, a fair bit of damage from Whippo, who is having a much better time on the Mordekaiser this time around.
Yeah, significantly better time. I mean, Boal will be fine. You're still Sion, and you're still keeping even on the CS side of things. I think until we actually see Inspired come up here and make Boal pay for the health that he's actually losing, I think VKS are going to be happy enough to leave their top laner surviving in that lane matchup. And yeah, I think the biggest issue for VKS is just access to lane states is a little bit difficult for Disamus. So Inspired just kind of gets to play his game of farming it out.
Well, Whippo is going to take a cheeky turret shot, eats it with the shield, so he's going to be fine. Or the Slayer actually manages to connect. But looks like it is just going to be some resets coming on through. And now, because things are slow, things have calmed down, who do we like if we do get to a later stage of the game? Who has the onus on them to make something happen because they don't quite have the scaling matchup?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to go against the Victor and Yunara late game, right? I think a good Shockwave and a good Cataclysm setup can always turn the tides of a fight. But I think in general, I just like the ability to have just the late game damage that comes out from both of the carries on Fly. And also, as you were saying, like, I think this game is going to be very difficult for Mortes to try and play. You have to try and get past Inspired on the Wukong, Whippo just pressing ore on you, and actually, Disamus might get caught here.
Yeah, Busio going to be joining in as well as the animals come out of the jungle. That is going to be a fantastic snare onto Disamus, and down he goes. First blood over to the Western Goat Jungler. Inspired going to be able to claim that one as Miro not able to punish Busio at all, and VKS lick their wounds, run away, but they lose their jungler.
Great interrupt from the Flag and Drag and the pick by Fly, and again Busio end up. Oh, hang on, oh, you all right? He should get to his tower.
He's all right. He gave us the thumbs up. That means he's all right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know whether that's true though.
Look, sometimes you got to fake the confidence and just look for the best, you know.
Well, fake it till you make it is currently working. We'll see whether Whippo is going to make it frustrating, as you can see there, just continuing to layer Q after Q. Mordekai's being very, very frustrating. Currently only up 3 farm though. So while, as long as he is just, you know, weathering the storm, he will be Sion as this game goes on. It's not exactly a composition with a whole lot of threat towards tanks outside of if Yunara does get herself a little bit further ahead. But 3 items is probably when she can start cutting him down. So it does depend on the tempo of the game. As another double pulverize comes through here from Busio, looking to try and get that stun onto Trimby. That's going to land, but Mortes doing a whole lot of work here to get damage back onto the level 5 Alistair. The flash forward from Trimby, I don't know about that one with Mortes. Gets the ulti just for the shield. Cataclysm, and they are both so close to dead. Just stuck in the pen, but it's not. They can't get the extra bit of damage.
Oh, the headbutt from Busio was so clutch in keeping them safe. Even then, I thought that maybe someone could step up and get an auto attack, but now Inspired.
Oh no.
Eyes on Kaisa.
He's going to give them the Teemo thumbs up as Mortes is in so much trouble, and yeah, he is just going to be dead. And FlyQuest will punish. Oh man, but it was so close to 2 kills.
I mean, even the Q at the end from the Jarvan had to tickle Busio on the way out, but it's just not enough damage. And That's heartbreaking for VKS.
Oh, it absolutely is. Only one extra kill. It was onto Morteus. It means that he's not going to be able to catch this wave that you can see crashing towards that top side. And so a 1.7 thousand gold lead to start things off. And we have to look back to the LTA finals. And some of the early games were actually kind of fine for VKS. A lot of what made FlyQuest feel so comfortable in that series was that the macro game was just a step ahead, right? And so when VKS were in these scrappy moments, they were able to find some angles. It was after that things were a problem. If they're a problem now, it's really bad.
And it was Busio who picked up the finals MVP in that series as well. And again, he was involved in play number 1, kept that play safe on the top side as we get the replay here of it. And it gives enough time for Inspired to come along and finish off the kill, because I thought this was going to be a little bit risky. Like, you're putting so much DPS into the Alistar while you're just getting hit down by Masu. But obviously waiting for Disamus to come in, thought they had enough to flash away, but that head buff, so crucial. Didn't even need, I think the Pulverize not hitting was actually better, because it means that they can't get into that pit to actually finish them off. And just barely able to survive.
Yeah, that was our reaction too, as it turns out. As Busio, yeah, going to be toying with them here just a little bit. As another death grip going to come on down there, as Whippo will be stunned up. As both of them with basically the same ability, but Scion's is a little better, because that gets a knockup. Mordekaiser doesn't have to charge up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. There are differences, but they are very similar shapes, and it's kind of funny. That's all right. Bippo once again just continuing to shove wave after wave into this turret, and now finally there is a decent advantage here for the Mordekaiser as far as farm is concerned. Almost 2 waves as Boal, in fact, gives up on this this wave from before and was actually just fighting Bippo. So a little bit further behind after this wave is going to be eradicated as well, as we do have an anchor connecting. Depth charge down as Voidseeker will land. Masu once again Cataclysm, but immediately dashes out of the way. The Arc of Ruin going to be doing a fair bit of work there. Unbreakable Will this time is available. Busio uses it, gets a whole bunch of value now. Bwippo's looking a little worse for wear, but not a lot of blue stuff available here for Boal, and Bwippo doesn't need to worry about that. Just needs that number to tick down as he's inside the Death Realm, but he's looking kind of okay.
I'm shocked that Claw didn't connect, honestly, onto the side. I thought Boal was in a lot more trouble. And same on the top side. VKS really want to put the hurt onto Masu and Busio, but good guy Busio blocking that hook meant that they just couldn't finish it off.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame here, and it's another attempted gank from Disamus, not quite working out. Still, I mean, 1.7k, nothing to write home about, nothing to worry about. As we do get some vision down, does get information that Inspired has just gone back home. So a little bit of 2v2 time possible. They do head back up there, but it looks like they have different ideas. Morteus and Trimby moving now towards that bottom side.
Yeah, but FlyQuest are still keeping on a roll when it comes to objectives. Already got the 3 Void Grubs, now moving over towards the Dragon as well. Although double questioning themselves as to whether they want to fully commit, as Whipple's only just got back into lane, and Boal might get the interrupt here.
Oh, just barely. As Masu is able to skate his way back. We haven't spoken too much about the mid lane, mainly because it's Orianna versus Victor. Notorious for being one of the least interesting matchups of all time, as this one isn't. Trimby, as Feats of Warfare going on over to Quad, and oh dear, just caught warding. An unfortunate outcome for a support, but one that is sometimes unavoidable.
Yeah, it means Fly now will be able to get that Dragon. They've also can shift Yunara with Masu down to that bottom side and look to put a bit of pressure down, especially if they can keep Disamus out of this bottom side, which looks like they just bottom. They might be able to look for a dive onto Masu, or onto, sorry, Morteus.
See what they can get there. You can see Busio wrapping around. Another minion wave is going to crash in mid, opening things up for Quad, but he is just going to go for a little bit of a reset. But I mean, it's just VKS kind of bleeding gold at this point, and objectives at the same time. Whippo, it's that passive procced, and over again, things are looking more and more difficult. Riftmaker is now completed for the Mordekaiser, making him so sticky in this lane. It's a decent fully charged Q to come through from Boal. If he does get the combo, he can be scary, but the problem is the answering buttons are doing work here from Whippo. And as you can see, sort of healing all the way. Oh, we do have the ulti connecting, but puts him into the Death Realm. And Disamus, they both disappeared. Oh no, the Q is going to miss. Let's see whether Boal does have the fancy feet as he gets the shield. Cataclysm, slam dunk onto Bwippo, and VKS are on the board.
The best moving truck I've ever seen as he's able to sidestep
everything. The turning circle on that one made no sense.
Absolutely insane. And it's Whippo ends up falling, now giving you a little bit of time alone with this topside turret. You're able to get a reset in, and VKS getting something on the board.
Well, let's see whether they can follow that up with some more success here, as on the bottom side of the map, it is just plates being taken. Slurkle will connect as Anchor just barely not finding the mark, as Morteus just wanted to get out of here by the looks of things. See whether it is going to be Kraken Slayer done. Let's have a look at this replay one more time, though, as it was almost just a 1v1 that Whippo was able to win.
Yeah, Boal ends up cancelling the little dirty, so he still gets the damage. And then this Q not connecting, as Boal gets the sidestep, massive. These are just not enough damage in the tank. And then the Cataclysm brings the hurt down onto Whippo.
Yep, getting the Soul Furnace at just the right time to make sure that Boal was never going to die, allowing Desamas to get on in there. So really nicely played. Still, 2.2k gold lead. Not exactly anything that Fly is going to be too worried about, but a step in the right direction here from VKS. And they have a very playable composition, right? Like it does the front to back thing. They can get picks if they would like to. They're going to need to if they want Morteus to be able to pop off. But their follow-up, right? The cleanup in these fights is going to be something that they'll be very capable of if Mira can get some of these hero shockwaves. We've seen already from BDD that it can happen, but he's going to get engaged on here as Busio gets the trample. They do decide not to go further. Spy just a little further away than he wanted to be.
Yeah, there's 20 seconds until the Rift Herald, so just trying to see if they can get some hurt onto this Orianna in the mid lane so they can fall back towards that. Busio's going to look for the reset now as go back and pick up a couple of wards. I think that's where FlyQuest can kind of use the advantage that they have the item and a half ticking over on most of their carries, just brute force their way in towards the objective. VKS, like, you can look for some picks around here. As you say, like, you still have that shockwave that can set up. It doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but if you find the right targets and you can pick off Masu in the middle of this fight, that's kind of the most of the DPS of FlyQuest Connor.
Yep. This will be feats of strength if Fly can actually pick up this Rift Herald. Don't necessarily need to worry about it, though, because VKS have been yet to find any of the neutrals on this map. Outside of this Rift Skull, that we do see Desamas pick up now. Busio, though, lying in wait. Exactly in a great position. Headbutts his way out. Cute little emotes, but not too much more to worry about. Is Inspired waiting in the wings. Will spot the VKS are in the area. But full control of the river right now.
FlyQuest are kind of happy to take it slow, though. You can see in the bottom side of the map, Quad has the push against Sai, and it can just chip away at this turret while we're waiting in this top side. So as long as they have that, they're good. But starting to maybe shift him up as Inspired starts to start this one off.
Oh, Morteus on a flank angle. The flanking Kai'Sa. It's an interesting one. Has sometimes worked, sometimes been a catastrophe. As Whippo takes a fair bit of damage here. Boal really wanted to start a fight because he's moved and Quad hasn't. So now VKS certainly on the clock. They need to start this one off, take it down, get some value, because otherwise they might just lose a turret for nothing. Whippo is going to be rotating down, Inspired on that blast cone, ready to get in here. It looks like Fly actually planning to fight for this. Turret does go down, and now a teleport could immediately come in. There it is. Knock up onto Busio, but he has the ultimate running. Gets a triple knock up with that pulverize, and Inspired gets himself out of there, but the shutdown is going to come on through. Morteus in trouble as Whippo takes him out as well, and it's the Mordekaiser that's an absolute monster in the fight. Death Grip connects, triple kill for Mord and for Whippo. And VKS just reeling after that one.
The Mordekaiser came back from the Death Realm after yesterday's appearance, and Whippo is popping off. 3 kills in the fight. And FlyQuest, they just get everything.
And that's an example of what's supposed to happen when you pick the Mordekaiser. And it looked absolutely fantastic there. Man, an immovable object, absolutely. It was a decent start, but they just couldn't kill Busio. Like, engaging onto an Alistair, it's never really going to work out. And his pulverized setup the fight was beautiful. Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, I think VKS thought, okay, Masu's in a bit of an awkward spot, so you can see here with the ult, doesn't really get into the fight for the longest time. But Whippo having such a good position here, immediately gets on towards the back line. And then, as you were talking about, Busio able to step out. Masu, this 1v1 dual potential we talked about between the Kai'Sa and the Yunara, going in favor of Masu. And then Whippo's just able to chase people down. Fly, not only did they win this fight, they got that bot lane tower. You now have the Runan's Hurricane complete on towards the Yunara, and Rift Herald's still up and available.
Yep, I feel like we stole that clip from yesterday. Trimby, once again, not feeling fantastic about how the first team fight did go. And now, 3,300 gold is going to be the lead. Mira now moving towards the top side, feeling like he's going to be the best one to deal with Whippo right now. Does have a tier stacked up before he builds that Archangel stuff. Not normally something that we need to talk about, but after yesterday, I feel compelled to. As you can see, Dazamas will be able to start this. So no one actually did anything about the Rift Herald.
Yeah.
And so Shelly is now going to be getting the attention she deserves, and it will be picked up here by VKS in trade for the second Drake, which will be going over pretty comfortably here to FlyQuest.
Yeah, I did assume that FlyQuest would just try and take the fight of the Rift Herald anyway.
That's probably why the Rift Herald is, there's 50% of a turret dead.
But yeah, I thought you'd just have FlyQuest fight. You've got Masu in a great spot, and they will take the fight.
Yeah, they will. Exhaust now down onto Trimby as into the backline goes to Samus. They get the ulti, they layer it on top of Masu and take him down. Whippo now fighting Mirror. There's the shockwave coming out. Death Grip not quite going to connect here as this looks a little bit better for VKS, but Trimby's going to go down. It's a double for Inspired as Quad turns up, and the Arcane Storm is now down onto Dazamas. The Death Ray is named pretty well here in this instance, and Fly punished them for going for that Herald.
Yeah, it looked like with Masu maybe going down, VKS had a chance, but it wasn't even close. Fly show up out of the woodwork and absolutely rinse VKS in the fight.
Oh man, and Mira was actually doing a pretty decent job there towards the top side of the fight. The problem is, if he's spending time 1v1ing a Mordekaiser, he can't be an Orianna. He's supposed to be there hitting 4 people with a shockwave.
It is also a very defensive build. Like the Seraphs and Braids into the Roa is just like not really going to give you a huge amount of damage at this stage.
We call it Bruiser Orianna.
Yeah. So it means that the actual Bruiser that has the DPS items and Inspired could do a lot of work in this fight as the Wukong. And then Quad looking great. He just finished off a second item before this fight as well. So the amount of DPS with that Leandri's coming out, able to finish off so many members.
Yep. Kind of benefiting off the cheeky little kill that he got earlier on in the game as well. A little bit accelerated, now 2-0 and 2, 700 gold in the lead. And Mira, I feel, is doing the best out of his whole team, right? Like, you compare his farm to everyone else, and he's 30 ahead of the next. And so Mira doing decently well, but is still pretty far behind.
Yeah, I mean, both mid laners kind of got to sit back, relax, put their feet up, and just kind of right-click every so often.
It was just Red Dot Simulator for the mid laners.
But yeah, I think now Miru, sure he's hit his 2 items, but as you say, it's a Bruiser Orianna, not going to do a huge amount. He still needs a 3rd item to really start to do that DPS. But with the level that the game has gotten to, it's going to be kind of difficult to hit that at the same pace that you need to keep up with Fly.
All right, so looking pretty dire for VKS, but I've got a little bit of a but. It's a 25% but. You know, it's not a great one, but there is one, and that is Otacon. Everything is throwable when there's an Otacon in the game.
It is the greatest objective that's been added.
It is.
We still haven't figured out how to do it.
If you really like games that are thrown away at a neutral objective, it is the greatest thing to be added to League of Legends, 100%. And we'll see whether FlyQuest are going to be falling into that trap or whether it's going to be something that they use to their advantage. And I think that has been what has happened over the year. And that has been teams developing, understanding that this is an objective that you don't necessarily want to take, but you can bait your enemy team into dying in an unfortunate scenario. So we'll see whether they use it for that or whether they just decide to kill it, which is what's looking like it's what's going to happen.
I will say, though, you don't have Flash on Masu yet, which is what I thought FlyQuest would wait for, because you can see how vulnerable he has been in some of these fights. But VKS, very far away. You just had the resets come through from Miru as well.
There are double teleports. They could decide to go for it if they want to, but they instead, and I feel a bit silly talking about it, Dagger. I'm not going to lie, because I said
your point was valid.
Yeah, but it's, as you see here,
and that's not just me being a yes man.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yes man or no, it means a lot. As Circle comes on down, Masu is going to be put into the Cataclysm, but unfortunately, Dazamas is a little bit alone, and Masu just gets a couple of autos to take him out. Flash wasn't up, but it wasn't required either, as that's a decent little knock-up from Boal, but still FlyQuest are, as a unit, looking for the angles, and it's just a Scion by himself. That is not going to be able to find it. And the flash in from Whippo to take down Morteus. He does ult. They do manage to get the kill on the Mordekaiser, but unfortunately it's still not looking fantastic. A Zombie Scion not going to be able to get too much more done as Inspired sneaks on in and takes down the Kaiser. Decent little knock up there from Trimby, but the Cyclone is going to answer, and the Cyclone is not looking good here for VKS, as it's an ace picked up by Quad.
It's the bounce house for the party that is FlyQuest in this game. Managing to pick up so many kills and the Atacon, tower and top side. And it's the perfect timing. Reset, spend your gold, and Baron's up in a minute and a half. But
oh my goodness.
You see here, Quad, they go onto him, but a good flash over the wall, and this Redemption gets so much value in this pit as well. But this is what we're saying. Morteus can't really get involved in this fight. Miru is the only one who can really get the DPS that he needs. And Bwipo even tries to get the ults. Doesn't quite manage it in the end. But still, nice flank from Inspired then afterwards. Hops over the wall, realizes where his target is. And hasn't had to burn the ult
left, right?
Yeah.
Killer Instinct was down, the flash was down, needed all of that to get out of the way of Bwipo. And then, I mean, Inspired is just so big. And we keep replaying the same clip. I don't want to. I don't want to acknowledge that it could be him doing it 3 times. Because it's a little bit of a shame here. Right now, though, FlyQuest are just running away with this one, as is to be expected, right? We have to remember, this is the hope of the West. FlyQuest have looked fantastic at a lot of international events so far this year. And it's a tough task for VKS to take them down, even though they've had a whole lot more experience against this team than a lot of the others. Still staring down the barrel of 0-2 here in Swiss is a very rough time.
Especially for LTA South fans, because this was kind of a team that a lot of fans were saying could be the best team that the LTA South has ever sent to the World Championship. And a lot of that hope now, after the loss to Team Secret Wales, now pulling FlyQuest and going to a potential 0-2, kind of be squandered. So I think for a lot of LTA South fans, they'd love to see VKS either turn this around, but turn their worlds around as well and find some luck in their wins.
Well, I tell you what, if they win this game, that's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
You know? Because they're staring down the barrel of Soul Point, already picked up here by FlyQuest. That is a Hextech Soul as well. I don't think we need to really tell anyone that that is going to be a worrisome thing if it's picked up here by FlyQuest. And also, there's a 6,000 gold lead at 25 minutes, and that is absolutely nothing to scoff at. There is some playmaking potential, right? You can always get in there with a nice hook and the combo from the Cataclysms and the Shockwaves and things like that. Miro hits everyone with all of his abilities. There is some magic possible, but it is feeling very, very rough, especially with just how well Victor and Yunara scale into the later stages of the game. And I mean, even Mordekaiser and Wukong are going to do a whole lot of work. Yeah, that's an Infinity Edge.
Yeah, that's a toughie.
Yeah.
And it's also, again, you don't have that massive DPS on Miru yet, so at this point, I think you have Morteus in a decent position, right? He's matched with 3 items that are come across, even though he is 1k behind. This Kaisa can still do work. It's just the opportunities for it are few and far between.
Well, Busio is just wandering underneath the turret, gets a nice double pulverize here as they take out the turret in a blink of an eye. Hook is going to connect onto the cow, but he's tanking so much of the damage out of VKS. The FlyQuest are able to land some pot shots of their own. Staying pretty healthy are VKS, but look at that Arcane Storm. It's doing so much work. Inspired goes in, hasn't even pressed the R button yet as they're being so patient in this fight. Death Grip going to connect onto Boal, but he is able to walk it off. VKS are left alive for the moment, but it looks like a little bit of a return to the Baron here for FlyQuest, and face-checking this one's going to be so rough here for VKS. They do have some cheeky wards, though, so the information is going to be there as FlyQuest start this one up. And there it is. Q not quite going to connect here as Busio is in a great position right now. Inspired getting on over towards Trimby as they all engage onto a clone. I'm not sure about that one. Oh, the Cyclone angle could be absolutely terrifying, but instead, Inspired just going to hold on and move back towards the Baron. This is very measured play out of FlyQuest.
Flyers just playing with their food right now. They know that they already have that combo we were talking about down with the engage.
Yeah, Whippo just standing stalwart in front of the enemy as Pulverize only onto one, but they're just holding them at bay right now. Inspired goes in, immediately goes out yet again. They're waiting for the overextension as Trimby is going to go down. Disarmus finally flags and drags his way in, but already they've lost their support. Miru's nowhere near. And Morteus, I mean, yes, he's still alive, but he's not going to be able to do anything on his own as Quad picks up the kill onto his opposite number, and Morteus goes down as well. A beautifully executed series of plays by Fly. They never overextended, not even once.
The patience was so good from Fly. Like,
it was almost frustrating.
It was. After the Cataclysm was used just to try and contain them in the mid lane, to stop them being able to poke. Fly knew that they already had that fight in the bag. Moved back towards Baron, they bait VKS in perfectly. And now they'll take the purple worm as their reward.
Yeah, teleport does bring a cow down towards the bottom side of the map. I don't think that Boal is going to be too worried about that one, but he might be worried when the cow turns a little bit more purple. And that is going to be happening now, 18-4. And you might be saying, Alice, you're a bit silly. They were 8,000 gold behind, so obviously, I mean, FlyQuest can basically do whatever they want. But the only way the VKS gets back into this game is if Fly overextends and throws away their lead. And that could be something that happens. We have seen it happen before here at the World Championship as well. Miracles can indeed happen, but FlyQuest just didn't let them. There was no opportunity, no way that it was going to work at all based on how they played it. And Whippo now is going to be finding Visamus, who's just trying to hold him in position. Death Realm going to come on through here, but the rest of VKS are in the area. Let's see what FlyQuest can actually do to try and save their top laner. This is going to be a difficult one. Cyclone comes in from Inspired, and Visamus is likely going to be the first to go down. Whippo is actually still alive, but the GA is going to get popped, and Quad takes matters into his own hands. Flashing on forward, Morteus getting a fair bit of work done, but it's a double kill for the victor. The wallets are too heavy, Dacta, and FlyQuest are going to claim whoever they would like.
Miro has the TP back as he was getting chased down by Masu. Nothing is working for VKS, and Fly just continue to take over in their topside jungle.
Yep, Inner Turret is now going to fall down on the top side of the map as VKS are continuing to reel. It's 13,000 gold. That's a lot of gold.
And there's still more to take before this game ends, including a Hextech Dragon that has just been started off by Masu here. That's Soul.
Oh god.
Yeah, it's not going to get any easier for VKS.
Yeah, bad is meeting worse. Because if it was difficult before, and it was difficult before, it's near impossible now. Hextech Soul is a ridiculous thing to deal with. Oh dear. So the MasterCard Priceless moment comes on in here, as the Dragon Soul is going to be claimed here by FlyQuest and could be the death nail for VKS. And Inner Turret going to fall bottom side of the map as well. And I mean, it just feels almost impossible, as Death Ray not quite going to land. Flag and drag to get to Thomas back towards his fountain, fill up that health bar once again. They might have one more fight in them. You can see Boal ready to leave the station, and he will do it now. Shockwave going to connect onto only one as Boostio gets into the backline, finds the triple knockup. This guy's Alistair has been absolutely unreal as a double to start the fight for Inspired. Quad's legendary absolutely in this game. And Inspired is between two Nexus turrets, picking up a triple kill. Whilst Zombie Form is going to go down, and FlyQuest are going to dispatch VKS in pretty comfortable fashion here in our first game of the day. Back in form, looking at 1-1 now in Swiss.
FlyQuest back to business as usual as they'll take down the Nexus and finally find that 1-1 as they start to move forward.
And a little unfortunate on the VKS side here, moving to 0-2, but they are not out of it yet. They can play for their tournament lives against the other 0-2 teams from the end of today. But FlyQuest looking fantastic after this first game. We're going to hear from the analyst desk about what they thought of it.
Well, turns out FlyQuest looking pretty good when they don't face off against the world champions, guys.
We'll take it. That's true. And
a win for the LTA. Who'd have thought?
No matter what.
No, but seriously, that was a swift game from them.
Yeah, it was nice to be able to see them at the confidence with the lead that they were able to have. And of course, it wasn't as if like VKS were not active. They were trying constantly, but they just weren't being given angles.
Yeah, I think they really struggled to get the ball rolling. And, you know, we saw yesterday against Team Secret Wills, that early momentum was something they found. They didn't get that this time, and it meant that when they got to the team fights, they were at more of a deficit, and they really struggled there.
Yeah, and even just taking a step back, whenever you go into games like these against opponents you've beaten before, there's always a little bit of a question in your mind. Surely we don't lose here. Because if we lose here, we're in a really bad situation. I didn't want to say impossible, give it a little bit of hope, but in a really bad position to be 0-2, but thankfully they kind of realigned themselves. But for VKS, you can see the cam, specifically from Trimby, it has to feel bad. The entire experience, from the airplane experience, they're saying we don't want to make excuses, but to be here, it's like, you got to feel bad for them.
It's been rough, but something we've talked about in the pre-show and that I think they showcased a bit more here today is this aggression, this level of confidence, especially in the early game. It did not end well because they couldn't make those plays work, but I appreciate the attempt from them.
Yeah, and there were just so many plays here where Samus was trying to make things happen on the top side. Here, this headbutt from Busio saving this. Look how low they are. FlyQuest bot lane managing to evade that play. So that's one Cataclysm used towards the top side. Here's another Cataclysm coming in. And it's this constant attempt to make things happen on the bot lane from BKS that didn't end up panning out. And every time these ganks don't work, these plays don't happen, you feel really bad about it.
Yeah, and even though the replay cut off there, it was great from Inspired to be able to respond immediately afterwards, get a kill on towards Morteus. And finally, you got to see a lot of those actions started to be, okay, now FlyQuest is building up a major lead for themselves. Like, now we're seeing so much tempo being used for this play, and Inspired responding to that one. Now you're in a pretty dangerous position if you're VKS.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They had the pressure, and they just kept the ball rolling here, and it's the Herald fight, for me, that puts the last nail in the coffin here for this.
The setup was tough, I think, for VKS, because they early TP'd Boal up here, so you got to see the Victor full take bot tower, TP up, and still be there at the beginning of the fight. And who did they engage on?
The Alistair.
Yeah.
And I think it's just so clear that, you know, they put so much into Busio, who still survives, pops that ultimate. And we just have this Mordekaiser free hitting in the backline being such a massive threat. Victor's unthreatened. We also have the Yunara unthreatened. And it was just the frontliners who, once your CC's used, it's not really an issue, right? So as long as they get their combo off, you don't really care that you're low HP. All of the carries on this FlyQuest composition were free hitting that fight, and as soon as that fight was over, it felt like the game was pretty much done.
And that last replay, kind of redemption for the Mordekaiser. This is the second Mordekaiser game, the last game that we saw versus T1. There's so many frustrating experiences where you almost get the kill, Bard portal out, you're like, please, give me that moment. We even saw it earlier on in this game. So it's nice to be able to see the triple kill coming in that team fight. But yes, FlyQuest being able to showcase that the discipline they have in these games is still there. Want to see what the next opponent is for them, but it's looking great for them.
And on the side of VKS, we said it, rough starts. I think it's going to get even more difficult from now on.
Yeah.
Ox, you had a stat here that I would like you to mention. It's not looking good.
No team has started 0-2 and then made it out of Swiss. I think it's really difficult because obviously you now have to win 3 best-of-3s in a row. The chance of drawing a really hard opponent from that is really high. But I hope we're just going to see more VKS, maybe show some of that level we've seen domestically as well. Because despite the fact they're in a really tough position, we're still going to see them play more. And want to see some more performances from them, some more team fighting prowess, because it feels like they've really struggled to show that off.
And so far, FlyQuest looking good. We'll see actually a player is going to join us right after the break to break all things down and look at their run so far and expectations for Wells. But that's all for us here for now. We'll be back in a few minutes with Team Secret Wells and KT Rolster.
I'm tipping now, guys.
I'm looping around looking for Nautilus.
I'm kind of late.
Okay. Looking for a backline here. Really big combo. Nautilus is my victim. He's already dead, okay? Nautilus will die. I will come out and I'm really strong.
Ja, no flash.
Kai'Sa is dead.
Finally. I'm really strong.
FlyQuest back to business as usual. Back in form, looking at 1-1 now in Swiss.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And welcome back to the desk / Verizon post-game interview. That's right, we do it both here with Masu joining us.
There we go. We got a dub. We got a dub on the board.
Thank you so much. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. It was a relatively simple game today, so I'm feeling pretty good.
I want to follow up on what your support just said on stage just now. I don't think you heard it, but in the JDG arena, in front of a Chinese or LPL-oriented audience, he was like, well, 100 Thieves beat the first seed yesterday, so maybe we're the best region.
Well, he said they were a better region than China. Maybe we're the better region than the LPL specifically. So do you agree with that statement?
Well, his views do not reflect mine, so I will not say I agree with him exactly. But honestly, I was pretty impressed with 100 Thieves yesterday, especially beating BLG after they had a pretty rough
the whole boot camp
come
situation.
up here.
Yeah.
So it is pretty impressive. I don't know if I'd go as far as to say we're the better region, but it's a lot of hope.
But you did say something like that was an easier game, but you were under attack constantly by the Jarvan. Just non-stop. You were put in the Cataclysm 1 HP.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think he was fanboying a little bit. But I think most of the time he got something out of me. Either like he would get my ult, but that's not worth it if he just dies in the team fight.
Yeah.
And sometimes he got my flash before grubs. But I think that one was also not worth it because they all went to 1 HP and then Wukong killed Kai'Sa and then we got all the grubs. So I think they just tried to get cooldowns from me with the Jarvan ult.
Yeah.
And then maybe like overstepped a bit too much or kept going a little bit too long. And that just like fired back at them.
Yeah.
I want to ask a little bit about yesterday. You know, there was a decision not to ban the Bard, and obviously Busio's a great Bard player.
True.
I was wondering, are you going to fierce pick it, deny it, but you guys didn't, and Carrier had a pretty good game. So how do you feel about the decision to leave it open?
Give us a solid leak on this one.
What happened here?
Well, I'm not going to leak anything. But the decision was made by our coaches and us, and we had a plan against it. And we thought we had like a good strategy to, give them Bard and be able to get something out of it. But I think all of us didn't play too well. And then, of course, Carrier is very good.
Yeah.
So he took over the game pretty easily, and he was just everywhere. And it felt like all the time they had vision everywhere, and he was everywhere. So it became like a pretty hard game. But I think if we executed our plan early a bit better, then I think we would have had a decent advantage.
Yeah, you mentioned executing that specific plan, but what would you say is like kind of a takeaway that you had from yesterday's game? It was always going to be a tough opponent, but obviously you guys felt like you were a lot more disciplined. Of course, you've beaten VKS quite a bit. What's a takeaway that you had from yesterday that you wanted to be able to implement for the tournament continuing forward?
I think specifically for yesterday, individually, I think our lane was going pretty well.
Yeah.
And I feel like if I made decisions more quickly, and at the same time I thought of what could get me the most amount of gold or the best spot in the game, then I would have made better decisions and kind of been able to get a good lead and get ahead of the Xayah and then carry the game that way.
Yeah.
But I feel like I was not in the mindset of pushing the advantage. I just felt like, oh, we are kind of winning lane, so I can play it a bit safer and just get tempo and go anywhere and do something. But I feel like I didn't squeeze as much as I should have. And I feel like we just needed to play our own game. So moving forward, I think just focusing on that and focusing on the best thing for my champion to do in the game and our comp.
It often comes down to this, right? Playing your own game, especially against Asian teams. And I feel like the Bard, we can talk about it as much as we want. It takes a lot of confidence to leave a champion like this open, especially when you come against Carrier and against T1. Inspired was telling me in an interview yesterday that here at Worlds, one of the main goals for you guys is to beat one of the Asian teams or beat a lot of Asian teams. You had an amazing showing at Worlds last year. What is your confidence level carrying that experience from last year that's going to help you this time around?
I'm definitely more confident than I was last Worlds. I think individually I'm much better, and as a team we are much better than we used to be. The only problem is sometimes we're not able to show it on stage. As a team, especially me as well, I think the nerves of the stage and kind of just like the decision making, you end up not being as sharp and not being as fast. And that really is able to like change the game. Just these split-second decisions, being able to make them a bit faster could change the whole game. So I feel like if we're able to bring that on stage, then I think I have a lot of expectations for us.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Quick question. I mean, anything that you were able to do in Beijing so far? Anything fun?
Oh, yeah.
Not really, no. We haven't done anything.
Yeah, I will
We've just
say,
been scrimming.
that's fair. You told me you were eating beef noodles. There's some history about eating beef noodles here. I'm just going to put it out there. Name, making that mention.
Yeah. Well,
maybe a curse.
You have
us?
no. Stick to practice. No time to enjoy. No, of course. I hope you get some time to enjoy here. It was great having you on the desk here, Masu. Thank you so much for joining us today, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament. I hope you get a merciful draw tonight. Yeah, you can leave the headset here. It's all right.
Appreciate
There's
it.
no problem here. Really appreciate it. Always nice to hear from our Western players and focusing our attention on the next game we have here. Oh my God, we see them skipping and hopping. Team Secret World entering the stage, ready to take on KT Rolster here. What is the expectation for this matchup? Looks like a one-sided one, but with KT, is it always really?
I feel like we've gone into this knowing KT are such a team with such high variance that really any opponent they draw, it's always a big question mark. And I think my impression of Team Secret Wales coming into this is that they are such an upset team. You know, they're a very aggressive team, coming in with a lot of confidence. They love to find opportunities to engage and challenge you and fight constantly. So they are very much a team who can catch opponents off guard.
Yeah, constantly challenging you. We saw this domestically, especially when they went up against CFO. When they had leads, they're like, okay, perfect. Histo has a lead, especially on his Silas or Kiana or something. He's going to have a carry pick. He is going to take fights against you permanently. Like, and then you look to the side of... God, even the problem is they're always aggressive. They're just always permanently aggressive. And you look at the side of KT, like they started off kind of poorly, but it was the Otacon fights that still got them living. So like both these teams kind of live by the Otacon, die by the Otacon.
Yeah, in a very different way though.
Yesterday,
KT don't shine so much through the early game. They usually always find options to come back here, but Team Secret Wales, they're gonna have to be careful about the setups because that is exactly what cost MKOI the game yesterday.
Yeah, I feel like for me, you know, it really came down to the 5v5s because VKS did have that early advantage, that early lead. But as soon as it was 5 members in the fights, it felt like the engages were just so seamless, so coordinated, so much confidence, and it feels like you can tell what they've loved to do all split long.
Exactly. And I was actually really happy about the discipline that they had in this one. So, like, sure, on the other side of VKS, they were in a deficit constantly, but the confidence was working there. Meanwhile, that amazing Orianna ulti from BDD, you can never count him out in particular. So KT, even though they were in a deficit in this point of the game versus MKOI, they really made MKOI feel the punishment. This was another one where it's like, okay, MKOI going a little bit too aggressive, and it was a great response from KT to be able to fight back.
I think we're just going to get crazy team fights, honestly, is my impression. On what we've seen from both of these teams day one, it is going to come down to fist fights, it's going to come down to those 5v5s, and it's going to come down to execution when we get to that point.
And looking at the game here, outside of the game rather, aspect, something that I really enjoyed is the fact that the Western audience got to discover Peter.
Yeah.
And his energy and the fact that it's the first time that he gets to travel and he's super happy to be here at Worlds. When you see what he's been able to do in the LCK this year, Dan, what do you expect from him at Worlds this time around?
I think Peter's been a player where sometimes it hasn't always been at the best performance, but he's been getting a lot of confidence on an engaged picks. Particularly his Nico has been something really respected. He was drawing bans constantly, even when it wasn't always the most ban support. It was something that was respected by a lot of teams. I think the main thing is, though, obviously, in terms of individual performance, it's been sometimes up or down, but the vibes he has brought to the team has been phenomenal. He's always the loudest when we see the comments from them, when we see the celebrations coming out of it, and it feels like the team spirit's always at the highest when he's feeling the best, when he's feeling his gameplay and bringing those great engages.
100%. And even just hearing the interview that he had with G-Sun, like, all of this, he's experiencing for the first time. So I want to be able to see this match, make it a barn burner. Let's take it away, casters.
Thank you so much, Raz. I wasn't expecting you to toss, but it was great. I really enjoyed it. And here we are into Champ Select, thanks to Omen and HyperX. And already we can see the Vi and the Yunara taking away the Azir and the Ryze there as well. And Dagda, I've got something to admit to you.
Oh?
This is the matchup that I was most excited for today.
That was not what I was hoping you'd admit, but I am done.
Well, what did you want me to admit?
We can talk about it after. It's all right.
Okay, fair enough. Well, Aurora is going to be the final ban here on the side of KT, and we're still looking for one more. That could be 4 mid bans, which could make some sense here because protecting Dire, I think, is a good idea. Because so KT are a really easy team. Dagda, let me give you a little bit of insight on KT.
Okay.
KT is BDD, That's it. That's the story. The Wukong is going to be taken away, though, and then BDD gets Orianna.
And he did pretty well with that yesterday.
He did.
On your checkbox, it seems pretty decent at the moment.
Yeah, so far, but the problem is, KT are also just a contrarian team, right? And so I was really worried. I really liked their draft yesterday, and you saw the early game. I mean, I thought that they were just going to straight up lose. So not going to happen this time around, and man, that is a powerful answer here from Team Secret Wales with that Rumble Jarvan that we were only talking about in the last game.
Yeah, and again, you still have the options to go for something like the Kais in that bottom side if you want to, kind of round out this dive-heavy focus. Oftentimes, even in the LCK, you'd see stuff like the Rakan paired with this sort of pairing as well. So you've got options here as Team Secret Wales. I'm curious what Cuz wants to try and go for on the flip side.
Well, Nico and Orianna, that might be a bridge too far, because as Orcs just mentioned, if Peter is on the Nico, like he was one of our best Nico players that we had, and that is now going to get paired alongside the Caitlyn that Docdown played in the last game. Struggled a little bit in the earlier stages of the game. This time, not going to have to deal with the Yunara, though. And as we can see here, Dia thinking about what he wants to take into this Orianna. We'll see what it will be. As right now, considering an Akali, that has been something that a lot of players have elected to take into Orianna. But right now, looking at a Twisted Fate, I believe would be the first of the tournament if that does come on in. But instead, a Brad for Taki.
Yeah, I do like to pick up the Bard. It does well into the Nico, and especially when you're looking at things like the Orianna, can try and ult her out of any of these team fight situations and set yourself up nicely for
Feels
that
really
Rumble.
good into Nico as well.
100%, yeah. And I think this is where for Team Secret Wales, at least you have good answers at the moment. I don't know what they're going to try and take into the AD carry role, because this Caitlyn Nico is still, regardless of whether you got the Bard there, very oppressive to try and play into. Ashe could be banned away here by KT to just try and get rid of some more of those answers into the Caitlyn and just make it even more uncomfortable for Eddie.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what is going to be banned away here. The Ziggs is something else that can kind of just say no to the laning phase. They might consider that one. We have seen Ziggs find some success so far in Worlds, as we have seen yesterday. Didn't work out quite so well in the play-ins, but that's feeling like a distant memory now. As the Annie going to be taken away from Dia, just going to remove what we like to call the Rise group combo. That did involve a Wukong and an Annie and a Rakan, but the Annie was certainly a pretty pivotal part of it, and you can layer some of that CC alongside the Jarvan very, very nicely as well. Zinzao going to be banned away from Cuz. Cuz has just been, like, when I say that this team is all BDD, that's normally, right? And KT normally are about a 4th or 5th place team in the LCK on a good day. When Cuz is playing well, they beat Gen G. So we'll see whether Cuz is going to be able to get his hands onto something pivotal as we do look for the next round of bans. Jhin taken away, as well as the Scion to round us out. And Eddie, where are we going? Ezreal Bard, this has been a pretty powerful lane in the past and can really put some hurt onto the bottom lane. We've seen Ezreal's picked into Caitlyn many, many times over the years. Of course, some of the oldest champions that we have here in League of Legends.
And yeah, and they got rid of the Scion for the Ezreal, which was a good call up front to be like, hey, we don't really have much on the way of tank shredding, so we'll make sure that we can get rid of some of those beefy boys. But KT say, hang on, you didn't
There's
get rid
another
of all
beefy
of them.
boy.
There is another one.
And you can't pick Trundle. Because, of course, the Jarvan is already locked away. So holding onto that one, and in fact, you really can't pick the Trundle, because Trundle is going to get picked here by Cuz. So a lot of team fighting prowess as Dia thinking about that final pick. The Akali would be a fun one. Makes sense for the lane matchup, but does make things pretty iffy when it comes to navigating team fights. It's going to be a lot more about making sure Eddie has the space to do the damage as they do lock away the Galio. A lot of team fighting here on both of these compositions. I feel like the DPS certainly going to be there alongside, you know, Hero and Eddie being able to get that work done. But KT, like, structurally in this composition, it scales beautifully. There will be that trough in the mid game, though. 2 items for Orianna, 2 items for Caitlyn. You don't feel fantastic at that point. And so maybe with the Team Secret Wales playstyle, which is fight all the time, when they continue fighting towards the mid game, that's going to feel a whole lot better.
Yeah, I still think you're going to struggle here as Team Circuit Wales, like in the early stages before we hit that mid game. Caitlyn, Nico, good push. You've got the Ornn who's going to be completely fine. And Trundle can do a ton of work into triple melee that he's going to be able to steal a ton of stats off of when you get into towards these skirmishes. So I think it's going to be relatively difficult to stop Caitlyn from doing Caitlyn things in the early game. Then when you get to those mid to late game fights, I don't really see anyone who kills Ornn. And he can still deal a lot of damage and kind of facilitate that trough with Caitlyn. And then we get to late game fights where you just have the Caitlyn doing the thing she did yesterday.
Yeah, and she has ornaments and things like that.
Yeah.
So just thousands of stats being doled out towards KT. One thing I do like for KT is the fact that there is that insurance policy, though, right? Getting into that late game, you feel a whole lot better when you've got all of the ornaments, all of that extra money's worth of stats, and it's going to be helping them out. But I mean, it's do or die in the early game here for Team Secret Wales. We knew that. That's just how these teams are going to function as we head towards the Rift for the second game of the day. Who is going to be 2-0 here in Swiss? It's going to be one of either Team Secret Wales or KT. It's kind of mind-blowing. Wasn't expecting KT to be off to such a good start. That is not the way they do things in the World Championship, although group stages have been okay for them in the past. Looking at you, 2018. Then the quarters wasn't so great, Hector, if you remember.
Yeah, that is how
I had that one burnt into my brain.
Yeah, I think you brought up like 4 or 5 times this week.
Sorry, that's yeah. Is it getting frustrating now? Should I stop?
No. It helps to take a trip down memory lane every so often.
Yeah, it really, I sort of use casting at Worlds for my therapy sessions.
Okay.
So
and how's that going?
It's going really, really well. I just feel like having you here helps me feel better. And thankfully, all of you at home as well are also there, whether you like it or not. But let's focus on the game, shall we? As so far, no funny lane swaps. And Perfect going to be feeling very happy, of course. Perfect is kind of the weak link for this KT roster. And so if Histo can do anything in this game, maybe it's punish the Ornn, get the Rumble ahead, and allow something to happen, because we know Ornn feels pretty comfortable in this matchup, was sort of the secondary choice into the Rumble, alongside things like Gwen and the Aurora throughout the year. And the Galio, of course, that has also been one of those choices. But this is going to be a very tough lane, especially early on. And we can see here, that is exactly how it's going to look. With Mystic Shots, you can kind of match the range, but outside of that, things can be real rough.
Yeah, one of the things that I often look at when I see a Caitlyn lane is what's the mid lane matchup like as well? Because oftentimes if you've got nice push in mid, you can kind of cover your own bot lane and stop the Caitlyn from being able to be as aggressive. But it's Galio and Orianna. You are not getting push at any point in time in this lane. And it's more going to be a case of this Caitlyn having as much time on that bottom side as she wants to. I wasn't sure if Histo might even just go for a quick transitional gank into mid lane to try and burn BDD's flash and then make things a little bit easier for Dire, but at the moment, it is going to be KT just doing what they want to essentially in this early game.
Yeah, that's how it's happening. Both of the junglers moving down towards that bottom side, because mainly just to keep his eye on what the Jarvan is going to be doing, making sure that there aren't going to be any punishments, because that lane is going to be shoved under that turret forever. And so always going to be somewhat gankable, you could imagine, as Dire looking for a little bit of a taunt here onto BDD. The clockwork is, however, winding up. And BDD not looking too worried about this Galio for now.
They still more than likely have to go back up towards this top side. So maybe this is where we see this transitional gank now, as Dire stepping up. Yeah. BDD playing to the right side of the lane. He's got a good read here.
Yeah, possible opportunity, but Histo's still going to walk his way in. BDD with dissonance available, all that sort of stuff. He also has phase rush if he decides to hit some abilities, so not really going to be too worried about it, as Rift Scuttler is what Histo's going to be able to take for a consolation prize. I feel like it wasn't ever really something that he was expecting to work out, as cuz on Vision, we're going to be able to take down this crab himself. And man, it's just not fun for the Galio just in general, but Histo now looking for an opportunity towards Perfect here. When will the Bellows Breath come in? That's the question. Is Histo going to have to get himself out of there? The flash employed as well, and that was not the dive they were looking for.
No, not able to make it work at all. Perfect with a great flash there to move away from the knock-up and keeps himself completely safe. And I don't honestly think you can kind of look for much of a repeat on this top side of the map. That kind of looked like an opportunistic moment.
Yeah, they did get the flash, so there is at least that. So flash advantage for Hero on this Rumble, but that's Still not feeling fantastic.
Yeah, it's the only thing I'd be worried about is like Perfect should hit 6 by the time you can kind of set up this next gank in the top side, and I don't really like your chances of trying to dive the Ornn when he's got that ultimate available.
Yeah, that will certainly be a toughie. Right now you got Cuz towards that top side of the map, going to be looking at his wolves and continuing to farm things out. Things once again looking somewhat slower, but just some farm leads being picked up in mainly mid lane and bottom lane here for KT. But no really big hiccups to worry about just yet. As you can see, I mean, the gold is practically even. We'll just see, because we've already said, you know, if you get to the late game, that's when KT are really going to flourish. But also the early game, they are quite good, right? There is going to be that gap as we try and bridge those two game states for KT. So Team Secret Whales can play this one out relatively slowly, extremely early. But we're going to have to see them come alive as we get to maybe like Heralds and things like this.
I do wonder, though, how defensive BDD is going to go with his build. Because he's gone for the Seraphs, and I would imagine he wants to pick up an early Zanya Zeraglass because he's got so much dive, and he's going to be the target of a lot of that dive as these fights go on. So he may actually have to wait a little bit of time before he can really come online, depending on how defensive he wants to go with the build.
Well, you can see Daya going somewhat aggressive towards BDD. Does still have his flash up and available, but Control Ward going to spot his toe out. He does make his way in. Interruption on the back here by Perfect, who only level 5 actually, so not going to be fighting too hard up against the Rumble. He's looking to get some items together. Hasn't actually been back at all. Of course, Perfect has just been building stuff in his warehouse that he brings with him. And Cuz is going to be able to find his toe, but Ward goes down. Knockup comes on in. Cuz needs to be a little bit careful here, but will be somewhat all right, as we can see. And teleport to bring the Bard on over. Taki going to be setting up for some grubs. And now it's starting to look like we do have Team Secret Whales identifying it's about time to get on the front foot.
Yeah, they're trying to get out of this bottom side, but Eddie then ends up taking a lot of damage as a result. You have Dire with level 6, but you can see Eddie just has to completely back away. That's giving KT so much, like 400 gold already in this bottom side in the difference.
And that's going to be another plate. That'll be 500 in an instant. In fact, it's already there, closer to 6 as we can see here. So the Caitlyn doing what it says on the tin, also has a Cull that's stacking up. Going to have that advantage as well as Histo moves in and looks for Cuz. Interrupts the flag and drag quite nicely as there's the heroic entrance. Cataclysm comes down and Cuz in so much trouble. First Blood goes over to Histo on this J4.
Nice invade and setup from Team Secret Whales there. The ultimate from the Galio burning that flash, and Histo patient on the Cataclysm. Really nice stuff, and even the interrupt onto BDD there, thanks to Taki.
Yeah, beautifully done, and Cuz didn't have level 6, so wasn't actually able to press that subjugate, try and get himself a little bit tankier. As Dr. and Peter moving on in, they're pinging down onto these grubs. As Peter is just going to try and convince Histo to leave the area. Grub's going to be up in 24 seconds, so it's not exactly imminent. Pretty close.
It's interesting to see the lane assignments coming out from Team Secret Whales, though. They're moving the Galio down to actually face off against the Ornn and leaving the Rumble on his own the top side. It's not a terrible idea, like Rumble fine most of the time with that ultimate to farm out the wave. But I did expect him to try and keep the Rumble against the Ornn because he does have the percentage max HP damage in his Q.
Yep.
And makes it a little bit easier to try and manage against the Ornn.
Well, so far, making sure that they do have as many people towards the top side of the map as the grubs will be the target. As flash out from Peter, but immediate flash to follow from Hero. Still, Peter is going to be fine. Peacemaker barely connects, but does do a bit of extra damage there towards Hero, and KT just push him away.
Cuz I think was spotted just on the edge of a ward there, so immediately Team Secret Whales are like, all right, we want nothing to do with this if the Rumble's going to be involved, especially as he's ticked over to 6 and has that ultimate available. So it'll be all 3 grubs going to Caitlyn and Nico.
Oh my goodness, that is that's a worrying sign. We'll see whether they can get this first Chemtech Dragon, though, as a consolation prize, as that one is going to get started up by Hero. Eddie moving on over as well to offer some DPS. Control Ward, not actually going to be cleared as Eddie finally does get to it, but it looks like Cuz not going to be interested in taking that one down. Just more plates being taken. Pop Blossom connects onto the Rumble as well. Tangle Barbs to follow up as now Peter just looking to escort him towards the Death Chamber. Doc Dom, can you actually connect it? Ace in the Hole comes in. I don't think that's going to be enough damage, and Peter is just dead. Just takes way too much, and now Doctorm in such an awkward position, but does have a minion wave coming on over. Cosmic Binding does not connect, and Dr. just back to business, killing these red dots.
Taki a hero in that situation. Dr. trying to see if he can finish it off the kill with Peter, but go too far. And you don't even get the plates off the back of that. So the win that could have been there for KT snipped out by Taki.
Really nicely played. And now Pop Blossom going to be down for a little while longer as well. So certainly some good things here. 2-0 now for Team Secret Wales as far as those kills are concerned. And the gold entirely even. It's going to make you feel a whole lot better as these skirmishes have looked relatively good for the Vietnamese squad.
Yeah, the difference maker is going to be essentially just jungle equals AD carry. I think, though, for Dukdam, he's going to be fairly happy that he can, again, with these 3 Void Grubs, continue this pressure. And despite the mistakes that have come through from KT's bot lane on trying to make that play happen, if they just go back to basics, which it looks like they're going to, they should be able to just continue to push through this Caitlyn, get her some of these early towers, early structures, and try and snowball her into a position where she just becomes outrageously strong.
Yeah, and the trough that we talk about all the time used to be a whole lot more prevalent than it is now. Collector, I think, has really added a better bridge for the Caitlyn to continue doing a fair bit of damage in the mid-game. But it still does exist. And so we'll see whether they can find some capitalization. Because, of course, 2 items that's where Ezreal lives. He loves that, right? So that is going to be their moment. Once the Trinity Force comes in and that Mirror Matter, try and really find some angles in this game. As perfect, I mean, we can see a little puppy there. So we know that there's something going on, and out comes Isto. Perfect, having to run away. I mean, he's pretty tanky. And yeah, they're just not going to be able to get him as he waddles towards the turret.
Didn't even have to burn flash, so he's going to be happy with that one. Can TP back up to catch that wave if needs be. But I'm not so certain if this is where he want to be as dire. Taki trying to come down to support his mid laner.
Yep. The good old Yordle snap trap being quite frustrating when a teleport is employed. Eddie moving down a teleport to come in from the Rumble as well. We'll see whether Perfect decides to join, but no. He just teleported towards the top side of the map. Equalizer comes down, and there is the Tempered Fade to lock up Peter, and he is just dead. Justice Punch comes on through. Peter is just going to be taken out, and KT, they lose the Feats of Warfare over to Team Secret Wales, still yet to find a kill in this game.
I mean, nice job by Team Secret Wales to find the pick and shut down a bit of Dukdam. But you can see it's both of the solo laners for KT that are getting the advantages for KT off the back of it. Played in mid, played in top. And essentially answers for the goal that was just picked up on the kill on the Nico.
Nope, you're doing the wrong thing here, okay? You're focusing on the goal, the macro play. I'm looking at 3-0 at the top of my screen.
Yeah, what about the other number that says 19.8 bigger than 19.6?
You just have to be a bit selective.
Ah, okay,
This has been my career.
You just
very
put your hand over the top of the screen. Okay,
yeah.
Well, actually not the top, just the sides
Just have
of the top.
a very narrow view
of
what's going on up there. I can see the timer, and I can see the 0-3. That's all that, and I can see the dragons, because that helps my narrative.
Okay,
yeah. Just pick and choose, and it is A-OK. But also, this is exactly what they need to be doing, right? Like, this is something that KT are going to be better than them at, right? It's macro play, it's punishing cross-map, and things like that. But as long as Team Secret Wales keep themselves in it, keep fighting and making plays, then they could run away with this game. They are certainly not out of it yet, as all those other numbers that you decided were real are still very even.
Yeah, I think the things I would like to see from Team Secret Wales is kind of like a 1-2 punch, where you come in and you go, right, we need to get this flash gun on the Orianna. Let's go and make that Cataclysm play towards the Orianna, get her to burn that flash, and then we repeat it, right? But unfortunately, with the timers that are coming up, like 50 seconds until Dragon. Oh, hang on.
Oh, dear. Not going to get taunted up, but has to deal with Taki. Throws down the barrier, and as it turns out, Dukdam is just fine. Peter going to move in. Tempered Fate going to connect. And the Pop Blossom to answer the flash forward from Peter. True Shot Barrage going to connect onto Dukdam, but they've destroyed Taki already. And all Dire finds is a clone with that taunt. KT, turn it around beautifully.
Perfect roam timing from Peter, managing to get into position and turn that play around. Team Secret Wales desperately wanted that kill, but just couldn't make it work.
Not going to happen this time around. Is now Perfect. Finding the ulti into Hero here. Gets the second knock up. The Brittle getting procced over and over again. And this is why we see the Ornn picked into this Rumble. Just gets to a point where it's so difficult to do any damage.
The Hollow Radiance, that early magic resist helping out massively in the play. There's the equalizer though. Is Perfect able to waddle out of it.
Yep. We'll just clear out the wave, and I think that was mainly what Hero was trying to do, buy himself an opportunity as we have a bit of a scuffle brewing here in this bottom side river. With the Dragon already at half health. Having a look at the picture-in-picture as Taki searching for some of these Cosmic Bindings. BDD moves in, and now it could be the time for Cuz. It is going to be the Dragon taken, though, and it's Histo that decides to take the fight. Heroic entrance come down. Doctom is just eviscerated. And Team Secret Whales, they're the ones making the moves. KT just kind of caught napping.
Perfect target selection from Histo. He knew that there was no flash on Duckdam because it was just using that bot lane scuffle. It means he can immediately get that Cataclysm and set up for the follow-up from Dire. Beautiful stuff from Team Secret Whales.
Really nicely played. Flash does have to respect the Shockwave. So Taki not going to have that one up and available. Now the Rift Herald will get spawned. We have a couple of those feats, though, and if this Rift Herald goes over to Team Secret Whales, we might be able to just lock down feats of strength already in this game. As we're getting relatively close to some of these Team Secret Whales turrets going down. Caitlyn certainly pretty good at destroying them. Does have 1 minion away from the cull. That is so annoying. He is finally going to get that one cashed in, so a bunch of extra money does come on through for the Caitlyn.
Still though, managing to get the first item completed. Most of them are coming through on KT. Just the reset there for Team Secret Whales to actually finish off Hero's first item on the Leandri's Anguish. And I think that's what Team Secret Whales were waiting for this Rift Herald play. And I wouldn't be surprised if they just try and hard force as soon as the ultimates come back up and see if they can make a play on KT once more.
Yep. It was fantastic watching Peter just pick up a pedal. It wasn't me, but some of my colleagues have coined him as the pedal peddler. Peter has been pretty good at picking those up. And in fact, KT have a monopoly on the pedals right now, as we can see. 3 to nothing.
Picked a pack of purple pedals?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, pickled pedals or something. Not entirely sure. It's been a while since I've done that tongue twister. And yeah, but we'll have to ask Peter about it when he gets interviewed the next time. As Taki moving himself up, and they do have a fair few members of Team Secret Whales moving on over towards this Rift Herald. Doctom will just collect this wave. This hero is going to be delivering it to the turret.
Yeah, I think KT again, realizing that if Doctom doesn't have that flash up, he is significantly more vulnerable in these plays. So they're going to try and wait for that to come back up, which is why I think for Team Secret Whales, once this Galio ult, as you can see, is about to tick over, that's going to be their go button to try and start up the Rift Herald. They've moved plenty of people into position, and they should just be able to move over now.
I tell you what, I do really like the fact that BDD went for the Blighting Jewel instead of building Rod of Ages and going for like the full Bruiser. Might actually be able to do a fair bit more damage a little bit earlier on in this game. Could be working out, but right now Team Secret Whales holding on to this Rift Herald as Peter moving on in, Cuz moving over as well as, oh my goodness, BDD, so much damage onto Hero. He is out of there. Do not expect a Rumble to do anything. True Shot Barrage, though, doing a whole lot of work because this time he's got the ulti and this time he's going to survive. The Ram comes on down now as well, but Perfect not going to be able to send it back. Still, they won't need to as Dire gets destroyed. Cuz picks up the eye and KT just start running away with it.
You even got BDD getting that Rift Herald on the back of the play with the auto attack as well. And it's immediately going to be moved towards that mid lane as KT find what they needed.
Oh, man. Mid lane outer turret being ripped open as well will provide so much map control here for this team. And now Cuz going to be able to continue running. Eddie, can you actually do it here? 115 on the health bar, but now Cuz is in a very awkward spot. Let's see whether they can get him walking down the red carpet here as Taki takes a magical journey and gets the stun from the Cosmic Binding. Cuz is dead. Hero grabs the kill. Very nicely done as Team Secret Whales at least get something back. Still, it's not quite enough as we have the first turret going down towards that top side, and KT still with a whole bunch of money in this game. Perfect as well. Really starting to win this matchup into Hero as Peter just saying, Perfect, just wait for me, man. I'm losing out on my 1v1. How's yours going? His is going pretty well as Hero is going to get shoved underneath this outer turret, and they're going to claim yet another one with the help of BDD.
Yeah, Taki's was Hero's hero there in that one because the fact that you got that slow was the only reason that Peter couldn't get in range to actually finish off the or get the Tango Barbs a little bit easier. So still, again, like it's kind of a silver lining for Team Secret Whales. You've got top tower and mid tower that were taken in the last play. Now with that Rumble being pushed back, bottom tower has been taken. maybe they can get the top lane turret for Team Secret Wales, which will help out a little bit. We're going to come back and look at this fight as BDD gets so much work done against Hero. He has no interest in being part of this fight anymore. And that subjugate from Cuz doing work onto Histo to finish him off. And then you can see BDD stealing it from right underneath the noses of Team Secret Wales.
And Justice Punch getting blocked there from Perfect, making sure that there was no chance. Doctarm getting more money. Oh, it is a worrying sign as Cuz takes a bite out of Hero, puts down the kennel as well as Ace in the hole from downtown collects him. And Team Secret Wales not going to be able to fight for this dragon, and that will spell feats of strength going over to KT. We really went the distance as far as that is concerned. As you see, all of those circles are going to be well and truly filled up. And KT will be the ones to claim it in the end. Ships in the night here, as we do see the Galio going back home. But obviously, him and Perfect not going to be too worried about how this 1v1 is going to be going.
I like the way Team Secret played the after fight, though, or after objective. They just kind of sit around and are like, hey, look, if you try and face check this, you will end up getting killed. But now they might be the ones on the receiving end.
Oh dear, the flash ram is going to come on through here, but the answering heroic entrance is good. Bellows Breath is going to eat the CC. However, great knockup from Histo, and they will be able to take down Peter. Not much of an opportunity for him as BDD finally gets in, but Cataclysm finds him immediately. Perfect having to get the heck out of there. The taunt does absolutely nothing as Doctarm. He's freezing until he's not. Justice Punch comes on down. Arcane shift forward, and Doctarm gets over the wall, finds the net, and there's the headshot. Eddie overextends. BDD is somehow still alive, but maybe not for long, as Histo is going to be able to get him. There it is. Q connects. Doctarm, last one standing here, and there is the team fighting from Team Secret Wales.
Great job by Team Secret Wales. They managed to protect their own and also get the counterpunch. So Perfect goes for the engage here, but look at where the damage dealers are. BDD still in river. You don't have Doctarm in position, so Team Secret Wales able to collapse faster. They get onto Peter, finish him off. A great ultimate from Taki keeps Doctarm locked down, and everyone turns onto BDD, who doesn't burn his flash at the start of this. But it's the point here where Histo manages to burn it. You then have Hero coming through on the side, and Eddie, arcane shifting forward, gets a ton of work down in the backline even before he dies. And now it's just the fact that you have the health, more health available for Team Secret Wales. BDD has nothing left in the tank when it comes to mana. And Doctarm gets a little bit on the back.
Yep, 3 for 2 in the end. But the advantage does go over to Team Secret Wales. Still, it's not enough to take too much of a chunk out of the gold advantage that KT does have, but signs of life are always fantastic. We love to talk about standing gold. And as you can see, a couple of extra turrets have been taken here by KT. So Team Secret Wales, if they can take some control of this game, might be able to knock them down, fill up those coffers, and oh dear. Oh, Dagda. This is where the game gets weird, because Otachan's on the Rift. We'll see who's going to be starting it up. We know that KT capitalized on that one in their series against MCOY yesterday. Will that happen again here as they do start to move towards that top side? The call of the Otachan, it's such a powerful thing. But right now, you got Team Secret Wales backing away, getting the vision down where they can. Cuz also not feeling safe enough to claim that entire control ward. Peter with the Shape Splitter going to be pretty lucky to be able to throw that forward to get some vision down, as this outer turret, man, it is very, very close to dead. And will be taken here. Peter with the sidestep. Doctarm not going to get connected on there by the Tempered Fate. Teleport comes in by the Galio, but Team Secret Wales unable to find the engage that they were looking for. Still managed to take down the turret.
It felt like Team Secret Wales were trying to bait KT into a teleport play, because obviously with the Galio you still have that ultimate to move yourself across the map, and hoping that maybe that would be enough then that they could threaten the Otachan. But KT don't take the base, they keep that Ornn to the bottom side, and Team Secret Wales may just end up trying to put pressure towards the top side of the map to force that teleport play, but instead they're just going to back away.
Yep, going to be a teleport in from Taki there with his Unsealed Spellbook. 2 items are now done here for Eddie. So this Ezreal going to be feeling pretty good, but we are getting so close to 3 for Doctarm. When that rapid fire cannon comes in, he's going to be so frightening. Even the Peacemaker's doing some work here, as Histo will be able to attest to. Because running real fast, just trying to hit anyone with his club. Looking a little bit angsty here, as we can see. Oh, denies the Flag and Dragon, realizes that he just has to use the Cataclysm and try to get something done, but it's Doctarm gets another headshot, and no jungler means this Otachan could just belong to KT.
Cuz also doesn't use the subjugate, so if you try and engage on this as Team Secret Wales, Cuz has that in the back pocket still. Yep. Perfect making their way up.
And as soon as Dyer comes down as well, that Subjugate will give him so much tankiness against this tanky Galio. Still, the Ram going to come on forward. Denial there, not quite going to come through as the Otacon just collected here by KT. Peter very happy because that means so many petals going their way. And in fact, 25-8, my goodness, that is pretty ludicrous. However, not going to overextend for another fight here on Team Secret Whale's side. So not going to lose too much more than just the Otacon.
Especially when you've got 20 seconds until that next dragon. They want to get back into the map and deny what has been some early stacking on the dragons from Team Secret Whales. You can see them beelining towards those objectives with the extra teleport that they had available. But still, KT, it's patience, it's not overextending, it's not giving too much, and it's causing issues now for Team Secret Whales.
Yeah, one of the problematic things here is that KT's lead, it's not big enough to make you feel comfortable. I think it needs to be at about 17,000, something like that, to really feel comfortable in a KT game. As Tanglebubs comes on through, the Baron is going to spawn, but it's the Dragon that's on their minds. KT just moving forward like a freight train right now. Docdom is just not going to be touched, as somehow it's Peter that locks down the Dragon and finds the Rumble as well. Ace in the Hole comes on through as Hero, going to be the next one to die. Oh God, Eddie's in the scrap. He does Arcane Shift away, but it's just still going to be him lying on the floor, and KT will just take out the entirety of them apart from the Gargoyle.
The KT just bulldozed their way through everyone on Team Secret Whales, and Baron has just spawned as well, so perfect. Going to keep Dyer interested as KT move immediately over towards the next objective.
Oh man, it's the wrong time to lose a big team fight, especially with BDD pushing another wave forward. He'll take down an inner turret. This gold lead is going to balloon an absurd amount already to the tune of 6,000. You add the Rebel Baron power play on top of that, we're probably sitting at about a 10K gold lead. And I'm glad I said that thing about 17,000 gold being required, because otherwise this one could be pretty done and dusted, and in fact probably should still be, as we check it out one more time.
Yeah, it's just KT being able to play the front to back. Great ultimate, perfect across here, and there's no real threat onto Duckdam or BDD. And even the steal as well, coming through from Peter of all people, as Histo launches himself in, gets subjugated, goes down, and then it's just KT bulldozing their way through behind this mega strong front line of the Orin and the Trundle with those extra stats.
Yep, and that's what front to back looks like, ladies and gentlemen, and it's working pretty well here for KT at the same time. I tell you what though, looking at this from KT's perspective, it's a great game to have Perfect finding a lot of these angles. I know kind of overextended in that mid-game play, but that was him feeling himself. And you want to see him actually have some confidence here on the world stage. That's exactly what we're seeing. Shockwave going to collect Eddie, and he's taken down by Docdom after he tries to Arcane Shift away. That is going to spell the end of this inner turret. 5 have been ripped to shreds here by KT, and they are not stopping anytime soon. This is exactly what Docdom wants to do on this Caitlyn. Keep sieging, and they'll take down their first inhibitor of the game here at 27 minutes.
It's still 30 seconds until Eddie's up. This is going to be the entire base, it feels like, decimated. How much further do KT want to push?
I think maybe to the Nexus. And I don't think they need to go any further than that, as Cataclysm going to come on through. There's the Equalizer to layer on top, and the Cosmic Binding is fantastic. Peter going to be going down here, but as you can see, KT, they just want to win the game. The Ram going to come on by, but it doesn't go back. Heroic Entrance comes on through, but the Bellows Breath eats the CC, and Dyer not going to be able to take down the On. We've got another Nexus turret being taken here as Hero lying on the floor. My God, Docdom is just destroying them now on this Caitlyn. Perfect is flashing in, and the Nexus is going to be next on the menu unless the Caitlyn is just going to die. Meanwhile, Cuz and BDD, they're going to be able to finish the job. BDD goes golden because he's got that button to press. And KT will claim their next opponent 2-0 here for the LCK 3rd seed. And my brain was about to say 4th seed. That's sort of what it feels like. But of course, they are our 3rd seed coming in here to Worlds and looking fantastic so far in the Swiss stage. But that is all from us. Let's throw it over to the desk with a very relieved Law.
Relieved. Yeah, relieved. Let's call it that. It's not about the early game here for KT roster at Worlds so far. It is about recovery. It is about that mid-game, those objective controls, and how they find clutch ways to come back into the game. they can go back with a smile here. We'll see what the draw brings them in the next game. Guys, what are your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't just a symptom of the comp that Team Secret Wales had. I felt like the comp was very mid-game focused, but also they gave up so much mid lane. Galio trying to make things happen in the side lanes. PDD was farming up a storm, and it definitely felt like there was such a timer on this game. And when they didn't make things happen, when they started to lose some of these skirmishes, these fights, KT just really started to pull ahead.
Yeah, you're already seeing a real trend from Team Secret Wales with both games that they've played. They really want to play an all-in style, right? They want to play through their style in terms of team fighting. So they understand what they want. Of course, through the scaling from KT, they understand it's like, okay, we have to stop it. The Trundle, I think, was a great pick, but the first 3 kills coming through are like, oh, Team Secret Wales really early on, still finding picks. I feel like Histo is someone you should be praising, of course, but the timer hits, and you got to see KT really take over.
Yeah, the timer hits, and it's also about those picks that they can take. How impactful are they going to be later on in the game? Because if KT can find opportunities to come back, especially around those objectives, makes them pretty meaningless, I want to say, in the early game? Or is it just KT outsmarting them every time here?
Yeah, because like even just take a look at this B-roll. It starts with BDD pushing off Hero 2, like not only burning his flash, taking him out of the fight completely. Cuz plays out that skirmish really well. And it's like, it's the control there from KT, even if they don't have it initially. Even if Taki has placed the vision prior to it and everything. I feel like not only Hero 2 not being a part of the play whatsoever, but it's the sequence and the team fighting that KT is able to outplay.
I also feel like being locked in the Thunderdome with the Trundle, you know, he's always going to take that. And then the Galio TPing in onto a Caitlyn trap. There's a way to play this comp. You know, if you have the Jarvan going in, you have the Galio following up. We saw them do that in this game, but that fight where they didn't pull it off really backfired quite a bit. And we kind of saw BDD have like 1,000 gold lead just off farming, really. So the gold was close even when Team Secret Wales had a kill lead. And as soon as they started to lose that kill lead a little bit, they really fell behind.
Controlled risk. Let's call it that. And you were mentioning Trundle, you were mentioning Kaz. And I want to say that thanks to the reliable Cisco network, he manages to find the clutch comeback here into the game because that Jarvan was absolutely stuck, did not manage to escape thanks to a perfectly found pillar.
Yeah, I mean, Trundle pillars, when you talk about Trundle mechanics, you don't expect to see that. That was the first time I've ever seen a Jarvan EQ canceled by a pillar like that. And even though it cuts off there, it turns into something real tangible, like that Otacon play immediately with no jungler there. It was an easy pickings for KT.
I feel like Trundle's one of these champions that you think of being quite straightforward. You know, you just chomp people, but the pillar is really that test of skill expression.
Yeah.
The fact that you can get the little knock up on it and you can interrupt dashes. And it was just Cuz being so confident, charging at him, knowing that as soon as he goes for the flag and drag, he can interrupt. It gets the timing. It leads that major objective. The confidence and the timing was so key there.
For me, so far, it's been the most KT run ever. The way they play game, Ox, the way they manage to find ways to come back. It's not about the early game. Usually it either goes wrong or it goes stale, but it's about those mid games. It's about those objectives and ways to come back later on, Raz.
I completely agree, but you do not like to see that early game trend, right?
Nope.
Like, especially versus the MKOI one, where the opponents will get tougher for KT, and they need to be able to make the early games a lot stronger. Now, credit to Team Secret Wales, like the play that they were able to have with Hero TPing bot side and being able to find a kill on Peter. That one's like an active play that they made. But then you look a little earlier on, 9:05, where they like pushed on towards a dive on towards Rumble, and then, oh, they couldn't get the dive. Oh, it got, turned on them. They need to clean that up.
Yeah.
Well, now 2-0 for KT, so they have 3 opportunities. They just need to win 1 best of 3 in the out of Swiss. That seems pretty surefire, right, Law?
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all for us here. KT so far 2-0 here in the Swiss stage. The roller coaster goes up and up. We'll see how far it goes. We're going to take a break here. We'll be right back in just a couple of minutes with a Dog Dam interview, followed by G2 versus MKOI. Stay tuned.
It's KT just moving forward like a freight train right now. Dokdam is just not going to be touched. As somehow it's Peter that locks down the Dragon and finds the Rumble as well. Ace in the Hole comes on through as Hero, going to be the next one to die. Oh God, Eddie's in the scrap. He does Arcane Shift away, but it's just still going to be him lying on the floor, and KT will just take out the entirety of them apart from the Gargoyle.
so slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Welcome back to the wicked game. Don't you know there's a price to pay? Eye for an eye. I see your darkest dreams, 'cause they're no longer make-believe. You ain't met someone quite like me, the kill of the night. I hear voices screaming. They stop me feeling sad. Psycho fell off the tightrope. Tell me why it feels so special. Dancing with the devil. Baby, don't call me crazy. You know that it feels so special. Dancing with the devil. You had it coming, babe. Welcome back to the wicked game. Don't you know there's a price to pay? Eye for an eye. I see your darkest dreams, 'cause they're no longer make-believe. You ain't met someone quite like me, the kill of the night. Psycho fell off the tightrope. Tell me why it feels so special.
Welcome back to Verizon post-game interview. I am here joined by Deokdam from KT Roaster. Congratulations and welcome.
감사합니다.
Welcome back to Worlds, Deokdam. How does it feel to be back? 월즈 오랜만에 다시 오게 되셨는데요. 돌아오니까 어떠신가요?
역시 오랜만에 온 만큼 너무 기분 좋고 지금 그래도 경기력이 좀 아쉽긴 하지만 2승 거둔 상태라서 더 좋은 것 같아요.
It's amazing to be back after such a long time. I'm not fully happy with the performance, but I'm happy that we are on a 2-0 scoreline. Exactly like you mentioned, 2-0 already. How are you feeling about KT's current form? Because you just mentioned that you are not happy with the performance, though. 말씀하신 것처럼 2승을 깔끔하게 달성하긴 하셨는데 방금 막 경기력이 막 만족스러운 건 아니라고 하셨어요. 어느 부분이 좀 아쉬운지 현재 KT의 폼에 대한 의견이 궁금합니다.
초반 설계 쪽 그쪽이 좀 아쉬운 것 같고 그래도 중반 한타까지 가면 다른 팀들 다 이길 수 있는 만큼은 올라온 것 같아요.
Our early game setup is a little less than ideal, but I think our mid to late game team fighting is really good. So I think we're on the really good process. And also KT tends to kind of comp around your Caitlyn a lot. So I want to know KT's read on the current meta. KT가 지금 2판 연속해서 케이틀린을 뽑아주면서 덕담 선수 위주의 조합을 좀 꾸리고 있는 것 같아요. 현재 월즈 메타에 대한 KT의 해석이 궁금합니다.
저희가 밸류 쪽으로 이제 사거리가 긴 미드 원딜을 활용하면 좀 게임을 손쉽게 이길 수 있을 것 같다고 생각이 들어서 그런 쪽으로 하고 있는 것 같아요.
we're focusing on the late game value, which involves a lot of long range, mid and bottom AD carries. So I think those are the two focus that we're having in our minds right now. Well, although KT Roaster is already 2-0 in the Swiss stage, you know, you don't want the fans to get too enthusiastic about you guys because it's a very important time of the year. So could you please warn all of the fans around the world that it is not the time to get super hyped, enthusiastic about KT Roaster? 마지막으로 KT를 진정으로 응원하는 팬이라면 기대컨을 잘 해야 되잖아요. 팬분들한테 2승 달성했지만 2승 0패지만 제발 기대 마지막까지 좀 꾹꾹 눌러 있고 우리 끝까지 긴장 놓치지 말고 응원해달라고 한마디 부탁드립니다.
저희가 기대받을 게임에서 항상 좀 뭔가 아쉬운 결과를 냈어가지고 조금만 기대를 이제 가라앉히시고 긴장된 상태로 게임을 응원해 주셨으면 감사하겠습니다.
You know, we tend to kind of not do well when people are actually hyped about us. So please, please, please don't get ahead of yourselves and just keep on supporting us in order to make us perform better. Thank you very much, Takdam, and wish you the best of luck in the rest of the Swiss stage. Thank you.
Thank you.
And back to the analyst desk. Bye-bye.
Wise choice of word here from Jason and from Dogdan to
I'm feeling pretty excited myself.
Oh, he just went and did it. He just went and did it. He just went and dropped it.
I'm feeling really hyped for them personally.
I will end you, Raz, but we'll get to that later because for now it is time for a rematch of our LEC Summer Finals as G2 is going to take on MKOI here in our third match of the day. And hi, welcome back with the camera. How is this one going to go? Because looking at the finals in Madrid, it was pretty dire for MKOI. Going 0-3 in their home city, in front of their home crowd, was really not enough to take down G2, who for once that year, they always made finals, but it was not about making finals. It was about taking it to the end, actually lifting that trophy. And they came together clutch when it was needed around the fact that the shining members that were missing from the team actually showed up this time. I'm talking about Labrov. I'm talking about the MVP Skumon here. So obviously this is what we're going to be looking at today on the side of G2.
Yeah, we really saw the development of this team over the course of the year. I feel like early on, a lot of the criticism was towards Skumon and Labrov, and the fact they were the first to raise the trophy, the fact that Skumon got the MVP was really significant, and I think them in unison have really come together, and a reason why the team was so dominant, so strong, and managed to secure that win. I think on the other side for MKOI, it's hard to say necessarily that things will go differently based on that, but it is a best of one. Upsets can definitely happen.
It's funny because you see the whole trend of the year for G2, and like in winter, in spring, you didn't want to talk to a G2 fan. Yeah. They were upset. They were not happy people, right? Now you're starting to feel like the development of Skumon and Labrov is really coming in clutch. Skumon, we've always known, is like a really smart player. People who would track the solo queue of Skumon whenever there was like a boot camp in Korea, he was just popping up, and we're really starting to really see it consistently on stage, and it's working out well for them. Now, I will say for MKOI, what they were doing in the finals was illegal. The constant skirmishes they were taking, that was bad for them. I don't think that will happen today.
And the thing is, when it comes to Skumon, when I think about him in this finals, the fact that he got the MVP was about confidence, was about shining on those picks, was about gaining agency and space to do so, which is really not what we saw from G2 yesterday, thinking about the draft.
Yeah. The draft is awful.
We had some thoughts,
we were not happy with it. I mean, like the first 3 picks of Sion into Xayah Rakan, I think it was just not great. A lot of it was just like, you saw it within the game, sure. They lane swapped to escape the lanes. They still were getting punished heavily. You saw both like TES basically bully the Sion on the bot side of the map, but they weren't really getting anything done. So based on the draft itself, it was coming out pretty poorly. And also they weren't executing by like trading sides. So it was sad to see.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like obviously top and bot matchup really rough, but also this Trundle value was so insane because you end up with a Xin Zhao and a Trundle, which isn't a favorable matchup, but also Sion, great target for the Trundle ult, but then Xayah feels so bad into Trundle because you never want to pop that ultimate, that Featherstorm, into a pillar, but then you're just stuck there, like walking at a snail's pace next to the pillar. It feels so uncomfortable to play into, and Kanavi obviously had a phenomenal game on that. I feel like from the offset, they kind of didn't give themselves the tools in this matchup, and they started to fall behind. But there was obviously gameplay issues as well, but I think really not giving themselves the winning setup from the draft.
Especially from international audience's perspective, whenever we see G2, they're always a team that is willing to flex a lot of picks, be extremely creative, not put themselves in a hole in draft. That's something. Speaking of putting yourself in a hole, MKoi didn't do that in the early game, but then did it, as you can see, that ditch at the later portions of that game versus KT just yesterday.
Yeah, there seemed to be an Arakan issue.
That was a huge throw. And honestly, coming that early game, that mid game, that really looked like they were starting to take control of this. That looked like such a winnable game state. And then just that shockwave, I think, will really sting.
Yeah, and sometimes when you see the shockwave like that and you lose Otacon like that, you're like, okay, let's recalibrate. Let's be playing a little bit slower pace. Like, let's be more intentional. And then they immediately try and make a play mid lane. He's like, oh, we're doing it again. Like, all of the bad habits that we saw in the finals versus G2 was happening. And so I'm looking at MKoi, a team that we constantly say, yes, you need to be confident. That's what's gotten you to be such a good team. But let's not just be crass, like looking for fights when you know it's not going to pan out. In the finals versus G2, what we saw from them was like, oh, you're not taking even number fights. You're actually down in numbers. You're just taking it because you think you can get away with it, and you're not. You're going up against better opponents here.
I think MKoi are a team that when they're patient, they can really play a good game, but then sometimes they get rushed. That is a great one.
I love Rodrigo for this. Always coming with the
when they're rushing and they're just getting a bit panicked, they just really start to lose control of the game, and we kind of saw that yesterday.
Yeah, but a lot of good elements on the side of MKoi. I'm talking about that confidence. I'm talking about that early game, and especially Supa performing well. Let's see if they can collectively make it happen today and overcome what happened in finals in Madrid. Casters, take it away.
G'day, thank you so much, Law, for that one. This is my attempted hysterics voice. I'm not very good at it. Yes, I was trying. It's hard to do like another Australian person's Australian accent. Okay, but that's my attempt because now I need to try and be an LEC commentator because I've got you here, Dagda, and we are ready to recast the LEC finals, and we'll see whether the draft is going to go better for both of these teams. I think MKoi, no notes. We saw that they won the game until they lost, right? Just do that again, but don't lose, and they should be fine.
We've said that a lot about MKoi is the problem, and it hasn't really come to fruition, you know? So that's, I think, what a lot of MKoi fans are hoping for. Like, you can see that there is the stepping stones of how they want to win the game, what their game plan is. It's just actually executing in the moment and not getting caught out or not overextending has been the main issue for MKoi. And it's a very similar story to what we were saying at the start of the day. Like, they have played back-to-back, the last two series G2 have played have been against MKoi, and it has been the 1-3 and the 3-0. So almost very similar to what we saw in the LTA rematch. But here...
Well, having a look already, as we do have a whole bunch of bans coming on through, one less, as we can see over the side of G2. Not entirely sure what happened there, but that is just fine. The monkey is going to be locked away, and now we'll see what Broken Blade is. Like now, theoretically, he could pick Sion, but that's banned away on their side, and so isn't going to be going that direction. We'll see where they do decide to go, as the Yunara is going to be the hover here. Orianna up and available. They could take Yunara and the Orianna to start this draft off.
And they are, but they're skipping to Earth 3. So maybe I'm not entirely sure what's happening over that side, but yeah, I think Yunara, you can take the Jarvan, you can have the Orianna come through here as well. I personally would take the Orianna and then take your Jarvan on that third rotation, and this seems like a very, very strong team fighting comp already set up for yourself. And still G2, traditionally what we've seen is they hold the R5 and they'll give that to Broken Blade, so we can bring out things like the Pled, like the Rek'Sai, these counters into what Mira wants to bring out at that time.
And I have a bit of a spoiler for you. There is, in fact, a third ban. We wanted to mix things up here in this draft to make it a little bit more fun and interactive. We've just taken away the Orianna ban. But it does exist, so no one's going to be playing that champion. The Xin Zhao is also going to be banned away here. Picked up here, as we can see, into the Wukong. No worries about things like Trundle this time. And it does mean a whole lot of skirmishing power here for G2 in the earlier stages of the game, already represented in that jungler. As MKoi thinking about rounding out their first rounders. Wukong Talia, that is a lot of power in the mid jungle.
Yeah, and again, this has been the go-tos for Jojo Pyun in that mid lane call-out. It feels like the Broken Blades Warwick, but yeah, the the Talia's been very, very strong, both in the combo that you were talking about, the Wukong in the team fights, but also for opening up onto those side lanes. So we'll have to see if MKOI can try and find that success through that once more. As actually it's going to be Super maybe taking a page out of Dokdam's book yesterday, realizing just how strong this Caitlyn is.
Yeah, a little bit of the donkey mentality. Looks like Caitlyn's the best right now. And he is going to be able to lock that one in, as we are just going to redo things, put the Orianna up on the board, and there it is. One last pickup here for G2 as we get towards the next round of bans, and we'll see what it is going to be. They could round out their bottom lane if they would like to. Just grab Lebrov's pick, and things like the Nico are up and available.
That's what I was thinking as well. You could just try and steal away that Nico, or else you just leave it open and ban it away in that next rotation.
Oh my goodness, okay. That'll do it.
It's an interesting one in the Talia though, because obviously as you distortion forward, you're going over the Unraveled Earth, which may not...
Yeah, the vacuum cleaner.
Yeah.
You just hoover up all the rocks.
Yeah, so I'm curious because Caps has brought out the LeBlanc earlier in the year as well, but it didn't end up working out quite as they would have liked to. This time around, at least you've got a little bit more DPS in the composition that they had brought out before. I'll wait and hold my decision making fully on this until I see exactly in game. But at the moment, I'm a little bit of trepidation around this.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried as well based on the composition, right? Because you've already shown Yunara, and now there's a Xin Zhao. A lot of skirmishing, and that like mid-jungle is pretty powerful, but I feel like it's somewhat off theme from more of like a late-game team fighting
Exactly.
hypercarry.
Yeah, and I think like G2 have been a team that are very strong in 1-3-1 and how they play their macro. It's just when I'm trying to think of, hey, getting access to a Caitlyn who's playing really far back, especially after the rapid fire cannons is here, it feels like the tools and targets for Caps are going to be a little bit more difficult.
Well, we'll see what they do to try and mitigate that one. As the Braum already banned away here on MKOI's side, we'll see whether they stick towards some of these supports for that one, as the Nico's still looming, as we can see, but will be taken away here on G2's side, so not wanting to deal with that one. Interesting that they took it away when they had the first pick out of the gates. Might mean that they have something else in mind, or wanting to get that counter pick for Lebrov, which could be an opportunity as the Lulu taken away as well, and another expectation that we might have had for that bottom lane pick.
With the Braum, though, it says to me that they actually want to try and go for some sort of engage for Alvaro, and that has been his best style of champion. So maybe just trying to isolate Caitlyn in the 1v1 against Yunara and try and do what is a similar thing to what we saw actually from KT in the last game. But Hans Sama hovering the Draven did get some buffs and is a very big player of the Draven, but with the Yunara already there, they're just going to go for the Cassante, which I'm kind of surprised at. I thought they'd keep the last pick for Broken Blade in that counter pick.
Yeah, it could have been one of those options. Wanting to make sure that this Yunara is as comfortable as possible, and with the Caitlyn there, right, and if you slammed, say, an engage support, you could just get Caitlyn Karma'd, and then you just end up playing the video game. And I imagine most of these players want to play the video game, as it turns out. As the Alistar going to be picked up, that is a dangerous one, though, here from Alvaro. If they do decide to lock this one in, and they do, it does mean that they're not going to necessarily have the same kind of lane presence that other Caitlyn lanes could have. You know, thinking back to things like Caitlyn Lux in the past that are almost impossible to play into. This one, not going to be quite down the same vein.
I wonder if they're just going to opt in towards an Nautilus for Lebrov on the opposite side, though. You can interrupt a lot of what Alistar wants to do in the lane, and then being that point-and-click CC for someone like the Caitlyn sets up well for Caps, and having those targets that then become very easy to land those abilities. As Mirren go for the Jax on the top side.
I don't mind this. Yeah. I'm actually, like, I was interested in the Cassante pick, right? For Broken Blade, I thought that that was, like, it's a lot more of Moen's style. But Moen, of course, knows how to play into it as well. We'll be picking up the Jax this time around. Just feels like a difference of theme. Like, I expect Broken Blade to be the one playing the Jax in this particular matchup. As Lebrov, oh my goodness, a last pick Brad to come on through here. Or Bard, if you want to pronounce it correctly. And alongside the Yunara, they could get some things done here in this early stage of the game. As, of course, double range going to make that Caitlyn feel a little bit less oppressive.
Yeah, definitely, this composition from MKOI feels like an MKOI summer draft, where it's much more about their 1-3-1, playing through sides, having good push with their AD carry on mid, and trying to lend themselves into supporting Jojo, Pion, and Mirren on those split pushing roles. Whereas for G2, you still have some split push that you can answer with, like obviously the LeBlanc very strong in that regard, but it feels much more about, hey, we're going to try and look for quick picks with the Bard and set up then for the team fight, enabling Hans Sama on this Yunara to try and be that main DPS tool.
Yeah, tell you what, it feels like a bit of a G2 composition though, right? There's a lot of smoke and mirrors, there's a lot of weirdness that you can find, like all outs into then being chained up and destroyed while all the rest of the team is getting tempered, faded, and things like this. Like, I feel like G2 are going to be able to do their G2 things with a composition like this. and not falling into the same pitfalls of staring down a draft that feels very difficult to play into, which is what we saw yesterday.
It does feel, though, if MKOI can get off to an early lead, they have really good spots. Like, if Mirwin gets ahead on this Jax, there isn't a huge amount of peel for the Yunara and these kind of things, right? Like, which traditionally is what you expect with a Yunara composition, is just kind of set her up as this late-game DPS. So maybe MKOI, if they can get off to a nice start, can close this one out against G2 and get a bit of revenge for what was LEC play.
And we saw already this Worlds, the early game has been pretty good for MKOI, and they've got the engaged circles, right? They've got the Cyclone, they've got the Counter-Strike, they have the tools to get the job done. And already, Jojo has thrown a whole bunch of rocks around this mid lane. A whole bunch of buttons going a little bit wide here as well, as Wind doesn't quite become lightning by Skewmon. Elyoya poking his nose in, but doesn't find too much more, as the Monkey King will head back towards the Fog of War. Unintentional rhyme, but I did kind of like it. Oh dear. Okay, Moen going to move in. There is that Counter-Strike that we were talking about, and already Skewmon's dead, first blood! And we said the early game was... I wasn't expecting it this early!
I mean, Skewmon wasn't expecting that either. Getting caught out in his own jungle. Great move by Mirwin to get into position.
How did he get there?
I actually don't know.
He didn't flash over the wall, did he?
No, he didn't. No.
Oh, we could have said the Chronicler line. He flashed over the wall. It's a very fun one.
Your Chronicler impression's better than your Asterix impression.
Yeah. I just have to channel a bit of Mickey Mouse and it's fine. Okay. So that's what I went for there. All right. Back into the laning phase. This shouldn't... I mean, it was a relatively late kill, but I don't think it should disrupt the jungle pathing too much here of the Xin Zhao.
No, the thing it does disrupt, though, is kind of what a lot of this matchup has boiled down to, which is the jungle and support versus each other. Because a lot of the engine that we talk about is Elyoya and Alvaro trying to see if they can get that success in the early stages that they can then lean into the later portion. As good binding there by Supa.
Yeah, good headbutt there as well, though, to make sure that Hans Sommer is in a rough position. You can see there, 200 health here for the Yunara. Let's press the Q button to put a little bit of danger towards MKOI, but they are standing their ground right now. Level 2 going to be gained here, but it's a good Cosmic Binding defensively here from Lebrov to just move them away. Still not going to have too much control. Just going to have to wait for some hot cocoa to feel a little bit better.
Yeah, Mirwin will be able to crash his wave, get the proc, and then manage to get in behind as well. Proxy these minions. So again, this is a great early start for MKOI, and this is what we're talking about. If you can now lend that into every time you face up as this Wukong, you're able to get some advantages in the 1v1 or get some of these counter ganks off against the Xin Zhao. The fact that you'll have this nicer reset is going to be huge. But mid.
Okay, a little bit more there is okay. Mirwin is just going to be getting out of that top side. Does he take another wave? That's the big question, as Passive going to get procced here by Caps, but he offers the same back in kind, and both flashes now down in that mid lane, as we are really fighting here. Caps and Jojo wanting to really assert their dominance early. See who's going to be able to get the last laugh, though, because now out of those flashes does mean some kill potential available. No junglers in the area, so not going to have to worry about that one. Just will be a pure 1v1 as Caps is looking for it, wanting to try and find the chains. Doesn't quite get there as Jojo. Nice use of the minions and their positioning to make sure that he's not going to get chained up.
Yes, Skewmon.
That was cute.
Skewmon is going to say he's going to come up towards his top side, though, as he wants to try and get a grab for himself. So looks like Jojo has to back away as Elyoya now. Just in mid, Caps reads it, though. Not going to give him that opportunity.
Collects a turret shot and then moves his way towards the top side. Looks like top scuttle is going to be Elyoya's, as Moen goes in, finds himself a nice little Counter-Strike there, and the Empower doing a fair bit of work as we get a third Q back, but grass procs all over the place. Not really too much to speak of when it comes to the CS, but man, it's already feeling like this game is a powder keg, right?
It really is, yeah. I mean, you can even see the ring around Rosie we're having on the junglers. Alvaro going to move up as we get this grab taken by Skewmon, but Elyoya has now made his way back down.
Yeah. Can he actually find an angle here is the question. As Xin Zhao just going to be clearing out as much vision as he can. You can see Elyoya just going to be going back home. And MKOI will clear out this minion wave and be on their merry way as well. So not going to quite see too much just yet, but it is about a 400 gold lead based on that first blood. Still sticking around here from MKOI, showing that they have been able to stick the landing as far as the laning phase is so far concerned here at 4.5 minutes.
And you can see that Monkey is now armed to the teeth thanks to that early kill last
team. A lot of long swords.
It does mean that, again, if you end up matching into any of these ganks from Skewmon in the early stages, you will have a very big advantage when it comes towards just raw DPS. Skewmon, though, tends to be more of a, hey, I'm going to try and farm it up and get to a position where post-level 6 it can make things happen as Mirwin.
The flash forward, Hansama's here, though. Moen picks up turret aggro. Oh, no, the Slurkle is his demise. That's the most value out of that ability I have ever seen. And that is going to be the first kill back here for G2 as Chains are going to connect towards Jojo. Caps pops back towards the distortion, though. And both supports just hanging out here in mid will mean that we have both of them being okay.
Heartbreak for Mirren in that top side, though. Thought maybe he'd be able to get one up on BB, but instead, nice little hop away and perfect timing as Hansama gets into that top lane. And again, this is where the Yunara can become incredibly strong in this matchup. As Mkoi, Donovan is hovering around mid.
Yeah, Elioya able to get himself over there. The flash pulverize comes in. Phenomenal shove comes down as well as Caps gives himself away by distorting. Still gonna have to try and do some funny business to escape Elioya, but he finds an Nimbus Strike and down goes Caps. A second kill for Mkoi on the table now, and they move to about a 600 gold lead in this early game.
Great play by Mkoi. Alvaro with the flash forward and knowing that he had Jojo Pyun with the flick back to set that one up. And this was what we saw a lot of from Mkoi in the finals, was playing around mid, trying to punish Caps, especially in that game number 1. This time, working out well for them.
Looking pretty nice. As you can see, Broken Blade versus Super towards the bottom side is not exactly Broken Blade's favorite thing, given the range advantage, as we have a bit of an engagement. Another Pulverize comes down as Alvaro is on a mission today, man. Just starting fights wherever he can find them. Of course, Broken Blade pretty tanky, so he's going to be A-okay.
Whenever Alvaro's feeling it, though, that tends to be when Mkoi feeling it as well. This man, amazing at moving around the map, linking up with Elioya and finding these plays. I mean, you just saw it in the mid lane, right? This is where they tend to find their advantages. Lebrov on the roam of the Bard.
Yeah, Neep Slap comes on in. Cosmic Binding down there as well, as no more Counter-Strike means that a bunch of this damage is going to stick, but it is just Moen moving back towards his outer turret on the top side. Threaded Volley comes in. We'll see where the Caps can land the chains. Does connect them here as Skewmon's making his way in as Elioya biding his time. Finds the Cyclone here onto the LeBlanc. Another shove from Jojo. This guy finding his targets whenever he wants to, and that's going to be Feats of Warfare locked down by Mkoi already here at 7 minutes into the game. Hansama doesn't quite find the Arc of Ruin as Moen's able to get himself out.
Elioya is massive in this game. All those kills going in towards the Wukong, going to be very quickly working up towards that Triforce, and this is going to be a disaster. Like we already said, there's not an awful lot of protection tools for Hansama in this game. The Wukong getting access to the Yunara could just be everything that Mkoi need in this game.
Now Moen going to be pushed back here towards his top side, and maybe in Hansama we trust is going to be the G2 mantra here in this game. Has been throughout some of this year as well, as he has been playing pretty well. Currently has about 400 gold lead. But I'm looking in that jungle, man. I have there's like Cubby's tweet today. He was talking about the fact that he thought Jarvan was going to be the jungler of the patch. But you can nerf the monkey as many times as you want, but he still finds the angles, and that is continuing to be the thing here. And nerf's not going to matter too much when you pick up 3 kills in a row in the early game. Elioya now looking for some grubs as well, and he has just full control of this jungle.
There's very little that G2 could really do to respond here. Plus, you've still got Supa, who's getting to work his way through this topside turret. And G2 just looking at a bit of a loss, and again, like a huge amount of the talking points coming off of that final series was the fact that Skewmon and Lebrov had found their synergy.
Yeah.
It's not looking so great. Oh, Lebrov!
The flash in, going flash for flash with the Talia feels pretty good as Lebrov here. And going to be able to lay down the Coco for Caps to make sure that he is going to be well and truly hydrated. Something that is very important if you are Bard. Provide as much of that refreshment as possible.
Yeah, and I think Lebrov has been doing a good job of getting into places to force summoner spells to try and make plays happen, but unfortunately just hasn't had Skewmon working alongside him. Whereas when you look at Mkoi, it's been Alvaro and Elioya consistently making the plays together, or working with Jojo Pyun and Elioya on that combo.
And we mentioned it already, right? We were talking about the mid-jungle was looking so good from the very beginning of the draft.
Yeah.
And Mkoi did waste no time making that one work out. As we know, about 1 minute into the game was in fact when that happened. Magical Journey delivers. Lebrov finds a Tempered Fate here onto the cow. Weaver's Wall comes in though, and is going to block 2 of them off, and now It's Alvaro going down to start this one off. Hansama in a little bit of trouble. Flashes out of the way of the seismic shove and eliminates Elyoya as well. That is such a huge shutdown going over to the main carry of G2.
I cannot believe Hansama managed to get away with that. They had a little hop, a little jump, a little flash to try and escape, and I think it was the chains from Caps that prevented Elyoya from actually closing the distance at the end. We'll get a repeat here as Lebrov, the pixel perfect Bard stun after this. You can see it barely ekes onto the edge of the tree to stun down Alvaro. But watching the backline as Elyoya comes through, but doesn't feel comfortable going far enough forward. And then Skewmon jumping in to make sure he can get that knock up on towards Elyoya.
Oh man.
And stops it all.
Real rough there as well. It was so close for Jojo to try and get that kill onto Hansama, but he survives. And there is a solo kill for Broken Blade in the top lane. I thought it was just top lane things, but he was just killing him.
No, he's showing him how to use the flash properly. Getting that kill on the back end of it, shutting down the Jax. This looked so good for MKOI after the first few minutes, but G2 finally coming alive, and we'll see it here as we get on into it. Mirwin just very close to Terra. I have a feeling it's a third shot that's going to come through off this knockback. Yeah, there it is.
Oh no.
Mirwin just taking way too much damage off the back of that. Well played by Broken Blade to catch Mirwin and punish him.
Really beautifully done. Even collects a lot of the minion wave, but flashes on in, collects the kill. Very nicely done there by Broken Blade. And Caps now looking to put the hurt onto Jojo Pyun as well. The rocks were already lying on the floor. Doesn't exactly find the threaded volley there as well that he wanted.
It doesn't feel fair that Caps is 0-2 in doing that.
Yeah, it does seem somewhat illegal. And Jojo wasn't the one to pick up the kills, right? It was Elyoya that collected those. It's what is now given Hansama an advantage as well, as Super does also have to use his flash here in this mid lane. It's G2. Man, they were a bit sleepy in the early game, but now as we've ticked past the 10-minute mark, they are looking a whole lot more comfy. As, yes, great emotes there, gentlemen. As Moen is going to get pushed away, and BB feeling himself here. First item completion has come on through here, as the Iceborne Gauntlet has been done. So Broken Blade feeling very comfortable. And I'm glad that he's letting us know. You know, that's what emotes are for, to add that level of emotion. And so now we know exactly how he's feeling.
He still does use that take notes from MSI.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, he was very fond of that.
I only use one emote.
What is it?
It's the Morgan Shaky Hands Renekton emote.
I use the Poro scratching to the Poro's head.
Oh, that's a cute one. Yeah, I like that.
That's my AD carried as well.
I feel like that's a good one in a lot of different scenarios and is always going to like keep up the vibes.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm well and truly into that one. I have to just use the Renekton one. It's okay, now Jojo could be in a little bit of trouble. Tempered Fate comes down, and Hansama waiting to try and get the damage in, but Alvaro, he's waiting as well. Another shove is going to connect, but Hans is so scary, has the barrier, uses it so well to take down Jojo. Now Alvaro, he does have Elyoya coming in. Finally, the Nimbus Strike is going to come on down. Not enough from the Cosmic Binding there, and down will go this Yunara. And actually getting the shutdown back as he gets a killing spree.
Elyoya going to be able to profit off of that one, but still, you can see just how much damage Hansama can do when he's left alone. Skewmon fishing for this. Supa's in the area though. I don't think he really wanted to take that fight. But with Jojo going down and Supa having to move mid, it's Caps getting a little bit of alone time on the top side. As these two still at it.
Yep, and I will certainly pay more attention to see whether this is another solo kill. Broken Blade right now, though, is just feeling terrifying. How many turret shots is that? 2? And he seems unbothered.
Are you sure 2 hit? It might have just been 0.
It might have, let's just say 0. It felt like 0. It's more about what it feels like than what actually happens. I'm sure that's the case. It's here in the top lane, Jojo is going to be able to find Caps, but as you were saying before, things have well and truly evened out. As Jojo, oh my goodness, that electrocute proc. You're exactly right. This is not a 0-2 feeling LeBlanc. As now Jojo in a whole host of trouble does find the shove. The Caps is going to distort forward, looking for a bit of an angle here, connects the chains, and Alvaro puts himself in to make sure that they do back away. But there's still so much pressure now being put on, and Lebrov just being frustrating, stopping the backs, denying the defense here from MKOI.
Yeah, Lebrov is doing a really good job this game of leaning from mid into top and constantly keeping that pressure there and enabling Caps when he does get these chunks to fully have the support and play hyper aggressive. I think he even spotted out that Elyoya was on his way into the top side. So overall, just look at the vision that is set up on that top half of the map to support Caps and being that split push pressure.
I mean, there is just a line of control wards going the entire way up the map. They are taking control of the majority of it at this point in time. And this was an early game that MKOI looked like they were in control of. They still have, had a relative gold lead. There it is, 100 gold. Nailed it. But G2 just, the tempo vibes. This is a perfect example. Yeah, they're not in the lead, but the tempo vibes, it's all G2 right now. And Jojo looking to try and turn that one around as Caps connect some chains. And the rocks don't really do too much. Another shove is going to connect. His accuracy on that has been phenomenal here today. But outside of that, not really able to withstand the incessant poke of this LeBlanc. Okay.
Very low in this
He is very low in this bottom side. Maybe it's just top lane things, but Broken Blade, remember, he's immune to turret shots, ladies and gentlemen. That's a thing. Lebrov isn't immune to monkeys, but he's able to create magical journeys to get himself out of the way. We're going to have picture-in-picture here as the top laners do battle, but thankfully Moen does clear out the entirety of the minion wave, as now Jojo in trouble once again, and Caps is going to pop back in, gets himself the redemption heal as well, and it's another trip home in Jojo's future. Meanwhile, they just don't stop fighting. Let's have a look at this one in the river as well, as Alvaro able to keep Hansama busy for a while, but even through the unbreakable will, he's going to break him. Skewmon takes down the cow, and thankfully, the gentleman in the bottom lane did stop killing each other, so I didn't have to worry about that one.
Mirren did end up having to take the reset.
I know I've got two eyes, but it's so hard to use them independently. I'm not a chameleon.
I was just trying desperately to be like, where are you focused? And I'll look at the other one for the majority of
Thanks, David.
Yeah. But G2, happy to take kind of everything. So you needed a third eye. Keep your eye on the top lane, on this Rift Herald, and now that bottom lane as well.
My third eye is blind, unfortunately.
Oh.
Isn't that a band?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going for.
Kind of life.
Yeah, yes. There it is. I wasn't a huge
old.
fan, but I did like their name. Anyway, MKOI going to be able to clear out this minion wave, at least in the mid lane. Collector is done for Super, but still a ways away from putting the Infinity Edge together. And wow, I do love that. When you pop back to the original distortion, the chain is still going out. That animation
like
is very funny. It is, except way longer and looks way sillier. As Caps able to just freely push here in mid. Now has a 600 gold lead. He's still a 0-2 LeBlanc. I still don't feel like it's very fair.
No. There's so much damage that he's able to churn out. And if he can get access towards Super in that, I think it will be great. But you can kind of see Jojo's been very good in those 1v1s of, if I end up throwing out that Unraveled Earth, you're going to have to play defensive then as Caps, or you end up in a bit of a difficult spot. So I think that's where it'll be a case of how can G2 set up the Caps gets access to some of these key carries in MKOI.
And do you want another taste of us being old?
No.
We've got Earth, Wind, and Fire dragons.
Oh,
heck yeah.
My brother to this day will just randomly send me a text every time on the on the day, or on the night, I suppose. But yeah, 21st night of September, every single time.
Beautiful. I'm personally a Groove Tonight fan.
Oh, okay.
That's my favorite one of theirs. I remember my next door neighbor's parents had the album. So I grew up with it. Anyway, that's enough of that aside. As Hansama is able to push this wave forward in the mid lane. He still has a 600 gold lead. He's joined by Caps on that front, but honestly, having a look at the gold numbers, it's still not breaking the bank on either side, but it's G2 moving not only to a tempo vibes advantage, but just a normal advantage. And stacking up these dragons is going to be more and more scary with the Infernal being the soul.
Yeah, MKOI unfortunately just haven't really found a way to break it. You do have, Aoyoi is still incredibly strong if he can actually find those moments, but it's becoming less and less. You can see 2 items already for Skewmon. You still have the Rift out in the back pocket. So trying to, if you try to make a play on a side lane, you're going into a Cassante who is very difficult to kill, a LeBlanc who's very difficult to lock down. So you kind of have to make a play on towards Hansama, but Lebrov is just sitting as his own little ward to make sure you can't.
The Mimic Distortion comes down as Caps is going to be able to chain up this Talia. Seismic Shove goes wide, and Jojo is just going to get exploded. Lebrov comes in with a Meep Slap, And that one's real dangerous as Alvaro escapes out of the Tempered Fate, but unfortunately now he's in the hands of Ansama, who will find that Arc of Ruin, and Caps steals away the kill, finally on the board here for the mid laner of G2.
Nice collapse from G2. They know that they didn't have the wave in mid to worry about, as that one's only marching out of base, so they immediately collapse onto bot lane. Mirren, though, moving in here, because Hansama has to try and get towards this turret, and Mkoi looking to pick him off as he does.
Yeah, a little dangerous, as Moen is going to chunk out this turret. Man, whacking it with this Jax, so down goes the outer turret. A little bit back here for Mkoi, as the Cosmic Binding is going to annoy the Jax momentarily, but not annoying him too much as he throws up the FPX logo.
That is one of the things Mkoi can do, though, is the fact you have these 3 Void Grubs and you've got things like the Jax. If you find these moments where G2 do overextend, looking for a cross map can be very valuable.
Oh god, that picture-in-picture is so scary based on what happened yesterday in a whole lot of our matchups, and especially for Mkoi fans. Like, don't do that. That's all right. Rift Herald is going to come on down here as Broken Blade in position. Just make sure that they do get this turret. And this is definitely dead, but what more can they get out of HLE here? As Broken Blade's going to be the one that tries to drive this one around. It lasts about 12.5 milliseconds and is then going to be eradicated. But they do manage to answer in kind that takedown of the outer turret that was just put together. And Arakan towards the bottom side of the map, Dagda. How scared are we?
I'm a little nervous, I'm not going to lie.
I think an LEC team is going to be okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, either way, I'm not like one of my teams wins.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, but still, Cap's doing a lot of work here.
The split push from Moen is working here at the same time, so the Jax doing what it says on the tin, but losing this Arakan for free is not really for the best. You know, I'm putting that in the cons column pretty comfortably, and there it does go. No answer here as the teleport towards the top side of the map. They're looking to try and push this Jax away. Doesn't have a whole lot of the blue stuff here as well, as Broken Blade looking real aggressive. There's a leap strike, flash out there from Moen, but the flash to follow from Broken Blade, and he's not able to get over that wall. Blast Cone for the disengagement. Caps is going to find him. The double distortion is enough, but Elyoya is going to be there. Caps needs a big amount of funny business, but unfortunately, you can't outplay that as the bullet is going to weave on in and take down the LeBlanc.
I mean, 1 for 1, you'll take it as Mkoi, plus the TP to get to that top side for Broken Blade. And now Jojo gets a little bit of a lone time on the bot side. I don't know how low that bot lane turret is. Minions might just finish it off. But Mkoi, again, like, this is what I wanted to see is, if you have to give up these objectives, there's no point taking a fight. You know you're behind. Look for the cross maps. Use the fact you have these 3 Void Grubs, and you're at least getting some pressure on the map.
It's working out quite nicely. As, backing right where those cinders are. Just grab the cinders. Oh, I really like getting cinders. Anyway, the Dragon going to be coming up in 25 seconds time. And that is going to be something that Mkoi needs to fight for, right? Soul Point with Infernal Soul, it's not something you want to give away, especially to a team like G2 that can play around it for the rest of the game. They have things like this LeBlanc to make things very, very annoying. Speaking of annoying, Lebrov going to stop Moen from getting on forward. They are moving over, though. And Mkoi, as you can see here, just wanting to keep their eyes on exactly what Caps is doing. Alvaro taking a bit of poke as Elyoya going to have to use that Warrior Trickster to avoid Broken Blade, who is still looking absolutely massive on this Cassante. 2 items now complete. Tempered Fate is going to connect onto 1. That is not quite enough to start off this fight, even though it was the AD carry. G2 not a whole lot of follow-up, so now no Tempered Fate to worry about here on Mkoi's side.
Mirren spotted a ward on this bottom side, which is why G2 now starting to play a little bit more aggressive, but they do have to be worried about the flank.
Yeah, Slurkle not going to do too much here. Is Jojo going to get chained up? Caps just immediately out of there. And man, he is being frustrating here to Mkoi as the wall comes on through. Lebrov not able to get on over. Doesn't have the Magical Journey either. Is now Broken Blade in amongst 4 people, but he kind of likes it from what I can see here, as it's pretty difficult to get very much damage to stick. And Lebrov getting himself into position. Hansama now free hitting. Hasn't pressed that R button just yet. Holding on to that one for when this fight really starts. And it hasn't quite erupted just yet.
Mkoi looks scared. They don't want to take the fight. And it means you're just getting the poke from G2.
Yeah, Moen in so much trouble. Gets the 3rd Q. And Broken Blade is able to help put him in the ground. So Moen not going to be here for this fight. That should be Soul Point going over to G2. Mkoi are going to back away. I mean, it's what they have to do. But man, giving this up is just a disaster.
MKOI just didn't want to take the fight, and it gave Cap so much time to get the poke they wanted. As Elyoya now.
They get the Cyclone out as well as Broken Blade just goes in. All Out comes on forward. Alvaro now with the unbreakable will, but it's looking a bit more breakable than you'd otherwise expect based on the name, as Hansama might be able to get a big chunk onto this inner turret as well. As Lebrov is going to have to ult himself, but that buys time for Hansama to dash on over. Was it all a bait? The answer is maybe.
We'll check
I'll take the inner turret as well.
Look, it works out in the end, all right?
Yeah.
So it was
I'm all about outcome-focused assessment. Orcs taught me about it, and the outcome was inner turret, 1-for-1 kill score. The AD carry goes down, you sacrifice your bard. I think it sounds good to me.
Logic is there.
Yep.
Seems sound.
It's not sound. You don't need to say that. Rob, it wasn't very sound.
Man, I've got to continue on this road, all right?
I'm just trying to help, okay? All right, 12-6 is the kill score, though. You can see about 4,000 gold is the lead for G2, but the problem is these big stacks of dragons, the Otacon there as well. There's a whole lot of stats that this team has that MKOI does not, and 3 items have now been completed for Hansama. This Yunara is frightening. And this Caitlyn still yet to hit 3, really wants to be able to make it towards 3 items to really feel dangerous. And Moen doing the best that he can, right? Like, split pushing as a Jax, it's what you want to do. But it is really hard to find the angles. As Lebrov could be a target here. Super sidesteps, Cosmic Binding nicely. Broken Blade able to stand beside them, though, as Flash has to be employed to get out of the way of the Tempered Fate. Jojo comes in with the ulti there as well, but doesn't find too much more as Alvaro in a very awkward position. And Broken Blade, he's got eyes only for Super here as he pushes him towards the blast plant. And Moen, Moen, are we okay? Okay, well, the Baron is going to do most of the work, killing Moen there as he was looking for a flank angle, but unfortunately MKOI, they had different ideas, and now the Baron is going to get started. Caps walks straight into a large line of rocks, though, and the ace in the hole comes on in. Jojo finds the threaded volley, and down goes Caps. MKOI not out of this one yet as Super is now walking towards BB. He gets knocked up by the Cyclone. Another shove there from Jojo as the Magical Journey gets him to relative safety. Skewmon goes in just to be the hero, and he fights it! Hansama takes down Jojo, and I don't know how it worked, but absolutely it worked here for G2. Skewmon continuing his onslaught, and Hansama is just clicking on these heads. It's a triple for the Yunara, and G2 just... like, once again, outcome-focused assessment.
I mean, it was the right call from Skewmon. Everyone on G2 was helping out. He said, I'm going in. Manages to get the flash then out of the damage. And G2, just like that, they turned it around.
Yeah, and it was a mistake from Moen, but I saw the turnaround happening from MKOI. In the end, it is going to spell this inhibitor going down in the mid lane. And G2, I mean, they're moving to about a 7,000 gold lead at this stage. 2 minutes until the next dragon as well. It's feeling like we're heading towards done and or dusted territory. But miracles have happened. And MKOI, they were on the other side of it last time. But it was a little bit earlier in the game than this.
Caps is going to have it first.
Oh, he's got a really cool hat. It's a really nice, really nice hat that he's got there.
I like how you are looking at the hat while he has a gun in one hand and a... I don't know what that other thing is.
Oh dear. Well, Moen is dead. Caps is going to chain him up, and Broken Blade going to help set him down there as Weaver's Wall comes on in. They want to try and block them off here, and Broken Blade might be the target, but the Tempered Fate is going to lock down the turret and 2 members of MKOI. So the wall does absolutely nothing. Lebrov is just making them look silly right now as the third Q connects, and the cow is just going to be stake here for G2's enjoyment. Hansama is unstoppable now as they will take down yet another inhibitor. And it's feeling pretty similar to a lot of the other matchups between these two squads in the LEC as G2 are looking to play with their food a little bit here. Cyclone doing a fair bit of work, but Elyoya is on his fountain with not much more hope other than to try and stay alive and watch his Nexus fall as G2 are on the board here at Worlds.
G2 woke up and chose violence.
Yeah.
It started off well for MKOI, but Lebrov on the roams, Caps with his LeBlanc, decimating health bars inside lanes and bringing G2 back to this win.
And it's BB for me.
Just true.
It feels so good to see that bounce back after a difficult 0-3 start on the Scion in a difficult matchup there as well. As you can see, hugs all around as we hate seeing team kills, right? here at Worlds. It feels rough, but G2, they find it once again up against MKOI. They look great while they do it, and hopefully this is a sign of things to come for the LEC.
Yeah, G2 feeling like they're back to reality. But Adesk, I wanted you to tell me, what is your thoughts on this? Are G2 back and hitting it hard?
I'm pretty happy right now. I mean, EU was going to win anyway, so we think a win is a win. It did look a lot like the finals we had in Madrid, though.
Yeah, so I love what the casters mentioned coming into it. Broken Blade had a very good game on the Cassante. The solo kill that he had topside was one mention, but also he just constantly was harassing and pushing Mirwin, so that was a pretty tough one for Mirwin. But yeah, that game felt really bad for MKOI just because they were getting slowly choked out, punished. It was Caps that was constantly just chipping at him again and again. It was really tough to see.
It felt like a really frustrating game, especially when you're playing into champions like Bard and LeBlanc, who are so hard to deal with because they have that mobility, they have the fact that you have the gateway that you can play with, the distortion. And it felt like even though they did a lot of work to set Caps behind early, right, the initial ganks that put him down, it didn't really do that much. Once G2 got in control, Caps was just pumping damage into them, poking them, harassing them, finding picks, and it felt difficult for them to hold them accountable.
And that's the thing, it was about choking MKOI out, generating leads on the map wherever you can, and even if MKOI started the action in the early game, it didn't have that much of an impact, and G2 was able to fight back.
Actually, yeah, I'm going to go back to the first point of that you made, because it kind of feels frustrating for MKOI, doesn't it? 2 games in a row where you do have an early lead, the creative level one that they had to get the kill on Skumond, and also just like constantly pushing the pace, putting Caps down in the first 2 kills. Like, Jojo Pun was set up for success, but then it couldn't work out. The first skirmish that came through that you just saw, like Hansama got a lead off of that. So it's like, finally, when the fights do happen, G2 starts to get the lead again. You're like, damn, our early games are really turning into nothing.
Yeah, and from this point onwards, it's kind of getting pretty difficult for MKOI to try and crawl their way back here, because G2, as we said, did not leave them a single chance to do so. And for me, what sealed the deal here especially was that Baron play, because after that, I think with the composition they have, it's pretty hard to come back.
Yeah, and I felt like the Baron play was emblematic of all the objective plays that they had, like the Otacon, the Dragons, where it's like MKOI trying to approach on, but how do you approach into the fog, especially with LeBlanc that's just constantly just like in your face, like chipping you down, getting Seraphs off of like Talia. You're like, okay, well, can we play for it? Well, Wukong couldn't play for the Baron. Like they tried, it was not even possible to go for a Baron steal, so that's what it felt like in a nutshell for MKOI.
Even in this situation where they actually managed to catch Caps, they commit quite a lot to be able to find him. They're not able to get into the Baron in time because BB's doing a great job at denying Elyoya access. And then even after they take it, they still think we can actually commit and get a bit more out of this. The reposition from the Bard's Magical Journey gets so much value, and then the turn onto the Talia, and suddenly G2 feel like, okay, we got the Baron, we got everything they wanted from the situation, we can even get a little bit more.
And so, especially with the lead that they already had, like, you can pretty much cement it. And it feels so good after yesterday's game, too. And you can see in the goal difference, like, the lead that MKOI had, the deficit that they ended up getting later, and the damage from Caps' LeBlanc.
I mean, this was a LeBlanc who was targeted early, and typically a champion who's difficult to gank, difficult to make it stick. They did, and yet I'm seeing 26,700 damage in that game. So. Yeah. It didn't stick, it didn't work. You know, the ganks worked, but it didn't set him down far enough to really make an impact.
And here at Worlds, especially in the Swiss stage, especially in those first best-of-1 matches, it's about how you come back, how you bounce back, and how quickly you can adapt and prove what you and show what you can prove on stage, rather. And in that sense, I'm really happy of what each individual member of G2 has been able to do. One player that we want to highlight, Hansama and Lunara. Do we agree?
Yes, completely agree. And I think that's probably the biggest difference between last game and this one. The agency in a lot of the picks that they got here. The Lunara was really finding like pretty cool team fights. I felt like the team fight that we had just seen where he was able to like dodge out from the Wukong R2 and then also like basically flash out of the Talia flick. Like I felt like he had a very good game mechanically, where in last game it was not really possible.
And there's a lot of potential threats on the other side, you know, like the Wukong who could be targeting you, and I feel like he navigated it well in all these team fights.
Closing thoughts on the draft here, because that was one of the points we mentioned for G2. Do we feel reassurance here after this game? Do we feel more confident that G2 is right back on track?
It's a thumbs up for me. What about you?
I feel like this is a sort of draft where it doesn't look like the easiest to navigate, and I feel like you have to be confident going in that you're able to execute on this. It's a sort of draft you expect from G2, and I think it shows they're confident despite having that sort of loss on day one. So I think it's going to bring confidence from their fans as well.
Thumbs up from Raz, thumbs up from me as well. But I actually want to know what Skumon thinks. And good news, he's going to be with us right after the break before we start talking about the game form. Stay tuned.
I can fight. I can't fight, okay? I can base TP. I can base TP 4 seconds. 3 seconds.
No flash, Kate. No flash, Kate.
I'll TP on midway.
Okay, that's it.
I'm going. Oh, actually, just pop it. Yeah. I'll stop both. Yeah, it's midway, guys. That's him. It's him.
G2 are on the board here at Worlds.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
Nah, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the desk for the Verizon post-game interview with the victorious Skumon. Félicitations, congratulations on taking this one. Nice comeback after yesterday. How do you feel?
I'm feeling good, yeah. First win on the world stage, it feels amazing. Like I'm not really happy with my performance. Obviously, with that level 1 death wasn't the greatest. But I'm really happy that, to be fair, my teammate just got my back today, and like they played amazing. So I'm really happy.
It's a team effort, I feel.
Yeah, how do you recover from a play like that? Because you can't catch it out when the Jax is behind you. You're like, okay. But like being able to like bounce back from a moment like that, what's the thought process?
I mean, like, yeah, like you have like probably like 3 seconds to just think about what just happened. You're like, okay, he came from behind, I died. Fine, what's next, right? Like you just need to think about what you want to do. And we had the game plan, and since I died, we couldn't actually make it happen, sadly. So I had to change that as well. But yeah, I mean, you just have to calm it down. It's just 1 kill, right? Like the game is not over from this. So yeah, just think ahead and like what you want to do in the game.
So, go ahead.
So Kanavi, obviously legendary jungler, and gave you guys a lot of troubles yesterday. How did it feel to go up against him, and was there any things you could learn from that experience?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Kanavi is a jungler. Like I'm watching him for like such a long time. I think since like 2022, when he was playing in JDG. And yeah, I mean, I think he's like an amazing player. So like playing against him yesterday was an honor for sure. And yeah, I mean, I think that my game wasn't the easiest after like he got some kills on the bot lane. But for sure, I think he played the Trundle really amazing. And I think he did the pentakill this year, if I'm not wrong, on the champ. So maybe I should have, we shouldn't give him like such a good angle. But yeah, I think he was really proactive, and like he actually just like outperformed me. So well played to him.
How's the experience been so far in Beijing? Just like either have you done anything, or just like how's the super server exactly?
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty good, to be fair. For sure, like the first like days, you need to adapt with the jet lag and stuff. But in terms of solo queue, I think yeah, the server is like pretty amazing. A lot of one tricks.
Yeah.
But I think that they're playing their champ pretty well, right? And I think like mechanically wise, I think the skill selling of the servers like higher than EU, in my opinion. I think like mechanically these players are really good, and I think they have a good map understanding. But yeah, like the only downside is that there's a lot of one tricks, right?
That's true.
About your year, this was your first year in the LEC. You did your first MSI, faced off against Kenyan for the first time, but we're not going to talk about this one.
Yeah.
And first year at Worlds as well. How do you feel compared to MSI in terms of confidence level? Because I know how important it is for you and the rest of you too.
I mean, I'm like for sure like more confident. First, because we actually won LEC this time around. Like we are not coming as second seed from Europe. And second of all, I think yeah, like we've put so much work coming to the summer. Whether it's like in preparation, mental-wise, draft-wise, absolutely everything. We changed a lot of our ways of working. And I think that, yeah, coming as a first seed, you for sure like have more confidence. And yeah, I mean, yesterday game was not the greatest for sure, not the greatest start, but I'm happy that we have actually bounced back today. And for me, yeah, I mean, I'm for sure confident with my abilities, and I know that I will be able to show what I'm actually capable of. Sadly, even today, I'm not really happy with my performance, but I'm really looking forward for the next games, and I hope that I'll be able to redeem myself.
Last quick question before we jump onto the next game. I know that at MSI you were telling me that you were pretty happy that there was no expectations on the side of G2. How do you rate everything this time at Worlds?
We're actually like coming kind of in the same mindset, in the sense of like we are, yeah, it's Worlds, and like obviously like there's like how many teams? 16 teams. Every team wants to win Worlds, so it's obvious that everyone wants to give their best, and like everybody has a lot of expectations. But our goal for G2 is just like to come in everyday stream, in our everyday routine, giving our best and like making sure that this journey in this journey we will learn a lot from scrims and like from stage games. So obviously we want to win, but we don't have like this idea of like being number one like every second, right? We are just part of the journey and hope that we will perform well.
And the journey continues so far for G2, and it will continue as well for 100 Thieves, facing off against the LPL again. They took down Seed 1 yesterday. Should be a walk on the park for them today.
Honestly, it's like it's fun. Maybe I don't want to curse it. I've done too much cursing already. And it's funny you talked about Skewmon like being a part of the journey. The journey has been wild for 100 Thieves because like Rivers visa finally getting here. B, talking about not being able to get practice. So it seems like in terms of a boot camp turning out badly, it turned out as badly as it possibly could, and it didn't even matter. Like everything that would give you lack of confidence, they still took down BLG. So that was pretty surprising for me to see them yesterday.
I think that they'd come in with scrims, with the visa situation being completely fine, this still would have been such a massive upset. The fact they also had that additional context, it's crazy the performance they had yesterday.
What was your thoughts? Because like the idea a lot of times with the Western teams is like beating an Asian team, and you always think of it being difficult. Yes, best of ones, but it was still pretty crazy to see.
Yeah, for sure. Like as you said as well, I saw like all the talks about them having issues, like their jungler, and like them not having the greatest scrims. And to be fair, when I saw like their drawing against PSG, I was like, it's probably gonna be a stomp, right? Like as I think everybody was thinking about. But I was really surprised by how they played, and like Quid played amazing yesterday. So yeah, just really happy by the performance, and let's see what they can do against Top Esports.
Yeah, what do you think they can do against Top Esports? Raz and Ox actually, but Raz especially.
Why me? Yo, back to Ox. I mean, I like the fact that we're looking at the junglers here, because Kanavi, you had just mentioned this, Gumon, like a legendary jungler, like the focal point for his team. But that's been the same case for River, somebody who's like kind of like his last dance before going to the Korean military, and he's been an extremely creative jungler. Have you had a chance playing against River at all?
Not at all. Not yet. Sadly.
Okay. But studying the team, how do you think this matchup is gonna go stylistically when you know the two junglers?
I mean, I would probably give like Kanavi, like I think he's like really good, so I'll probably think he has the advantage. But I think River played good as well yesterday against PSG, so I'm really looking forward. And to be fair, Worlds right now it's like best of one, so anything can happen. So I'm really curious to see what will happen.
I think a big thing as well is jungle's so reliant on mid, and I think if Quid has a really good performance, I think Queen can sometimes be the weak point for Top Esports, so maybe the mid jungle can be more than just a jungle matchup alone.
We're probably not going to be seeing that Aurora game, for Quid. He's such a playmaker, and you kind of mentioned it, the fact that he was able to be as strong as he was, so we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, and let's see how the fans have voted at MasterCard GG on X, because they're calling the match for TES for 56.4% of the vote. What the Thieves did yesterday doesn't matter enough here.
I mean, 43%.
Pretty good.
Still crazy.
That's pretty good.
I'll take it. I'll take it. If you think that you have a 43% chance to go up TS, you know what? I'm with you.
Yeah, who would have thought that the LPL was actually going to be the easy-ish matchups here for 100 Thieves? Predictions, Kumon, before we send it over to the
Do us a solid, brother.
What do you want to see? What's
your
prediction?
Have some faith in us.
Tell us.
You know what? I'll give it to 100 Thieves because I truly believe they might just come with the momentum from yesterday, and they might just, again, as I said, it's the best of one, so anything can happen. And if they come with the right mindset, I truly believe they can win. So I'll give it to 100 Thieves.
Thank you. That's a good way to end it. Thank you. I'm happy with it.
I see Ras being happy. I'm happy. Let's see if the things can make it happen again against the LPL's Kumon. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Law, and welcome back to the caster desk. It is I, Atlas, joined by Dagda. And Dagda, I've got something I need to tell you. 100 Thieves is my new favorite team.
I'm kind of with you. It's hard not to.
and I've got a good reason for it.
Okay.
Because it's 2 Koreans and 3 OCE players. So it's like, it's all of my history in one team, coached by one of my favorite people on the planet, Samuel Spooks Broadley. Oh my goodness, I'm enamored. I am enamored. I also, I've liked Gold and Blue for a long time as well. So this is really, really cool. We are straight into the draft here, and it needs to be once again a Herculean performance here by 100 Thieves, because Top Esports, they are sometimes really good at Worlds. I have to put the sometimes.
Yeah,
though.
it really does depend. They looked very good yesterday, though, which I think may put a little bit of an asterisk on what their Worlds performances in the past have been. But
yes.
Honestly, for 100 Thieves, I mean, they have the ability to just become the potential LPL killers, right? Taking down BLG yesterday, if they can beat Top Esports here as well, it would put them on the map and make a lot of fans in the stadium not too happy with them.
I could imagine that. As Yunara going to be the first pickup here. Having a look at some of the bans, we have quite a few aimed towards the mid lane, as Dokla I don't think is going to be playing Teemo, but that would certainly ruin a lot of people's pick'ems, which is a cute one. We have the Kai'Sa locked in, though, alongside the Vi. Vi, one of the answers that originally cropped up when Yunara was first played, so River going to be piloting that one here today. We'll see what they do augment their draft with, whether it's rounding out the bottom lane or whether it is finding a solo laner, as the Rise going to be a consideration here for Cream into Quid.
I'm also curious what 100 Thieves want to round out their dive composition with, because traditionally we've seen the Orianna paired with the Vi to kind of provide the shockwave. That's taken off the board. Aurora taken off the board. So a lot of the mid laners that you would like to pair with dive, apart from things like, say, the Ahri, are kind of gone. And Ahri we've seen kind of shift out of the meta. Maybe they'll look at something like the Taliyah for themselves here in this next rotation, could do well into the Rise and match him in side lanes. And and can provide that Weaver's Wall to separate the team and make the dive a little bit easier to operate in?
It depends whether Quid wants to take a little bit of a leaf out of the quad book and pick up a Cassiopeia. It could be a thing, but instead, an Ambessa is being considered and will be locked away to try and cut down this Scion towards the top side of the map. Dokla going to be getting the first look in there. And man, I was so sad when Quid left Korea. He looked so promising. He'd been playing on Gen G for so long in Challenger, and then we lost him. But then he's done fantastic things, so you can't be too sad as 100 Thieves are trying to make the miracle happen. I say fantastic things. That did start relatively recently, but I'm all about recency bias, and I will just continue to follow that one through. As now getting into some bans, we do see the Lulu taken away. And where are the bans going to come on through here by TES? Is the Galio going to be their first one taken away? Would have actually really worked well for this draft. A lot of dive is what they're looking for.
Yeah, and I mean, we already kind of alluded to it. I think you've got options still if you, with the Talia, the Ari, find things in the mid lane that can still work. More than likely, Ayla are going to go back towards something like the Alistair or even Arel. Still going to be happy. Nautilus can work very well here as well, but across the board, like, 100 Thieves still have options, and Top Esports are going to be setting up to try and deny them. So with the Poppy already taken away, you don't have a huge amount of those disengage tools unless Hung wants to try and go for something like a blind prom, which is always a bit risky. And you can see 100 Thieves trying to shove Top Esports into that prom pick by getting rid of the Renata and also the Lulu for the protection of the Yunara.
Do you know what I want to see? I want 100 Thieves to slam Malzahar Nautilus. Just make sure Jackie can never play the game.
I don't know if Malzahar is
we saw it at ASI. It's a thing. You know, you can at least avoid one bit of CC.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, wait. Are we too loud? Are we too loud? Okay, thankfully it's not going to happen. Golden Glue's just baiting me there momentarily as we do go back to the Talia, the more conventional choice into this composition. But man, they almost did it to me.
Sometimes you have to be careful what you speak out into the world. You can't manifest these things.
Oh, I mean, I've been doing it my whole career at Dagda, and it's made things at least interesting. I don't know whether it's been necessarily positive. All right, Hung's going to be picking up the Leona to provide them a whole bunch of pick. As Kanavi thinking about what kind of weird stuff he wants to do, as Kiana is so scary when it is piloted by an LPL jungler, especially one as talented as Kanavi. And that one is going to be locked away. The answer here is going to be required, and it's going to be Ayla that's going to be locking his pick in. See how this bottom lane is going to come on through, and it will be the Rakan taken away. So a fair bit of engage, and when the Talia is on your team, it does feel a whole lot better to make that one happen, but doesn't feel great picking it into the Leona.
It's not fantastic, but you'll still be all right. Like, Rakan is a decent matchup as it goes on into the game, where it's just very difficult to lock him down, and that's really what his job is going to be here, is trying to dissuade the follow-up Top Esports have from that supreme display of talent or any of the engages coming through from 369 or Hong. The only thing I'm worried about for 100 Thieves is this is a composition that very quickly congregates on one area, and that's really what Supreme Display Talent wants you to try and do, or even a Yunara wants you to do. So
you also provide more terrain.
Yes, exactly.
And that doesn't feel good when there's a Kiana.
Yeah, especially if you get the walls connecting to walls. It's just, there's a lot of explosions happening. So I think for 100 Thieves, they have a really cool dive composition, and if they get ahead, can start to snowball this game out of control. But what we saw yesterday and what we've seen from Kanavi traditionally on Top Esports is he is incredibly potent in the early game, the strongest early game jungler in the LPL. And if you can contain him, you have a chance of containing Top Esports, and 100 Thieves might just be able to sneak another game away from the LPL.
Yep, I honestly, like, looking at the drafts, I think definitely playable on the side of the 100 Thieves, but I'm just seeing a lot of firepower here for Top Esports. One thing that is good is that there's no Aatrox being piloted by 369. He looked absolutely devastating on that champion in their match against G2. Not going to be the same situation here as we load up onto the Rift for the fourth game of the day. Both of these teams sitting at 1-0, wanting to be 2-0 at the end of the day. It's going to feel absolutely phenomenal as the LTA representative, if that does happen. As Dokla, I love that emote spam. Looks like a moth, don't you think?
I was thinking penguin.
Oh yeah,
clap. Yeah,
bit of a penguin vibe. I can see that. 369 doesn't exactly have the same options. Imagine if he was playing Nami. You'd be able to one-up it so easily.
Yeah.
The most frustrating emote spam on the planet.
If he was playing Nami, that's what we'd be talking about, is the emote spam.
As the Gyos coming on in, of course, Top Esports wanting to move to 2-0. See whether they can actually get there. Man, imagine if it's Top Esports is here. Wouldn't that be crazy?
They're kind of due at this stage. There's been enough.
I mean, I think they've been due for about 4 years.
Yeah.
Something like that. But with a whole bunch of different iterations, as we know. See how this one is going to go. Cream up here against Quid in the mid lane. See how he's going to be able to hold his ground. See how quickly he buys a tier, as already an engage from Hung in this bottom lane, as FBI taking a lot of damage. Jackie presses Q, and 100 Thieves leave the lane.
Yeah, it's a nice early game setup from 100 Thieves, though. The fact they clear out the ward so you can't spot out exactly where Kanavi is means that then Kanavi gets to be relatively free, because especially with this clear where you've done, you go so low on this reset, or sorry, on this clear, that most junglers on the Kiana will actually reset, pick up a longsword on their first rotation, and then go back up into this topside jungle. And that's where you end up just very nervous if River was to try and look for some sort of invade, which is why clearing that ward was so important. You can see it there. Kanavi just going to hop back and get that longsword.
Yep.
So the fact it's at least Top Esports already playing well around the Kiana and making sure that she can be set up for success in the early stage.
Yep, going to be clearing that top side, as now FBI and Ayla moving back down towards this bottom lane. As a max range, Zenith Blade does get the cleanse out of FBI. A fair bit of damage coming on through here, but Leona is very durable and will be able to eat a lot of that harass pretty comfortably already. Top Esports looking fantastic towards the bottom side of the map, and when Jackie Love is comfortable, you know that things can get worse if you're his opposition. Still, very early days, and only a slight gold advantage has been built already from this laning phase coming on through. This wave state was looking pretty dire, and another one is going to crash on through, so there will be at least a crash for 100 Thieves to eliminate and get some of their money back. But right now it's looking a little dicey with the 23-11 that we're seeing in the CS score.
Was considering a move towards mid there, it looked like. Had the water elemental, so would have been able to get the freeze on Quid in the mid lane, but ends up just going for the crab instead.
Yeah, do we call it a freeze? I know it's a stun theoretically, but it is a freeze.
It is, yeah.
Like you pick up the water.
It's weird it's not a root, right? Because you imagine it's like ice forms around the
Yeah, it kind of work like the Ring of Frost. Is Kanavi going to move towards the top side? Does find the freeze, as we can see there. Gets the flash out from Dokla. He is going to be able to make it to safety. Does go flash for flash, but it does mean that now 369 is feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah, you can see the Vi here for River moving up towards that top side to cover just in case there's a second dive attempt. Even the ward going down, just trying to spot out what's happening in the bot lane.
That's a good answer there from Ayla. Finds the grand entrance to deny any follow-up CC, but another freeze comes in, this time onto Quid. Doesn't find the shove, has to flash. As the flash forward from Cream, straight up misses the Q, and oh my god, he almost dies, but will be able to take down the Talia for first blood. The answering kill comes in though from the 100 Thieves towards the top side of the map as River gets a good first gank.
Nice gank to get Dokla some much needed gold on that top side, but that was so close in the mid lane. I thought Cream might have just ended up messing
I thought he
it up.
might have botched it, yeah.
Completely. But unfortunately for Quid, not quite able to finish him off.
Oh, bit of a shame. Still, a 1-for-1. Fireworks already going off here early in this game. As FBI and Ayla finally getting some control of this wave, wanting to avoid it being held by Hung, but I don't think that's going to happen. As the next minion wave is conga lining forward. Very cute that you do see FBI using Jackalove's skin as the Slurkle comes on down. They do dash away though. Ayla with the battle dance is, like you say, very, very slippery.
It does mean though that Top Esports have kind of set themselves up a nice freeze here if they want to, while also delaying the reset. But just a great gank here on the top side from River. We talked about him moving up towards the top side to cover, and honestly a bit disrespectful from 369. You know the Vi is going to be on reset and moving back up towards these top camps because you didn't see her on the top crab, but ends up getting caught out by it regardless.
Yep. Nice little shove there onto Cream. And no flashes available for either of our mid laners. And so the setup available from River could be something that they could play around. Not quite halfway towards level 6 just yet on this Vi, but we'll be getting there relatively soon. And now going for a little bit of an invade angle. Dragon up and available for now. We've got still 2 minutes on the grubs. And River will at least start this. They get a whole bunch of vision down around it, but you can see that Top Esports know exactly what's going on. And Kanavi looking for a bit of an angle. We mentioned the fact that there is no flash available as Seismic Shove is actually going to connect here onto Kanavi. Finds a whole bunch of things to throw at Quid. And now it looks like this dragon is going to be foregone. It does lose its patience here as well, but it looks like Kanavi's going to say thanks for the leash and look to take down this first Infernal of the game.
Yeah, I think they were a little worried because if Kanavi had stuck around for one more minion in the mid lane, I think he ticked over to level 6. So just a little nervous that maybe he'd actually be able to come in with the ultimate available. So they end up pulling off. And it does mean Top Esports shove 100 Thieves off the objective and manage to put up themselves.
Yeah, and Dokla trying to dash around this lane a little bit, but you can see 369 pretty comfortable right now. Does have his Barmy Cinder done, and now well and truly feeling himself here in this lane. Charges up the cube, it does not find the Ambessa. He's just a lumberjack trying to get some stuff done. As Kanavi will be able to take down the crab. There is a buy towards his top side. Level 6 has been gained right now, actually. Off the Krugs. You do see that Quid is just going to be moving back towards his mid lane. We'll collect that wave that is coming on through. And now is the time that I want to see some stuff from the 100 Thieves. You know, I want to see them utilize this cease and desist, try and play around either Dokla towards that top side. You can utilize the ulti, catch someone out. And if you can do your very best to keep Kanavi behind, it could be a way to success here.
Exactly. Thieves, a good read as well for 100 Thieves because the lane swap's coming through now for Void Grubs with 20 seconds left. So now you get the match towards Ayla. He's quite far from level 6. Would have been nice if he could have hit that beforehand, but still I think you've got this chance of using the cease and desist at these Void Grubs to try and pick off members of Top Esports as they establish themselves.
See how it does go as Hung's going to be moving towards his bottom laner that's in the top lane. You can see that Jackie is about 20 CS up, feeling very good on this Yunara, and when you have a lead in the early game as Yunara, you know that things are going pretty well. As now FBI have to supercharge his way out of that situation as we have another gank attempt onto 369. This Scion getting a little bit of the Broken Blade treatment here today as Dokla is dashing around like a madman. Cease and desist comes in and there's the last hit. Zombie Scion not going to be able to do anything of much at all, especially with the fact that Dokla is playing the Ambessa, so just dashes forever. And down here we'll go one more time. 100 Thieves clearing out the Scion in trade for these Void Grubs. And cross map is what you like to see, right? If it is 369 just getting overloaded on over and over again, then you hope that stuff is going their way on the other side.
Yeah, I am kind of surprised 100 Thieves are opting in towards feeding Dokla though, because in the grand scheme of things, you don't have a real tank for Top Esports. Sure, Leona's quite tanky at this stage. If 369 is in a side lane, so options for River to actually have a point-and-click CC target alongside Quid flick back, FBI being able to get involved, and Ayla being able to follow up means that you can very quickly pick off one person. But they're just going to look to bully 369, it feels like, for a large portion of this game and try and get Dokla into an incredibly strong position.
See whether that is going to continue to happen, as it would be FBI getting a bit of extra money if they could kill him again, but it looks like that is not what they're going to go for. River goes back home. We'll be now moving towards the top side. As you can see, Dokla has moved up there. Not exactly his favorite 2v2, as the range advantage certainly going to be there for Jackie Love. And as these sort of mismatches happen in these side lanes, Jackie is just going to feel better and better about extending this lead as this game goes on. And he's so dangerous with an advantage, as we know. Quid now also getting the worst of it in the mid lane at the same time. Although the gold advantage hasn't necessarily swung that much, it is still Cream making more and more advantages happen for himself. So 100 Thieves looking like they're bleeding a little, but haven't really found too many, like, there hasn't been the breakout team fight just yet, right? Like, we're not gonna sign anything.
Yeah, I think the idea here for 100 Thieves is if they can get Dokla far enough ahead, that 1-2 combo between the Ambessa and the Vi just murders Jackie, or murders whatever carry they end up jumping onto. That could even be Kanavi. It's just that in this position where they're in, as you say, Yunara is getting stronger and further ahead. They may have had an opportunity to try and pull the trigger on that top side there to pick off the Yunara, and it almost looks like they're trying to, on Top Esports' side, match Yunara into the Kai'Sa to make sure that there isn't that threat of Dokla whenever he shows up, of just one-shotting Jackie Love.
We'll see whether that is going to continue to work, as I think, for me, My eyes are going to be glued to Ayla in the next fight. See whether this Rakan can find the right amount of CC to make this happen for 100 Thieves. Because if they can start the fight by just eliminating someone, right, like you were saying, they've got a lot of single target lockdown. You have to lock down a single target. Otherwise, it's just not quite going to work. And as you fall further and further behind in a game like this, that lockdown won't be enough to actually get you that kill. And then it feels like the game is entirely hopeless. You need to be able to one-shot someone. And at this stage of the game, haven't fell behind really much at all, right? 1,000 gold, not really anything. So it's this first fight, see whether they can get someone in position to kill.
It's the lack of push from FBI that is causing issues for that play from 100 Thieves, though, because constantly JackeyLove is shoving in a wave, then they're starting to group up quicker. Same when you look at mid. The top esports are just playing off of mid and bot lane push really well to set up now. And 100 Thieves, a little bit split, but can use this Weaver's Wall.
Well, they're not going to be able to do so just yet, as now they're turning. The Realm Warp comes on in and delivers multiple people towards his bottom side. River going to be the first one to go down. The rest of 100 Thieves will turn up. Public Execution is going to connect onto Hung, and they do manage to take down the Leona. But can they find more as Kanavi? He does go stealth for a little while long, but JackeyLove's at full health doing so much damage. The rocks come on forward. That buys some space for the 100 Thieves, but they've lost the Drake already, and going 1-for-1 is not exactly what they wanted.
Especially when you've still got 369 pushing in the top side. Top esports pull the trigger immediately as they see 100 Thieves split and don't give them a chance to find their footing in River.
And now Kanavi taking a bit of damage from the rocks here, but he has been doing his job. 0-0-2 right now, hasn't picked up any kills just yet, but the Profane Hydra is done. And 369 is just stealing plates away towards his top side. A split-pushing Scion. It's not something that I'd normally be talking about, but has found some success here in this game. River, not sure about this one, is put in the Runic prison, but Alo does come on over with the Battle Dance to convince Top Esports to let his jungler live, and they will at least acquiesce for the moment.
There's still 2 minutes until that Rift Trail is there, so it's just kind of get that preemptive warding in his Ayla. Cleanses away from the stun.
Yeah. Cream's still doing a whole lot of damage to the pretty squishy Rakan at this stage of the game. As Hung is just trying to keep his eye on exactly where the 100 Thieves are. But man, it's feeling like this is so comfortably in the hands of Top Esports right now. You know, it's like just another day at the office is what it kind of feels like. Need some spanners to be thrown into the works.
Yeah, and that's kind of what 100 Thieves tried to do by focusing Dokla, but that gold lead is kind of dissipated now that he TP'd down to the fight, and 369 was able to get a lot of those turrets on the top side. And we're still getting this mismatch when it comes towards where those AD carries are being positioned. Hung, in no man's land here, actually going to come in behind Dokla and look for a potential play on bot lane, it looks like.
Yeah, possible angle to try and set up for JackeyLove to get that damage down, and the Solar Flare is going to connect, and Dokla, nothing he can do. JackeyLove just clicks on him over and over again. Cease and desist comes forward as FBI looks for Kanavi. They find the Vault Breaker, and Cream is just free hitting. Kanavi does go down, but there's the Arc of Judgment. And JackeyLove is going to be able to lock down another one for himself. Ayla is so close to dead as the flash forward from Cream, and it's a triple kill for the Rise. Top Esports, they break this game apart.
The sneaky Leona opens up the game for Top Esports. They get the vision, they spot out where everyone is on 100 Thieves. And once again, they're ruthless. Top Esports just picking them off where they stand.
Man, looking fantastic here this world so far. As 100 Thieves not quite able to complete the heist on this one. As we check out the replay once again, Dokla clears out a ward. Hung was backing and actually just finds the opportunity.
He just set up a lot of vision, cheating that tempo in to get that vision down, and then gets in behind Dokla. 100 Thieves aren't ready for it. They try to make a play after this on towards this top side, and you do get a nice buffer on the Vi for the Kanavi ult, but it just doesn't matter. Even after Kanavi goes down, you called them in the fight, Atlas. Cream is just getting to do whatever the hell he wants, and now you end up with Top Esports bringing 369 to the party, and it is lights out for 100 Thieves.
Oh man, Cream able to flash forward, pick up that triple kill towards the end there. Now a 4-0-1 Rise. He is, yeah, that's a frightening Arcane Mage right there. As TES will be able to take down the outer turret towards the top side of the map. They've upgraded their shoes already. And 369, a pretty speedy Lumberjack here on this Scion with his Swifty boots. Sunfire Cape done as the Solar Flare going to miss, as well as the Zenith Blade. As Dokla does at least manage to dash his way to relative safety, but unfortunately for the turret, it doesn't have a dash. So it's just going to die.
This is a terrifying pace for Top Esports. We're 15 minutes into the game. A tier 2 and top has gone down. The tier 1 in mid is gone, and essentially, you already said in the last game, the standing gold on the bottom side is just waiting to be picked up. They're not giving 100 Thieves a chance in this, and for a showing from Top Esports on an international stage, this looks absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, this is brilliant. This is what we've wanted to see from this team internationally for so many years, to be able to continue that level of confidence, you know, the bravado they can play with. That is seen here.
Especially even this year, when at first stand, they lost to Hanwha, they lost to KC, and they lost to CFO in groups, and kind of have been
we
the
won't say
bag.
the score lines because we just prefer not to.
Yeah, but it's still, like, I think for so many people, including, like, even talking to some of the Chinese fans here at the event, Top Esports have been the punching bag. They've been the guys that haven't been able to show up, but coming in as the third seed, but here we go.
Hung, bit of an angle here potentially as the screen display of talent does stop FBI from following up, and River is just going to get destroyed as he tries to get into that backline. Solar Flare is going to stun up Quid. He can't offer the damage back, but Dokla gets in. There's the shutdown onto Jackie. Dokla could be in trouble. He's going to be taken down, but he's done so much damage. FBI is executed, and unfortunately, this Rise does so much damage, and he's still there to win the fight for Top Esports.
Dokla tried everything that he could, but Cream is firing on all cylinders. 4-0-3 now on the Rise, and it's a good idea from 100 Thieves. Look for the pick, try and get something, but the flick back not hitting means the Hung is able to get away. The ult from Kanavi catching on to so many members means that then Dokla is able to get isolated on the back line. FBI can't follow up, and Top Esports get to reset themselves up here in a front to back after.
Oh man, Hung has just done so much in this game. Used his entire health bar to tank up 3 members of 100 Thieves so they couldn't do anything. And also, they didn't find the grand entrance, they didn't find the flick, and so they were trying to catch a Leona, which is already a bad idea, and they couldn't make that one happen because a whole bunch of buttons did go wide. So a little bit unfortunate there for 100 Thieves, and that does mean that Soul Point goes over to Top Esports, the best dragons that you can possibly get, basically, and the Soul is a Hex Tech. So if this next Drake goes their way, I mean, it's all but done and dusted, as the Rift Herald going to be secured here by Top, and man, they have just taken kind of everything here in this game, outside of, you know, what Dokla was able to do up against 369 towards that top side, but it's looking like that is more and more meaningless as this game continues.
We're moving Dokla to mid, though, to see if we can look for a pick as Top Esports start to push through, but looks like they're not going to be willing to take the fight. Is Dokla just going to back away?
Yep, going to need to do that as well. Just dashes his way out of there. And wherever Cream is, that's where I'm scared for 100 Thieves. Because he is just a walking machine gun of magical damage.
See, the thing that I'm scared about is that there's no real towers. There's the 2 outer towers that are still kind of standing, but you still have a Rift Herald playing Kanavi's pockets. Like, the opportunities for Top Esports to just blow up in this base at 20 minutes is kind of absurd. And 100 Thieves going to try and look for a pick on Cream to slow them down from getting those waves. Oh, I thought they were in place, but Kanavi going to be spotted.
Yeah, there's a Vault Breaker. That's going to stun him up for now as the flickback does connect. Kanavi just going to blow up as the rocks do connect to his face. And another one to come in here. 369, a little bit of an unfortunate teleport, perhaps. Although I say that, and he loses 0 of his health bar. So maybe he can just teleport wherever he wants, and it's fine.
Does also mean they get to protect the mid lane tower, so it is just a pick. With Atacon in 20 seconds, though, how brave are 100 Thieves feeling that they can get back out of the map and try and find a Quid?
Yeah, he just walks over the rock. Seismic Shove goes entirely wide. He needs another Rune Prison. We'll see whether he finds it there as he flashes forward. And Quid, a couple of Qs, and down he will go. And the Void Seeker did come on through here. They're looking to try and collapse onto this Rise. He has no flash available. They need the CC, and they don't get it!
What?
What? The Q flash didn't actually get the knockback.
I can't believe that didn't connect.
It looked like it kind of did too.
Yeah. But now that Top Esports, because you've got so many members of 100 Thieves on the top side, going to take the Atacon.
Oh,
that's a disaster.
That's very unfortunate. The Atacon should just be a foregone conclusion here as we're going to check this one out one more time. At first, Rune Prison comes in, and as soon as these buttons don't work, I mean, what is a Talia to do? Doesn't want to get caught on the minions.
Really solid footwork from Cream on using the phase rush to dodge all of these knockups and knockbacks. And here, I can't. Oh, he's millimeters short.
That is absurd. Just walks into that brush, gets himself out of there, man. Cream styling on them here just a little bit. As you saw picture in picture, the Otacon did go on over. 100 Thieves looking for something, maybe a bit of an angle here. Cease and desist comes down. They want to kill Jackie. They get all the knockups, and down goes the Yunara. Now Hung just standing in that front line as Cream is walking in, and that's where you have to be scared. FBI only just turning up now, and they have taken 2 down already. 5 versus 3. I don't think that Cream's strong enough to fight that one out. It's 100 Thieves. Should be able to get themselves their first turret of the game as well and really put a dent in that gold lead.
Starting to get a little sloppy from top esports. Kanavi picked off. Now Jackie Love, we're going back to Cream, please split push and save us on these plays.
Well, he's going to do that.
He will, but still, it's like 100 Thieves at least getting some back. That gold lead's starting to shrink, and you're getting some gold onto your carries. Like, it's just mistakes from top esports.
A little unfortunate. Gold lead still approaching 6,000. So not exactly eliminating it here. And of course, Jackie Love is still going to be a problem. 3, 2, and 4 right now on this Yunara. Still looking for item number 3, which should be the Infinity Edge coming in relatively soon. But yeah, Cream's done a lot of damage, as we can see here on the side. The Rise is starting to look like the problem.
If you get the shutdown,
yeah, he is a problem the whole game.
But if you get the shutdown onto someone like Dokla or FBI, that's a lot of gold that's just immediately going to be injected into 100 Thieves. Dragon, though, it is Soul. What can 100 Thieves manage?
Yeah, Shelly going to get involved here as well. As 369 just being a brick wall to try and block them from coming in here. As Hextech Soul just secured here by top esports. Now they're looking for the fight. The charm comes on forward as Dokla wants to get into the fight. But look at the damage when Jackie Love is actually able to hit them. Down he goes. And it's now just picking them off where they stand, because you cannot escape when the enemy has the Hextech Soul. FBI going to be throwing up some emotes here because he knows this one is donezo, at least in this fight. Maybe they'll have another opportunity to do something, but I'm not entirely sure. That was the MasterCard priceless moment, and TES made quick work of it.
Yeah, Dokla's ultimate just shy of coming up, and top esports made quick work of 100 Thieves in that scrap. Now the base, 23 minutes into the game, going to be cracked open across 2 of these lanes, if not 3, as Cream pushes in topside.
And I shouldn't have said that 100 Thieves were quickly becoming my favorite team, because Jackie Love has done pretty rude things to some of my favorite teams in the past. As down goes Ayla, just caught trying to get some vision down where he's not allowed to. And this is at least not going to be that quick. You know, that was like 16 minutes and 1 second.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm glad we shifted to Baron. But yeah, I mean, this fight, really good engage from Hong on towards Dokla. You've got FBI who's trying to deal with 369 but getting absolutely nothing. I think if Dokla had ultimate here, you can see how low Kanavi is, how low Jackie Love is, and maybe he could have worked with River to actually make something happen, but his ultimate's only just about to tick up, so top esports happy enough to take that fight.
Cooked. Yeah, might be cooked is possibly right. However, he said might.
Yeah.
There's still hope. That doesn't mean it's definitely cooked. It's Quid is going to be able to ride the wall to get himself out of dodge. I reckon they got 1 fight in him. I mean, there's 11,000 gold the difference. Top esports in a great position in this game. However, miracles have happened. I've said that a few times so far. We've had some one-sided ones here today.
I mean, I think you have a comp that can make it happen, though. If you kill Jackie Love with the Dokla River combo, and then Ayla can get on to Cream, I think you do have an option, but it's 369 you don't want to engage on.
Nope. And they are going to... I was going to say do damage, but I won't say that. They get away, you know? They do A damage, and they get away. As Baron is now going to spawn, and they just realm warp right on top of it. Purple Worm already down 50%. My God, the DPS from this squad is absolutely disgusting. As Hex Flash going to get channeled there by Hung. That was an interesting one. Just buys enough time to get them the Baron. Supreme display of talent comes in. I don't know what happened to River there, but he is well and truly dead. It's a double for Cream. The flash forward from Jackie Love. They avoid the seismic shove, and Quid going to get knocked up here by 369. Down he will go as well, as the Arc of Ruin is going to smite him. There is the ace, thanks to Jackie Love, and they will march down this top lane and look for the win.
25 minutes into the game, top esports looking at those Nexus turrets. This was incredibly one-sided. 15k gold lead as they go forward.
This is a very large amount of money in the lead here for Top Esports. As Ayla, I don't know whether he's going to be able to do much of anything at all to stop this onslaught. And it looks like Top heading towards 2-0 here in the Swiss stage. What a bounce back for this team, looking absolutely brilliant, at least for now, here at Worlds. As Dokla, not quite enough, as he dashes about, but isn't able to get any of the kills. As the double kill comes through from 369, gets his revenge, and down goes the Nexus, as Top Esports looking like it's just another day in the office.
Top Esports able to do what BLG could not, and beat 100 Thieves. That was a statement, though. 100 Thieves looking confident. Top Esports looking confident in how they dismantled 100 Thieves.
Man, this is the Top Esports that so many of us have wanted to see. They're going to have to keep it up, of course, as we throw it back to the analyst desk to break that one down.
This is going to be a really divided desk that we're going to have here, because on one side, I'm going to have Ox, who's pretty happy that he's not falling for it again, as TES is coming strong so far.
Oh, no, I'm falling for it. I'm falling for it.
He's fully in.
I believe.
Rejoice, they are good so far. Right on the other side.
Okay, I'm sad. But you know what? We already got one yesterday. We were
for one day, they were the best team in the tournament.
That's true. Thank you.
Yeah, you got to hold on to it while it lasts, but it was so much more difficult for 100 Thieves compared to yesterday. What did it come down to, guys?
Well, for me, the start was good for 100 Thieves. At least we got to see River be able to make impact towards the Mbessa side of the map, so Cyan was falling behind a little bit, but then you look at the rest of the map, and everything was going well for TES, including that mid lane gank. I was hoping that the turret would do us a solid. It did not. Cream got the kill alongside the help from Kiana, so that was a problem that we had to deal with.
I feel like the pressure that Top Esports had in the side lanes was really a big issue.
Yes.
You know, playing through the Rise when they had him in the side lane, really problematic. And then also when it came to some of these fights, these skirmishes, it felt like Top Esports had the quicker jump on getting those initial kills.
100%. It was funny because that fight it started with the catch on towards Dokla bot side, but at the same time, you got to see Kiana looking for a play here. The entire fight, Cream was free firing.
Yeah, and the thing is, it takes so long to kill a Kiana because you have that stealth aspect. So 100 Thieves were definitely like, let's trade kills, get out, disengage. They didn't get that opportunity. And you see 369 comes in, slows them down. The rest of the team is there to follow up. And suddenly, what they were hoping to be a 1-for-1 turns into much, much worse.
Yeah, and you're just counting it. The fact that he was able to get the kill, or at least like the play through mid lane, right, really early on in the game. He gets the triple kill there. And he built tier. That's a...
He built tier? Wow! Early on, he got it fully stacked?
Exactly.
It's crazy what Rise can do.
He's checking off the boxes.
We learned something today. Tier, good with Rise.
Yeah, and honestly, he was also stomping the side lanes. You already mentioned the side lane play, but the solo kill that he had top lane. So this was Cream's game here today.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Rise is a pretty difficult champion to activate, but once he gets those early kills, it's actually unstoppable. He's going to be here on the side lane, being able to join team fights, and TES stacking objectives after the other. It comes back to a soul point that is impossible to contest.
Yeah, it was a snowball, because even though we showed you the last fight, it also happened again 16 minutes into the game, and 100 Thieves were just losing fight after fight, Drake after Drake, and so it was hard for them to even approach this. Sion, we didn't even mention him, even though he fell behind early, as you would expect him to sign in a winning team, like you could not really move past him. He was creating a lot of space for the team.
Yeah, and you saw here trying to go in on Jackie Love there, River trying to find him. Misses that knock up at the end, but I just feel like they were too far behind at that point, even if it connects. Unable to get onto just the multiple threats that Top Esports had as well. Cream, though, as you said, really putting on a performance here. I think there has been at times doubts on him as one of the players on Top Esports who has maybe been a weak point. Was not a weak point in this game and really putting on a dominant performance. That solo kill, just the way he walked perfectly around the seismic shove.
Yeah.
That's when you know you're getting the solo kill.
Yeah, for sure. Oh my God. So, as you would expect, a very great Cream performance. One that would probably give not just you, I mean, you already are excited, but a lot of the LPL fans excited for Top Esports once again because they have a lot of carry threats. We have Kanavi, who's obviously on the Kiana, but also is a great carry jungler in general. You could see Jackie Love in the bot side of the map, but we are looking at Cream to see if he can be a consistent, strong threat for the team going into Worlds, and he's already shown that now.
I feel like jungle is so powerful on the current patch. We know Kanavi is an absolute masterclass, absolute masterful jungler.
Yeah.
But jungle's so reliant on mid, and if Cream is putting on performances like this, I feel so confident in the team.
So you get to be happy for now. Let's not get too excited.
True.
100 Thieves, we readjusted expectations, but they fall today. Let's see if they can make it happen in the next round and depending on the draw. But that's all for us here. I'm going to catch up with Elia right after the break before we take the hit on T1 versus CFO, a rematch of MSI Spicy One.
The Solar Flare is going to connect, and Dokla, nothing he can do. Jackie Love just clicks on him over and over again. Cease and desist comes forward as FBI looks for Kanavi. They find the Vault Breaker, and Cream is just free hitting. Kanavi does go down, but there's the Arc of Judgment. And Jackie Love is going to be able to lock down another one for himself. Ayla is so close to dead as a flash forward from Cream, and it's a triple kill for the Rise Top Esports. They break this game apart.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the Verizon postgame interview with Ayla here after the game against TES. What was the gameplay? What was the mindset going into today? Because taking down the first seed from the LPL, a lot of people were really confident.
Yeah, and we definitely had a lot more confidence going into this match. But yeah, I mean, we just knew we had to show up in the team fights and perform well, but I think we didn't do as we wanted.
I'm so sad that it didn't come out the way you wanted to today. We've been talking on the desk about Cream, his rise, how unstoppable he was. Talk me through what made it difficult here for you.
Yeah, I mean, Rise is just he's a powerhouse in the early game. He gets a lot of priority, really strong in the early skirmishes, and yeah, I just don't think we handled that well. They won a lot of the early fights. And then I think there was a critical moment when he killed Quid on top lane, so that basically secured the deal for us, because at World so far there's a lot of throws at Arakan, so that was like our one way back in the game, but yeah, he sealed the deal.
Yeah, Arakan seems to be a consistent issue for all the teams around the world during the year, but focusing a bit more about you guys, we've been talking about it multiple times. It hasn't been easy for you at all coming here at Worlds. You made it here, but the practice and everything has been iffy. There's been a lot of interview where you guys were saying that practice, it's actually hard to know what is working or not. So talk me through these difficulties, because when you don't know if what you're prepping is the right direction, how can you adjust on stage, especially with so little time?
Yeah, I mean, scrims were a mess for a long time because we're dealing with River not in China. But honestly, it was bad for a while. And then when River was almost here, I think we stepped it back. We really figured out like how to play the game properly and get on the same page. So I think even though we had like very poor scrims, I think we really pulled together as a team and figured it out. So honestly, I think we did what we could with what we had,
Yeah, absolutely. And you showed up yesterday when it mattered. Again, the first seed of the LPL, defeating them, regaining that confidence that I think you needed. Moving forward, let's manifest positive things. What are you guys focusing on?
Yeah, I think we should try to get some more early game strength. I think both yesterday and today, we were we're basically set to be behind in the early game, like a lot of losing lanes, a lot of losing prior, hard to contest anything. So I say maybe like one or two more lanes that are can actually contest, so then we can fight. And that's what we're known for. We're known for fighting, so just some more strength. More
strength, and of course stay positive here. Thank you so much for taking the time and coming to talk to me today. I wish you a merciful draw for the rest of the day, and good luck into your next games. That's all for us here, and let's head into T1 versus CFO.
Thank you so much, Laura, and of course, welcome back to the analyst desk for T1 versus CFO. And I'm pretty hyped about this one. CFO quickly rising over the course of the year. I feel like I've gotten more and more faith in this team going up against the Titans of T1. Technically from plans, but I feel like after yesterday that joke's old, but I might bring it up again if it's convenient for me.
Yeah, we have seen CFO a lot, so it makes sense your faith is kind of building over the course of the year. A lot of time at internationals, and I feel like a lot of good performances. I think MSI in particular was a standout for a lot of people.
That's important to note, because just because you show up to the International does not mean I will have more faith. You may have noticed, you might have noticed with the LEC teams that might not be the case, but CFO you highlighted going to 5. We'll see how good that they are today, but yesterday they looked incredible, and it did come a lot from the top lane. The man himself, Driver, getting his hands on that Scion, looking like an absolute demon.
I mean, you talk growing confidence. Driver has been ultra confident, and a lot of it is just based off of seeing this lethal is crazy.
He already killed Popey. What's to say he can't kill Faker?
He knows. I think one of my favorite parts as well was this matchup of the Scion and the Cassante. A lot of people favor the Cassante. So often though, seeing like the Cassante using the W, waiting for the Q to come out, and then the W timed out and the smash came in anyway. That happened multiple times that game. It was so funny to see, and you could see he was loving that matchup, loving getting the chance to play that champ, which he's so proficient on.
And that's the thing. It's funny because coming into this tournament for Driver, we talked about him like, oh, what champion he's going to play, because in domestic play, he's been expanding his pool towards more carries. But then you gave him Scion. He's like, I'm going to take Scion. What the hell do you think you're doing? But the story has been about the mid lane position, because we saw that at MSI, like you mentioned, and everyone is singing the praises of like Han Q, incredibly young, versus an old man Faker. Honku like feeling like a bit of a fan because he's like, okay, I'm going up against somebody that I've seen and watched play for so long. 18 versus 29. Damn.
And at MSI, Honku was the youngest player with Team Secret Wales qualifying. I believe it's his. There's a little bit of gap because we got a new young dog, but this is still, the contrast in experience is incredible. But Honku looking like potentially a new generational talent coming out of the PCS.
And he's got a lot of international games under his belt. Like, to get 27 at his age is quite a lot, but it just does not compare to the 300 that Faker now has, that mammoth amount. So it's always a matchup that you go into up against Faker. It's a sort of difficult one to take on, knowing you're going against a player with so much experience. But Honku showed at MSI that he doesn't really care who he's going up against. He'll bring his A game.
Yeah, I mean, Player of the Year for Honku at the end of for the LCP, Rookie of the Year, all this stuff. But then if we're just talking about from T1 side yesterday, there was one note that we should all remember, right, Ox?
Binbird.
Binbird.
Bunbird?
Ban
Bard.
Oh, Ban Bard. Yes,
please.
Yes.
Let's continue that trend of banning Bard.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like for the carrier fans, you got to see him with his skin. You got to see a pick that, honestly, we got a bit of it during the summer season. We didn't get any really in playoffs because other than the occasional game where teams let it through, it just was banned because teams learned. Teams learned that you don't let carrier get Bard. He has been putting on complete masterclasses on this pick.
So I think what we've learned, both these teams have hopefully learned and will respect on each other, is maybe comfort picks are important. And maybe we shouldn't give players their signature or iconic picks, whether it's a Zion or a Bard.
Good lessons.
Some good. It's impressive how often we have to relearn those lessons. We'll see if we learn any other lessons today. Of course, very high-stake matchups for both these teams. 1-0, 1-0. Winner will move on to 2-0, start playing best of three, see if they can qualify, make it to the next stage early on. Let's send it over to our casters to take us into this game.
Thank you very much for the life lessons desk. As always, we'll be here with you for the next 4 games. Myself and Vedius. I'm Mysterix if you didn't know, but this guy's more important because this Welsh man is going to make sure that we're on top of the game, especially when CFO and T1 are playing. This is exciting. MSI
Absolutely.
rematch, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, how can we not be excited? So far, CFO have continued to surprise the world throughout this year, and I'm excited to see what they're capable of today. It feels like, though, that T1 have already ramped up. This is the scary thing. The conversation around T1, whenever it comes to the World Championship, right, whether it's group stage or Swiss stage, this team only loses 1 game. Max.
True.
Right? Now, they've lost a game in play-ins. So the question is, now that the loss has happened...
Is it done?
Is it done?
Is it out of the way?
And this is the big question for T1. Are they already at their unstoppable point? Has the weakness window already passed? Or are there still opportunities for people to showcase something new in the draft? We're not going to have to wait long to find out as we jump in.
Well, for CFO, that's their chance. And a best of 1, they listen to the desk and the bird is binned for the first ban of our draft.
Carrier not going to get his hands on that. Jarvan also going to come through along with the Yunara. Curious as to how this... Oh, the Azir going to continue to be on the ban board. Okay, directed towards Honku, definitely one of his more comfortable champions. But I'm very curious as to like what this priority is going to be, because so far in this meta, we've seen... well, naturally, we've seen a ton of Jarvan. We've been seeing a lot of Xin Zhao and Wukong. Even after the nerfs we've seen to champions like Wukong, it feels like that it's still super high priority in the jungle. Ryze has kind of become the mid lane champion alongside Orianna. Normally, it's Orianna that's been making her way onto the ban list. We'll see if T1 looks to target that champion right now against Honku, or if instead they're going to leave it open in the hopes that they can maybe get a trade.
Well, with the Wukong off the board, you have to think it's like, okay, well, CFO maybe just want to get this Orianna first. And for Honku, who has been such a good laner and such a standout for CFO, even something with a bit of presence against Faker when he is the baby himself would give him a head start. T1 see it, they get it off the board. So the mid lane bans, 2 in total, but that means the Ryze, we just talked about that, Honku loves, is just a freebie here.
Let's see what that first pick is. Whether it will be the Ryze, whether it will be an AD carry. I mean, we've seen all manner of first picks, junglers included, but with both the Jarvan and the Wukong gone, it feels like the Ryze becomes the most obvious priority pick.
Yeah.
Unless there is an AD carry that perhaps CFO want to get their hands on. No. They're going to stick with convention. this does suggest that Tier 1 could lean towards something along the lines of the Talia for Faker, the kind of very common answer. And it's kind of the unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in with these best of ones, where it feels like that the established meta has kind of been resolved for Worlds so far, at least in the Swiss stage. So we're seeing a lot of the same stuff that we've been seeing throughout the tournament. But this is a bit of a change-up.
I mean, this has just been this rising pick that's come out of left field. I think the most surprising pick for me is this Caitlyn, because so many teams are looking at this in early pick and bans. And we've seen so many strong laners. And when I think of Guma Carrier, I think of a strong 2v2. And historically, I think of how that Caitlyn as well shaped the journey back in 2022 as well.
Absolutely. I mean, they can even get themselves the Nico right now if they want to guarantee themselves that strong bot lane duo. But they could be arguing, now that we've already got the Caitlyn, there's nothing that you could pair the Nico with that we really need to be concerned about. So instead, we're going to lock in our Vi. You expect the Talia to be the third pick coming through for Faker, and then T1 can round out their draft with a support counter pick, potentially, especially given that there are still a number of safe blind top options. So how will CFO respond? I've been suggesting to you that I think things like the Ashe and the Jinx could be good answers into it.
But if we're talking about safe blinds as well, just a quick side note, I mean, as the Kiana gets locked in, you talk about things like the Sion. Yesterday, the Sion was so good for Driver.
It's true.
Our MVP of CFO's best of one. And if there's any champion to just safely lock and say, okay, forget about bot, it would be that Sion. The alternative that you mentioned and the feeling that we might get might be something like the Nico themselves as a takeaway. Then T1 can just match it straight away. You raised some good suggestions, but
I think that was a good prediction there, Hysterics. An obvious one that I should have expected because, I mean, the man is named after the champion.
He is.
Driver, he is a well-known Sion expert, and we've seen him, I mean, it's one of those things where you think, okay, we can afford to give it to him, but this man's been solo killing some of the best players from around the world all through the year.
Knight and Bin in one game.
Like, the man has been on a tear. I mean, yesterday, that was 100 Thieves top laner, Dokla.
Oh my God, dude, too excited about that.
They played against, he solo killed Fnatic, Poby, and Oscar. He did get two solo kills. He did get it onto a Cassante, and he got it onto a Talia.
I don't know how I got too confused. Sorry, everyone, but I'm just obviously hyped by the Sion plays. They've been more exciting than meets the eye. The Nico, of course, gets locked in alongside in that 2v2 as well for T1, so I think Guma and Carry on priority.
Now they're banning out the range support, so some of the safe answers that can go into it. T1 very much playing towards the bot side of the map. Now CFO have options of either mitigating the mid lane pool, which seems to be the direction that they're going. The problem is, of all the players in the world to try and limit the pool of, this is not the man who you can really limit. Of course, getting rid of Talia just makes a ton of sense. When paired alongside the Vi, the knockback, the combo that they can create, it makes a ton of sense. But we know that Faker is going to have options available to him, whether it be a safe control mage or something aggressive to pair alongside the Vi. I'm sure he'll be able to find something in his pool. As T1 continue to limit the bot lane options, what will Doggo and Kaiwing go for? I mean, Doggo has an extensive repertoire. If they want to play something very safe, they could consider something like the Ezreal, very long range, can safely farm in lane. You're still going to get pressured in, but I feel like when playing up against the Nico, there's not much that you can do to stop that.
I feel like maybe this could end up being a lane swap game with the way that lane's set up as well. Having a Sion on your team, like, this could just be the option to get CFO's bot lane through early. As you said, safe AD carry could be the question, but now we get to see a solo lane from T1. You've got both mid and top already picked up, so just a preference here compositionally as we talk about Faker's depth of pull. But it is going to be Doran who goes into the tank matchup, and we've seen this into the Cassantes, into the Sions, into any tank in top, just simply with the true damage and the ability to trade early.
Now, we talked about it, some of the options that I was discussing with you that could be good into the Caitlyn was the Ashe. The question is, what would you then consider pairing up alongside it? But I think the thing about Ashe is while she doesn't have the best mobility, the pick potential that she has and how she can synergize with both the Kiana and the Ryze, the fact that she has long range herself gives her a ton of options to be able to play relatively safe in the laning phase.
Hold.
380 count.
Oh! Okay.
What?
So was that an option?
I was not expecting a Draven to come through. But this is the beauty of CFO. They're not afraid to throw down the gauntlet.
No, man.
Even against one of the greatest organizations of all time. The hover of the Alistar, that's a scary hover, man, because like against Nico, this is an impossibly difficult bot lane to play. But if you land that combo onto the Caitlyn, are they really going to lock in Alistar?
Alistar with the Draven.
Alistar, that's crazy to me.
Okay.
I mean, they clearly want a little bit more engage.
Yeah.
But, and then the Cassio to round things out for Faker. I mean, it's a very good pick into the Rise, of course. It can also work nicely once the CC comes down from the Vi. You have the Miasma follow-up. Now your opponent can't flash away.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say, CFO's composition on paper, like, look at the skirmishing power that it has. Kiana, Rise, Draven. Like, in the 2v2s and the 3v3s, this has so much agency, and if it gets just a little bit ahead, it can really run away with the game. But T1, they have a lot of range at their disposal. They have a lot of counter engage too, thanks to the Nico ultimate. They've got a decent amount of dive, but I will say the comp kind of goes a little bit all over the place because you've got this Vi that kind of wants to go into the back line. Naturally, the Caitlyn and the Nico want to be playing from range. They want to be leveraging that range to their advantage. Cassio wants to hit whatever target is in front of her, and while they do have a tank in the form of Doran, I don't think it creates the same level of space that a Sion does. Because Sion will stand there, he'll walk at your front line, he'll posture and just be a nuisance and kind of force you to say, hey, you have to hit me, otherwise I'm going to CC you. And I would argue that Rek'Sai doesn't quite have that same presence. He's got a little bit more backline presence because of his ability to tunnel underneath the front line and pairs up nicely alongside the Vi. But I feel like that, like if the AD carries had swapped, I feel like they would make more sense in a way, because Caitlyn wants that really comfortable front line. What I will say is that this bot side of the map is going to be volatile. We have to keep our eyes on it. Junglers will be setting their sights on bot lane. Top is an island that we don't care about.
Nah, forget the top lane. Let's focus on bot. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for CFO T1. Both ending the first day of their Swiss stage with a win. Fnatic for CFO and FlyQuest for T1. T1 fans are out and about just like they were yesterday. And you know, for this Worlds, we're talking about earning legacies. We're talking about really building a name for yourself. T1 have done that back to back. They've done that through multiple years of League of Legends. They are synonymous with League. But CFO this year have really built up their legacy, dominating the LCP, showing that they're the best team by far without a country mile, maybe 2 country miles thrown in between them and Team Secret Wales. And just showing how good their individual players are. And one of them is Junja, who in the finals pulled out this Kiana and destroyed TSW. He gets the Kiana pass from me. I think this guy is one of the best Kiana junglers that you'll see in Southeast Asia.
Honkyu is the player that many CFO fans are excited about, but Junja is really kind of the star of the team.
Yeah.
He is a fantastic player. He runs the region. His jungle impact, you can't afford to underestimate, but Ona is already looking to get in his face. A deep ward early. Junja's here to fight him.
There's going to be good damage here as well. Just wait for that Terror Shape to pop up. He's already got himself the Q, remember. Raptors starts off now. Junja's going to take some damage. Ona's buying time, and there's no intervention yet. Faker's ready to walk over almost level 2 on the wave, and his ability to duel this out could be Junja's unending, but for Ona, as he stands in the brush, still on a ward. Remember, these are his camps. Junja takes one away the first. That's the first bit of CS in the game for the junglers, and Ona backs off. Scared about the damage that could be done in the 2v2.
So the reason why this is so valuable is because, as you predicted, Hysterics, the swap has come through from CFO. They've actually sent the Draven up towards the top side of the map. But Draven, while he can be super dominant in the matchup, he's vulnerable. He doesn't have that same safety as an isolated AD carry as many other AD carries do. So by creating this split map, sure, it does increase the risk on the bot side of the map of T1 threatening a dive, but it also provides that safety that Doggo needs to build up a lead and be comfortable in the early laning phase.
Junja, I mean, if we want to speak about comfortable, Doggo's going to feel good if he lands a couple of these axes. Doran's going to go in, get the trade under turret, but again, with the stand aside, Doran, that's 3 autos. As he walks back up, he will heal some of it, but not all of it. So, comfortability in this lane. Again, as the hovering from Junja continues, he's cleared the whole of the top side of Ona's jungle. he will now try and re-invade his own and get in the way.
Junja's on his way. Junja is on his way. Level 2 owner. Carrier has to come across. This is a smart move from the bot lane. Junja has arrived, though, but I don't think he's going to be quick enough.
No, he's not.
As owner secures the smite, gets that level 3.
Kaiwing's only level 2, can't really do too much and won't commit the flash to follow up. Carrier goes back to lane, so Junja gets the Krugs, and remember for him, he's still got a little bit of resources in all 3 camps up in that top side with Scuttle too. So for now, Owner's just got to go reclaim and get back in this game.
So what's happened is it's made it difficult for Owner to have an early game impact, specifically on the bot side of the map. But Owner, he's a jungler that's difficult to keep down.
Yeah, that is true.
And you'll see that he's looking to get the double crabs. Kaiwing working with Junja, though, to guarantee that that doesn't happen. And this is just a great interaction between 2 high-level junglers right now as it's Junja.
Hello, Doggo! He just solo killed Doran.
We need to get a replay as Doggo starts off the game with a solo
Let's
kill.
look at another lane. Hang on, baby Faker into the real one. Has to walk away. Faker's going to slither out. The mana's down, but hot damn, what the hell just happened, Top?
My goodness, let's look back at this. So he's about 50% HP right now. Doggo smartly, as Doran comes into last hit these minions, lands those auto attacks while dodging away from the tower shots. Another auto attack comes through. I mean, at this point, you'd think Doran is just going to go back to base. Oh, the tunnel gets interrupted.
Stand aside.
Beautifully played by Doggo.
I don't know what he cashed in the end outside of 300, but he got money.
I mean, I can tell you right now, he is sitting on, I've forgotten the button.
Well, he's got a BF sword, so he's sitting on that.
Oh, it's this button.
And
he went back with, I think
197.
Yeah, 197.
So almost 500 gold for first blood. That's the real first blood, I know.
Thank you so much, observers. Yeah, so that is a nice place for the Draven to be in early game.
Yeah.
Going back to lane with a BF sword against the Caitlyn, I think you'll be pretty happy with that.
I think you will too. As we now get standard lanes, as you were saying. Wade pushing the driver.
The thing that I wanted to try and break down earlier was just how, first of all, Junja's early pathing made it difficult for Owner to really punish this bot side. Because Caitlyn, Nico, very scary early game, right? You can chip a lot of the HP in the lane swaps, you can really threaten a dive, and even against the Sion and Alistar, you can do some serious damage.
Yeah.
But because Owner had to adjust his pathing so often in the early game, that threat really didn't happen. Meanwhile, Doggo on the top side of the map was able to find a solo kill, so now he comes back into lane, ahead in gold, and this means that this Caitlyn is not going to have the same type of pressure that you normally expect. So CFO set their early game up beautifully against T1, and now they just need to transition this early game into a solid mid-game and make sure that this Caitlyn doesn't run too rampant as we head into that mid-game point.
I mean, it is Gumayushi, and I see him on Caitlyn, and thinking about him in the Death Days as well. They're a strong AD carry. Doggo now level 6 as well, so the Whirling Death up and available. The threat onto Guma, as he's only 5, will help Junja secure this first strike of the game. And CFO, as we said, they're also off to a whirling start. Beautiful play. Owner's going to base check here, but he knows Junja at half HP. Going into a Shroud, okay. Gets over the wall. Owner thought maybe he's going to come out, but he managed to scoop over the wall, get his Edge of Ishtal just in time.
Some nice trades come through from the tier 1 bot lane as Owner. Hovering around mid lane, not going to see too much happening. There's not many camps for him to fade right now as Cromp is respawning soon. So we expect him to path back towards that bot side of the map as resets kind of across the board are happening. Both top laners find themselves behind farm kind of as we expected from the swap, but I think Driver's feeling a little bit happier about it considering he didn't get solo kills. The biggest advantage that Team 1 has gained in the early game was the 2 plates they were able to secure on the bot side, but that advantage was nullified by the fact that Doggo did get a solo kill, and you can see that discrepancy between the AD carries and the supports. Carrier with that early advantage just because of the plating, Doggo with that advantage with the kills that he's gotten. But now both supports are unlocked on the map. Because Kaiwing was roaming so much early with Junja to help him secure those early camps, it does mean that Carrier will reach that level 6 point ahead of him. And these grubs timings are important. 30 seconds away. Carrier is hovering around the mid lane, wanting to get that extra bit of experience. Because once he gets that ultimate, it's going to be a very difficult fight if CFO try to contest.
But before we get to the grubs, now we get to the invade again. The timing beautiful from Junja. It's level 6 versus 5. Owner's in trouble. He doesn't have a leg to stand on, but the ulti hits at the edge of the mark. But Owner has already flashed and now lost his red. Carrier came to support once again, but he's an edge too far, a moment too late. As CFO on the grub spawn now, Owner's racing for 6.
No ulti for the grubs. Could put CFO in a dangerous position, but right now they know they have the advantage. You'll notice on the minimap, Driver has already rotated up towards the mid lane so they can guarantee those numbers. He doesn't have his TP available, so he's just going to lose that farm on the bot side of the map, but they've got the one grub. Can they secure the second as Faker now makes his presence known?
Junja, he keeps pulling up this ice element as well, so we'll have a stun if he does it again. Owner's on the way in, 600 now, waiting. And it's a double grub situation. Okay, maybe for the third. Is Junja being greedy? No. They get all three in the end. It's Owner, excuse me. He came in to get the steal, but he'll die for it with Doggo getting a cash in. It's a nice petrifying gauge from Faker, but an exit now needed as Hongkyu cuts it off, forces a flash from the goat. He's caught out, decimating smash, and CFO come alive against T1.
CFO waste no time. 3 kills on the board, a 1k gold lead. Doran is getting some plates in the bot lane, but the momentum is going the way of CFO.
And on Junja, we believe, because again, like we saw in the LCP finals, this guy on Kiana's not too bad. As Honkyu's found out in rotation, he'll get phase rush, he'll get out of there, but Doran finds his prey, jumps in, but maybe too deep from him. Honkyu flashes over. It's matched by Doran, but Junja looking for the trade kill. Will find his mark over the wall as well, and Doran just trying to run on out. A tunnel used, but Junja again can Terra Shape, but there's another tunnel. There's always another tunnel.
Doran getting T1 on the board at the very least. Finding a solo kill onto Honkyu. Taking some of that, the wind out of the sails of CFO as they were running away with the early game. My goodness, that tower is now very fragile on the bot side of the map. But let's look back at this play. Owner, he just oversteps. He walks up to a place that he just doesn't have really any control over, and the fact that Driver's sacrificing a lot on the bot side just to have that extra body meant that CFO could force this fight. They know that they've already secured that first kill. They know they have the numbers advantage. Doggo collapsing from the top side of the map as well, forcing the flash out from Carrier, means that they pick up 3 kills off the back, or 2 kills off the back of that. But then Doran spotting out Honkyu, knows he has the level advantage in the extended trade. He knows he's going to win out, commits the ultimate, and even with the arrival of Junja, it's not enough. If he'd had the ice to root Doran in place, maybe there was an opportunity for outplay. Yeah. But he procs one tunnel, and that's the thing, the red Q from Junja didn't quite have enough damage to secure that pickup onto Doran. So we check the state of the game. The gold difference, not that significant. You can see a lot of the gold advantage sitting on Doran and Faker, who's been building a healthy CS lead in the mid lane. Meanwhile, AD carry and jungle for CFO, my goodness, they are strong.
They are indeed, aren't they? Doran's just going to do what tanks do best. Skywing takes a big trade, it's heavy. Yushi holding on to the ace in the hole for now, but there's a Vault Breaker mid. Honkyu face checked and he'll be punished for it. Miasma on the ground, nowhere to run, and Owner is back in the game.
An easy gank setup by T1. Face check there from Honkyu, easily punished. This is the scary thing about T1, they will punish those mistakes now. With a man down, it's a difficult contest for this Dragon. Faker looking to protect his ward, won't be able to do it, but he will zone Junja away. CFO, they're saying they can still contest this. Doran has come down from top side.
Junja's also got ice as well. Supreme Display of Talent will find one, but no steal on the Dragon. That's up for Gumayushi. And as they take it, they run away as Driver has decided to launch into Doran, but he's just an instant blocker, and T1 walk away with the win on objective.
The Ryze ulti.
We are going in. Driver's going to stand there. Decimating smash. Baker's down. Junja also going to help out as Doggo ran into melee and started hitting the Void Queen. Double over to Junja, and what a realm warp that was.
They were not expecting that. CFO, they TP'd Honkyu into the fight, and I thought, this is too late. You're wasting your time. But I got caught off guard. T1 got caught off guard as they throw the Ryze ultimate into mid lane. Driver was just the bait. 2 more kills secured now for Junja.
Using it on the one item spike there, Betty. It's a Bloodthirst, it's a Profane Hydra. That damage, that burst is immense. And T1 felt the full fang of it.
So you'll see the TP come through, and I'm thinking to myself, the Dragon's already done. What's the point of TPing in? Maybe he can catch this bot wave. They rotate their AD carry into mid, but they notice Faker and Doran overstep trying to punish Driver, which means an easy collapse can come through. Cassio gets one shot, lands a good ulti onto Driver, thinking maybe he could trade one back. But my goodness, Junja, you talked about his performance in the finals. It feels like that we're seeing another fantastic performance from him. A 1.1k gold lead, and a 1k gold lead for Doggo as well.
This guy on these days of EDG, Fetty. I didn't get to cast him enough because, of course, he was behind some legends at the time of the World Championship squad, but there was a reason that this #1 Chinese solo queue player was so sought after, even being on a bench for a bit. Faker might be in trouble here though. Junja's coming up again. He's really earning it this time around. The 3-0 Kiana knows that Faker's into a corner. Pop Blossom helping out. Carrier's flashed in. Maybe there's a turnabout play. Junja has to hold the in. Jumps to Faker, but he gets shut down. Carrier saves the day. It's a double TP, but there's more numbers here for T1 as Driver has walked into the ongoing trap. Hongyu now walks into range of Ona, and CFO had control, but they're relinquishing it. A triple kill for the slippery snake of Faker. And T1 punished so damn well as Gumayushi gets flashed on. Doggo's still got the spunk. 3-0 on the Draven. He needs to step up.
Okay, the gloves are off. T1 are fighting back, and CFO's aggression gets punished. An ultimate from the mid lane to allow for Doggo to continue his push. I don't know how much longer he can stay on the map, but Faker getting a triple kill brings him right back into the game. Of 1.8k gold lead, and Doggo answers with a solo kill of his own. It's like exactly how things played out at MSI. A brawl between the two teams.
It was good.
This is just a heavy overcommitment from CFO. They think that it's an easy gank, but the ultimate from Junja trying to keep Carrier away made it so much easier for Faker to turn that around. And then when the TP came through, I think CFO should have just focused on trying to cross-map, because this time around T1 had the numbers advantage. And I think that's the biggest thing that CFO have been getting away with. Numbers advantage in their favor to punish T1. This time though, T1 reacted accordingly, but Guma did not expect this. A flash underneath the tower. He doesn't bother trying to flash away. But now they know, no flash Draven.
Boy.
And Ona will be setting his sights on that AD carry.
First turret, meanwhile, picked up in the bot lane. No feats just yet. It's all about this objective as Herald now spawns. But Veti, I see an experimental hex blade here for Doggo as his second item. He's a full item ahead of Guma right now. That Draven has got money. It is definitely his treat at the next meal as it is coming up now. Everyone sit down. It's Herald. And also, let's remember that Junja's close to his second item too.
Surprise me. I guess getting an extra bit of health, you can easily proc the attack speed. I mean, like, sure, it's all the stats that you want.
Normally it's just an IE or something second, or
exactly.
like a hardcore AD item.
But I guess he's sitting here saying, you know what, I hit hard enough.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'll get a bit more HP.
Junja, caught out. Pop Blossom finds him after the scuttle. He'll regret this. Gets a stun up though. Goes in Vis for the time being. Edge of his shell's perfect timing is that's simply a clone. He'll jump over the wall, audacity out, buy some space as Doran is on the hunt, but with that health bar advantage, T1 start the Herald.
Yeah, I mean, no ulti now available for Junja, but they did trade it for Carrier's ult. CFO still want to fight this though. Doggo on the right-hand side. Keep your eyes on him.
Driver wants something to drive into. Decimating smash just out of range. Doran flashes, misses, whiffs. Meanwhile, Ona went in by himself. T1 is separated. Driver cuts off the cross, and Kaiwin picks up the kill. T1, this sparked up a little bit with an ulti that came afar from Doggo as Doran jumps in deep. T1 are fighting one by one, and I see a double on a damn cow. Realm Warp in behind enemy lines, and T1 are finding themselves hanging with a leg to stand on. Petrifying Gaze misses all, and CFO are bringing it to the world champs.
The young guns from the LCP play with nameplates off as they go full aggression into T1. Disconnection being shown by T1 as their focus was just off. Doran doesn't connect onto Doggo. Ona engages onto the backline of CFO. And we look back here. Driver very close again. But look at Ona committing as the rest of T1 have their sights set onto Doggo. Driver then runs down the middle, and while he does have to flash out, his job is done. He's created chaos in the midst of the fight as Doran finds himself isolated, and the rest of T1 can do little to escort him to safety.
How did Kaiwin get both kills? I don't know, but there's a double for him, and then the Realm Warp once again from Hongyu is outstanding.
Faker ends up falling. Honkyu's able to secure it. And it's just every international event, CFO continue to show up. This is, of course, only a best of one, but what an important best of one it is to get a win here.
Hang on. Noxious Blast, gonna hit Driver, flash for the miasma. Now that Ona's here as well, Driver in trouble. Great sidestep, decimating smash in front of the turret, avoided by Ona. He will survive. Meanwhile, Dragon does go down, but it's a good punish from T1.
I mean, absolutely. The ulti gonna whiff. Ona, though, very low. The Dragon secured, and now the threat on the bot lane tower.
They have the damage, Veti. Maybe enough to threaten Doran to get out of there. Redemption's going to come on down, but wait for Supreme Flame. Talon misses, and Doran solo kills CFO's jungler got ambitious, and now the damage definitely ain't there as Exhaust also used. Herald's still there, Pop Blossom with the flash. Doggo caught out, instant cleanse away. He's running for his life. He'll catch the axe, he'll get movement speed, but he needs a bit more. A double. That makes it trouble for T1 to follow up on the players. They have to back away. CFO coming to help out.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so T1, they're not wasting any time. They're looking for any punish possible. The fact that Doran gets the outplay onto Junja, the fact that they're able to put pressure onto that top tower, and the fact that they threatened Doggo in the mid lane, but it's not ultimately enough. They keep the top tower protected from the side of CFO. On the bot side of the map, they don't quite secure that tower, but they do open up the mid one. And the fact that Carrier committed both the flash and heal to trying to pick off Doggo, but it only cost him his cleanse, mean that he's not going to have that. Not having that flash available for the next fight is going to be a big one. Arakan, 1 minute away, and you have to expect that CFO, they're not going to waste any time. As T1, what's amazing is it feels like it's a very CFO-driven game, but the gold, it barely reflects that.
It's crazy the gold's even after all this skirmishing. 16 kills in 19 minutes though. That's my kind of League of Legends. About 500 now as they're starting to pick up waves. But I will also mention, in the skirmishing, in the chaos, feats of warfare were picked up. Armor advanced, the first boots that actually advanced for CFO with Doggo getting them now. So double dragon. It's Chemtech Soul this game. 3 minutes till that, but Arakan's up in 25 and eyes focused on the top side of the map. That's where it's spawning. That's where Kaiwing's laying down the groundwork for vision so that CFO can watch T1 with bated breath.
This is becoming, I mean, after MSI and now watching the matchup again, it's becoming an awesome international rivalry. I mean, T1, they have many rivals around the world.
True.
But to really go toe-to-toe with those, Junja ultis in.
Into the river, gets the stun. Ona is cashed in. More big bucks for Doggo.
I mean, I think I counted 307 there for Doggo.
I did too.
The man is sitting with a 3K gold lead over Guma, and I will say, when I saw this Draven in the draft, I was not optimistic, but CFO have played fantastically around Doggo to really put him in the best position. Arakan now being started.
No supreme display of talent means there is an ult advantage if Ona can get there, if Faker can delay. A petrifying gaze from over the wall with the Cassiopeia without flash. You mentioned that TP, that's going to bring numbers in. 4 members of T1. On look now. Kaiwing gets over the wall. Flash from Honkyu gets the double root. And there's Kaiwing for the follow-up engage. The cow unleashed. Pop Blossom does nothing. Driver misses, but Faker is there when he lands. Down goes the Snake, or just about. They finish the kill. It's Doggo who gets more money in the bag. Doran now isolated, has to go back in. But the supreme display of unholy talent. Junja on Kiana is just exceptional.
CFO are punishing T1 time and time again. The way in which they navigate the fight is fantastic, and I just can't get over the level of confidence that we're seeing from CFO. They do not fear anything, flashing in their face, looking for the outplay. They secure the Arakan, they get a tower, and they are in, forgive my pun, the driver's seat here in this best of one.
Done it many times. TP, though, it's not over yet. T1 have more gas in the tank, and they're going to use it on Honkyu, who burned his flash in that last play, but Faker, as he takes a long way around, will eventually find him. I was going to wonder as the root comes through. There's the phase rush. Noxious Blast still connects with the Twin Fang in the follow-up. Ace in the hole. Redemption coming in, and here he is again! Here he is again!
Junja comes to the rescue of his mid laner. Level 14 on the Kiana, 5-2-6 the scoreline. The ultimate named a supreme display of talent, and I mean, I think you summarized it beautifully in the last fight, Hysterics. What a display it has been. The Dragon 30 seconds away. Let's look back at the fight. Junja getting very low, tanking the Arakan, but then the flash in onto Faker, the follow-up flash from Kaiwing. Doggo hesitates as he sees Doran turning his attention onto him, but the rest of the team is doing so much work on the backline. I got worried as Faker was still alive in the midst of all of that, because the rest of CFO assumes that someone will get the cleanup, but they do in fact get the cleanup. The ultimate connecting onto both. I didn't see the carrier connect as well.
And it got the kill.
It secures an additional kill. And I mean, what else can Faker do? He puts his hands up as CFO find themselves with just short of a 5K gold lead here in this best of one.
Now, there's been well rewards here for the jungle, but let's not forget, it is really Doggo who helped start this game too. Outside of the invade, outside of the successful pressure, from Junja, Doggo, now almost at his third item, is 3.8k over Guma. He has cashed in 5 times, has not died, so it keeps accumulating. Of course, every kill to cash in.
And it felt like Caitlyn was the AD carry of the tournament.
It did.
It felt like the teams would have to find new answers to it. And we were discussing those answers today prior to the cast.
I don't remember this being one of them.
Draven wasn't on the list. He wasn't even in the conversation. But my goodness, to just lock in the Draven and say, no, we can make this work. And again, I really want to emphasize their early game plan was incredible.
It was.
Splitting the map, which against the Caitlyn you wouldn't expect to do, but to provide that safety is...
He's in trouble. Owner flashes and it connects. Pop Blossom up. Supreme display of nothing there.
Perhaps the confidence is a little too much now.
And it's given gold over to the Caitlyn we were just talking about.
Gumayushi, he's going to knock 1,000 gold off the difference.
That's something.
That definitely is something. You've got to be careful, CFO. T1, they are multi-time world champions for a reason. They're not going to give this game up without a fight. You're in a fantastic position to close this one out. This is your game to lose, but T1 will be fishing for every opportunity to take the game away from you. With the Baron spawning in 40 seconds, that will be the objective that they will look for. Your setup, your positioning is going to be crucial.
Yeah.
Because a single misstep could be all that it takes. Right now, both teams take an opportunity to reset. We're getting close to completing a couple of big items ahead of what we expect to be the Baron setup.
Mortal Reminder being one of them, by the way. With a bit of healing cut over to Faker, naturally. Also for the Rek'Sai for what it's worth, as I mean, third item here, while Guma's still sitting on 2, but he's definitely got some components here as he's backing away towards that bottom side of the map. Might be a BF sword. No, it's going to be a last whisper. Throwing drops some wards. Meanwhile, while the Baron spawns, T1 and Baron in the same sentence has always given people goosebumps. CFO have to make sure they do not give one more to the arm.
Force of Nature being picked up by Driver, I think makes a lot of sense considering how Faker is playing as Cassio. Oh, Doggo's just going to start this one off. All right, they're putting the pressure onto T1 once again.
Maybe they're trying to bait it, Fetty. I don't know about their CFO are looking to pull off. 1100 back in. Hongq proves to be wrong. And now below 10k.
I really don't think they should gamble the Smite fight. I think that's the worst choice for them considering the lead that they have. They've got the push in mid-wave. They're going to force Doran to go and answer that.
Whirling Death onto Guma, good damage.
And now they can go back. There's that. So you can see it in the back of the pit. Driver spots it out as well. He's going to clear out that control ward. Will proc the aggro of the Baron. And now they're going to draw T1's attention once more. Keep the pressure up. TP comes back in from Kaiwing.
Okay, Carrier's going to find an angle in the meantime. That's his point. That gives vision. Redemption going to come down. Nice, healthy CFO below 10k once again. Faker himself has flash to get over the wall if they flip this. T1, I've seen situations like this before.
Doggo's
Makes me nervous. As you said, Doggo is isolated, but the stand beside onto Doran. He can't get in range. Has to tunnel out. Hongq flashes, gets the Rune Prison, and as he gets poked out, he will not die. Crucial for T1 as Hongq has now committed the flash.
Lancy there. Hongq thought that he'd found the pick, but the mobility from the Rek'Sai means that he was able to get away. Has the TP available as well.
Jojo over the wall, but no. Onto Carrier as a spell shield holds on for the time being. Pop Blossom finds him. Guma gets the trap down, but it's out of range. TP burnt by T1.
A whiff there from Junja. The ulti doesn't throw Carrier into the wall, which means that the distance is enough to allow him to escape. It's a trade of ultis, but that was a big ulti.
Gets Tangle Bubs, ran up and Drive interrupted! Drive interrupted Owner! There's no Supreme display to talent as Faker sets up the ulti. It's a shutdown on the Hongq, but it is a trade. T1 lose 1 to gain 1 as Driver, even though he picked up that kill, he might have saved the play. Tangle Bubs, 2-man once again. Doran jumps in, Doggo goes far, up midway, flushes away. There's the ulti from Doran, but he's got no one to support him again. Doggo running, goodbye! As Doran only just managed to get out, Driver somehow dies before T1's top laner. As Kerry and Guma hold the fort around mid, Faker's low. Kaiwing was seeing him backing, but as Driver dies, the messiness subsides.
CFO, oh my goodness. We talked about those tiny mistakes getting punished by T1, and they dance at the very edge of death, but it is T1 that stave off the Baron and close the gold gap once more. They get the flash out from Doggo, which is such an important summoner spell, and they have the numbers advantage. They're coming back out onto the map. Driver has his TP available. The Soul is spawning in 20 seconds time. The face check, you've got to be careful. The ward will be dropped.
Kaiwing, crucial here. He doesn't have to burn the ulti. He's got flash available as well. Any chunk leads to this Baron. Any chunk delays the soul, 5 seconds, speaking of CFO on that point, but T1 have River first.
Doggo on the top side. Are they considering a Baron duo? Doggo's saying that maybe we can sneak away this Baron.
Ona knows, though, they're going up straight away, the rest of T1 following.
But I think CFO's happy with this. They wanted to bait T1 out of the river. They've done just that. The bot wave and top wave continue to push in CFO's favor, which means that they're not too concerned about any pressure on the side lanes. Waves continue to be fought for in the mid wave. The T1 have that slight range advantage. HP not going to be too significant though. Dragon going to be started off. CFO want to threaten the Baron once again. Draw T1's attention. It's a tense affair. But this Dragon looks completely uncontested. Ginger though, Ginger.
Hang on, Ginger goes over the wall, wants to contest with Ona in a 2v1. There's a supreme display, and he has the audacity to take it away. Soul for CFO. Stand beside us, find a target. The rest of CFO are in the river for the time being. Hongq has to be careful without his flash. Ona doesn't hit the target. He's on Doggo though, but look, he's separated. He has to leave. Now Doran's sent into the sky by the one and only driver. Faker stands and starts poisoning, sending out the fangs, but T1 have lost top lane, they've lost Soul, and now the Baron's on the cards.
Oh my goodness, CFO get away with so much. They steal away the Dragon, they win out on the fight, they have the numbers advantage. Ona still lives though, and as long as he has his smite, there's always going to be a possibility. They don't have information as to where Ona is. They've spotted him out.
There he is, Mega Blast Cone gives him some space, but Junja has a stun. All he needs is to get into range. He will fail, but for now, CFO hold off on that Baron thought. They're looking for Ona. Junja's the one chasing him.
Look at Faker, though. It's so difficult to start this objective off. He's in the river.
But Kaiwing takes a flank a little bit early. He's going to lose Celestial Blessing. Tangle Barb's there as well. Guma stats up and tries to hit him hard. He's got the ulti available. Guma tries to walk in. CFO backing off is still so sketchy. The game's not over until Junja runs in the river and says, bet! He runs back, sets that up, but it's a double! Doggo is just nuts as well. The CFO have now got 2 in the dirt.
They're just going to start this Baron off. It's still a super risky thing to do. Doran is max HP. Faker is coming back from the river. Guma with his range. Keep your eyes on Kaiwing, looking for the flank.
Driver is low as well, but he's got a shield. Doran once again on in. Guma with the range to steal his potential, but no. Smite is better. A Realm Orb into Guma's face, but he's spaced him, he's ranged him, and Faker stares him in the face. However, the pop back is massive. CFO are doing it, and even with the ulti avoided by Doran, he's down 2, and in the LCP, we believe.
CFO go and do everything. The Baron is secured, the ace is secured. They are just going toe-to-toe with T1, and they are getting the better of them. What an incredible year this has been. And this team, it feels like that they can only go up. With the Baron now secured, the Nexus is in their eyes as they look to try and break the base.
Look at Doggo, he just got Torrent, now he's taking a 1v2. You know where this game's at. Ow! This dog, man! It's 6-0, Betty. What a game!
His bite is so much worse than his bark. As tower falls, a man is down on the side of T1. The defenses are falling apart. Faker now makes his way back onto the rift, but I think the damage has already been done. Is he enough to defend the Nexus? Another inhibitor falls. The Baron doing some serious work.
Just imagine if we started getting the best of 5 of this again. It's only one game, but it feels so good. Junja's going to be caught out, though, as he runs for his life. Gets away with the help of a heal. And CFO supporting staff are coming in. Carrier, though, a clutch defense. Petrifying Gaze, though, won't be enough. As Driver's always where you need him as well. Against T1, CFO get a bit of revenge. And the first team going 2-0, Betty. At least in my eyes, CFO smacking down the LCK's 4th seed as Baker runs back to the base, but this game's done. I see one delicious looking oyster at Worlds 25.
What an incredible game. The tension was so high as T1 really fought valiantly around these neutral objectives, but the sheer level of confidence from Junja was unbelievable. And I mean, we didn't talk about him much, but Kaiwing had some insane moments as well. Like, there's going to be so much to review from that game, but really, it's time to celebrate CFO. They go 2-0. I'm pretty sure this is the first LCP team ever in the Swiss stage to go 2-0, and they're going to be fighting with the other top dogs to get out and secure a spot in the quarterfinals.
That one T1 loss, it ain't the same, is it? CFO starting 2-0 against the defending world champions.
Hey, that was weird how you delivered that last line, but I loved every second of that game. My God, look at the joy. I mean, and justified. What an incredible performance from CFO. There are so often where you see these like razor-thin margins in upsets like this. This was not one of them. This was dominance just about from start to finish.
It was an amazing moment to be able to celebrate. Yeah, keep dancing. That's the Sion dance.
Hit him with it.
If you keep giving him Sion,
he got it again.
Keep doing it.
He got it again. You know, they banned away the Bard. They understood. We went over it. They understood. Banned the Bard.
Yes.
But they got the Sion. T1 didn't get it. They let him get it again. And the thing is, I had some concerns with some of the lane matchups that came through, right? The Alistar, the Nico. But they went for the swap. And the Draven Doggo solo killing Doran. That isn't supposed to happen. You know, Doran trying to just pick up as much CS as he can.
I mean, the thing is, I want to talk about the start of the game because I think the thing that people will miss in this slew of incredible team fights is how good the setup on the map was from CFO. But first, we got to talk about some more of the incredible team fights.
Man.
I mean, look, the level of execution, how flawlessly they played the Herald, the Otacon, the angles that they found. So many teams in this tournament have crumbled in these tense fights, but not CFO.
That Sion ulti basically isolating Owner entirely. Owner goes through, and also even before this replay, the flash from Doggo, I felt like he was really in tune and focused on the threats there. There were a lot of threats to his life. He recognized those threats and backed away from it. And gets teleported in. Sion was massive here.
The Realm Warp usage as well was so good. I feel like there were so many moments they got big picks or repositioning in team fights to find angles. And here, they know Faker has no flash. The flash in from Hongq to set up the route, the follow-up that comes through, just finding that target, slowly encroaching on T1 and forcing them away from the objective. And this ult here that not only gets Doran, but stops Guma's ult as well. This was a masterclass from CFO.
The pure confidence from this team, not just from the draft, but also, yes, you're right, in the early games. Just walking through mid-turret and just throwing them axes at Guma Yusi, right? And then in those team fights, being able to see, yes, the confidence, but also the patience to be able to just play it slow when they have an incremental lead. They play it accordingly. Doggo had an immaculate performance on the Draven.
The early game was just so incredible for him. And the thing is, they set it up from level 1. We looked at the draft, we said this is going to be so impossible for them to play, but they had a strategy. It was a brilliant swap.
This looked like a really difficult Draven game because you're playing with an Alistar into a Nico, into Caitlyn Nico, which is a hard lane matchup. They went for the swap. He got a lead on the back of obviously playing into a Rek'Sai, but also getting a solo kill. Then as well in team fights, you're playing into Nico, you're playing into Vi, and with the follow-up from like a Caitlyn and a Cassiopeia, if CC hits you, you expect the follow-up, but there were many times where you saw like Vi going in for the Draven, and it was Owner who had to flash away afterwards because the follow-up wasn't there, the team protected, and Doggo was always in a really good position.
I can't count how many games we've seen of Draven where it's like, he has so many adoration stacks, when is he going to be able to cash it in? Cashes it in, top lane, goes back bot lane with a BF sword, a Draven's dream.
Yeah, because you know that they got Nico, they got Caitlyn. And again, Carrius Nico is nothing to scoff at, right? You can see how they expected that 2v2 dominance to take over. And even when the map was split, you're like, okay, surely Owner will go top. But no, the level 1, forcing the split map, denying that access, giving that isolated 1v1. And this is a game where I feel like every single member of CFO stepped up. Often someone's a passenger princess, and someone's along for the ride. It wasn't the case.
I'm going to be honest, I've said so many good things about Owner, but in this game, he was read so well by Junja, and he just completely shut him out. And I mean, look at the damage difference. I know Kiana is that pick who can do a lot of damage, but it tells the story, really. This was a game, and we've seen Kiana in the LCK. It has only lost. This is a game showing what Kiana can do in the right hands.
Definitely is. Of course, we're going to hear from Baby Faker himself, Hongq, after the break, ahead of Gen G versus AL. Don't go anywhere. More incredible League of Legends coming your way.
Follow-up engage. The cow unleashed. Pop Blossom does nothing. Driver misses, but Faker is there when he lands. Down goes the snake, or just about. They finish a kill. It's Doggo who gets more money in the bag. Doran now isolated, has to go back in. But the supreme display of unholy talent, Junja on Kiana, is just exceptional.
champions in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, he'll forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocked at will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners. Kindred locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight.
No, we're never gonna fade away. Let's take it to another level. No holding back, that's right, it's now or never. And keep up the vibe with something special. Yeah, we're doing this our way. And we're never gonna fade away. And no, we're never gonna fade away. And no, we're never gonna fade away. Never gonna fade away. Feeling flawless. Life's like a
CFO do it again here against T1 at Worlds 2025, and I have Honkyu and Vivian with me to talk about this one. Congratulations on taking down T1 once again, because it was a pretty close series at MSI. This one you win again. Tell me how you approached that series, especially with such an aggressive draft.
首先恭喜你们今天拿下了今天比赛哦。那你们当初在 MSI 的时候，其实也是和他们打了一场非常接近，也就是实力非常相近的比赛。那你觉得这次的比赛有哪些地方是不一样的？你们有做了什么不一样的准备，让你们能拿下今天的比赛呢？
就第一次赢 T1 嘛，然后就觉得蛮开心的吧。应该是没有做什么准备。比较不一样的点是，觉得他们的联动做得更好了，然后还有 Faker 选手的打线就感觉更难打了一点。
Right, so this time around, we actually didn't do anything very specific. I actually felt like T1 has improved a lot in their team cohesion, and on top of that, especially Faker, I think his laning phase improved a lot as well.
We have to talk about Faker because I know how much of an idol he is for you. How does it feel to take him down today?
那能拿下就是偶像的胜利这一点，你有什么感受吗？
应该是没有什么感受，就还是偶像，然后希望，但之后好像也不会再追到了，就应该是没有什么感受吧，就很开心拿下这场比赛。
Right, so I don't really feel anything like out of the ordinary. He is still my idol after all.
Right.
I think after this match, we probably won't match up against each other again anytime sooner. But yeah, it was great. But he was still on top, like up there for my idol.
Of course, he is the GOAT. At the end of the day now, talking more about CFO, you are the only team who made it to all 3 internationals this year. And I feel like teams might have been underestimating you before, but I doubt that is still the case today. How are you approaching this Worlds?
那你们也是在这次世界赛上唯一一次3年，就是今年来3次登上就是国际赛事的队伍嘛。那因为可能平常以前大家可能都会低估我们的实力，那你觉得你现在能够证明我们自己的实力之后，你对这件事情有什么新的想法或新的看法？
应该是就蛮开心的吧，就是能够证明就是我们不是比较弱一点的赛区，然后之后的比赛我们也会尽力的去打，然后打好的每一场比赛。
Right, so I'm really glad that we can prove that our weaker region is actually better than everyone thought. And so from now on, I would continue to perform my best and win every match.
What do you want to showcase here at Worlds personally?
你觉得你个人来说有什么是想要在这次世界赛上证明的吗？
应该是没有怎么想证明，然后希望我们打好每一场比赛吧，然后希望可以晋级到下一轮去。
Nothing specifically, but I think as long as right now we're just focusing on playing every match well and qualifying for the next stage.
All right, well, thank you so much for the interview, Vivian. Thank you so much for the translation. Over to you guys.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, the East will clash. The current MSI reigning champion Gen G will face off against the second-seeded China, Anyone's Legend. The 2 teams met before in the upper bracket of MSI this year, which went the distance. Anyone's Legend were able to undo the reliability of Gen G with Flandre's top smolder and push them to silver scrapes.
Canyon looking for the flank onto Flandre. He'll go in with the hands, but Super Keen's already dead. Duo low as well. The hero's entrance countered by Shanks as he dashes forward. Chovy down, Rudel and Duo and Canyon, the only 3 left alive.
However, in the decider, Gen G came back swinging on the back of Keen's Camille.
Church is in session here for Gen G. Keen on the back line, Flandre dead. Keen, you can't even pop his GA.
The MSI reigning champions came into the tournament with a questionable early game against the LCP's 3rd seed PSG, but quickly showed what makes people call them the best in the world.
Canyon down to 300 HP. It's going to be another kill coming in, but this one goes over to Gen G. They keep Canyon alive. The Wukong survived.
On the other side, AL Summer was a story of trials and difficulty, but after yesterday's heroic victory, they could be back on the right track.
Viper down alongside his mid laner. It's flashed away by Zeus. Shanks comes around from the side. Anyone's Legend with the huge team fight win and a 5-for-2.
Will this MSI rematch be an opportunity for Anyone's Legend to get revenge, or will Gen G reign supreme?
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk for our Mercedes featured matchup. I have no doubt in my mind that it's going to be an absolute banger, mostly because we've seen it so many times before, as that video so wonderfully highlighted. It's going to be good.
We're being spoiled, by the way. AL just has to go after Juggernauts after Juggernauts. HLE now into Gen G. What is going on there? If Tabe is reacting the way that he did when he beat HLE, I wonder how he'll react if this there to happen.
I'm literally convinced his hair is going to turn gold and he'll go Super Saiyan. He's the first man to go Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
Or burst a blood vessel. One of those two is going to happen.
First one.
hopefully the mythical one and not the real, slightly health concerning one.
Yeah.
But gentlemen, this is a super exciting matchup. Gen G, of course, favorites, I think, in the sense they're the first seed. They've shown that they can win in the best of 5s, but it's best of 1. Obviously, AL have taken plenty of games, so it does feel like anything could happen.
Yeah, I think especially given when they matched it before, obviously it was super close between them, given that yesterday AL's fantastic performance against HLE, and it is a best of 1. So even though a lot of people going in the tournament favored Gen G heavily into any team, I think from what we've seen from AL, this is a close match, and I think Gen G need to be on the A game if they're going to hold out against it. We saw these teams go head-to-head at MSI, and it was an absolute slugfest, and really tested Gen G, where they were the eventual champions of the tournament.
Yeah, I don't know going into this event what people would have expected out of anyone's Legend, simply because of like the rocky regular season, going into the playoffs, sure, and then ramping up into what was an amazing game just yesterday. But yes, they faced off against each other in Gen G. It was close at MSI. But then you're still dealing with a back-to-back MSI champion, currently coming into this event, seed 1 in Gen G. As immaculate as they, we've talked to and sung their praises, but AL seems to be playing up to the opponent's strength again and again.
Yes, and of course I think the team fighting has been immaculate from AL, something that Gen G share in fashion, but a player that I also want to highlight is Ruler, right? We said yesterday, it's kind of hard to pick one name. We didn't have enough time to talk about every single Gen G player. They all have these unique stories, but Ruler is the one kind of at the forefront of my mind. Incredible performance yesterday. Rock solid carry for the team, and a guy who, again, I think we have to keep our eye on.
Yeah, I mean, he was a finals MVP back in the LCK when they won that against HLE, but yesterday as well, he was getting the lion's share of the resources on that Lucian. They were giving that over to him. the lion's share.
One time for the people, Ox. One time for the people.
Lion's share of the resources coming over to him on that Lucian. And doing a lot of work with it.
Yeah, and I think that this is something that, again, we love to see these Gen G players playing up, especially the players who've come in this year. I'm sorry, I've derailed the desk entirely. And again, to bring us back to the team fighting discussion, you're going to need that rock-solid AD carry because AL, it wasn't a flawless game, don't get me wrong. There were moments where it felt like it might slip away from them, but at the end of the day, that execution remained flawless. And I'm kind of hoping for some pretty even lane phases just so we can fully appreciate how fantastic these teams are in the later stages of the game.
I completely agree. And just as an obvious reminder for everybody, it's the early stages of the tournament. So even Gen G going up against PSG just yesterday, they had some like openings in the early portions of the game in which they did like drop a few kills for Keen. Like that happened. That happened. And the lessons learned coming into this day, it's definitely going to be having an even early game and trying to live up to those team fights. So even though you heard Ayla talk about like just having certain lanes so you can actually fight early, it seems like early skirmishes and major team fights is going to be a focus.
I also think as well, with looking to get an early edge against Gen G, often against Gen G it's hard to find like a lane discrepancy with how stacked they are. But Canyon has struggled, especially during the summer playoffs, and Tarzan has been in phenomenal form. So I think that's somewhere where AL can really get an edge. And if you start to set a good pace, we've often seen when Gen G have had occasional downfalls domestically in playoffs or in a matchup last year against HLE, it's because the enemy jungler has really set a pace to the game, and sometimes Canyon just hasn't kept up with that. So if Tarzan does that here, that can be the difference maker.
And Chronicler's not here to say, like, I believe it, this time the polar bear is waking up. But we've been saying the polar bear is waking up for, I feel like, a long time now, Ox.
Yeah.
Now, before we continue the discussion, I will say there is a delay on stage, waiting for more information if needed, but it should just be a couple of minutes, and then we'll be able to get back into Game Champ Select in the casters. But in the meantime, we got to talk more about this. And Canyon, for me, is still one of the GOATs, but his performance has been in flux, and I think that while Duro has done a great job compensating in a lot of those early games, we're at the point where a lot of these support jungle duos are so active on the early map, we really need to see that peak Canyon.
Yeah, I feel like with how they play, if you let Canyon play his game, you know, often prioritizing camps a good amount and playing that slower pace, and Duro kind of filling that role and being more active and playing the map, they can get away with so much, and they can just accrue so much gold as a result. But if you're setting a fast pace to the game, getting a lead, making things happen for your lane, I can see junglers, especially with how many strong junglers we have in this competition, that's where you can get an advantage against Gen G. If you can really set that fast pace, make sure they don't have time to breathe, because I think if you just play it slow and go into team fights, Gen G are such excellent team fighters, they're really going to have an edge there. So I think fast pace, that's how you have to approach it. You have to look to make things happen consistently before Canyon really just starts to scale into the point where he's relevant. The team are going to pick up a ton of gold. They'll start playing out their macro plan and get into team fights where they are super dominant.
Yeah, and that is a question because in Worlds so far we have seen, you know, first 4 minutes of the game matter so much. Early level ones and also like the lane swaps being a real question and how you should be able to interact with it. Being on the map and influencing the map early has been a point that you need to really value. And Tarzan is going to be a person that we can question what pick he's going to get. Perhaps it's the Zed. I hope it's the Zed.
That's your early map influence?
Yeah,
you don't want I don't know what you're watching.
Very quick,
maybe hoping for something else. But I mean,
very
kind of
clear bases, gets a longsword, comes back, scuttle crab, look for a top lane gank. Like I'm just saying in general, like Tarzan has been able to do that. And I feel
100%.
Like that would be something I look out for.
Yeah, Canyon might be the guy that I look back to in years past, but right now Tarzan is kind of the demon of the jungle, the man that you have to keep your eye on. But you brought up Duro before, and I think it gives us a good opportunity to check in with Duro as we were able to speak to him yesterday after their match. Let's listen in.
Welcome to the Verizon Game Day interview. I am here joined by Duro on the side of Genji. First off, Worlds in China. This is your first ever Worlds experience. How are you enjoying your first time here? 이제 첫 월즈 무대 밟고 계신데요. 아무래도 첫 월즈인 만큼 조금 떨리기도 할 것 같은데 중국에서 어떤 시간 보내고 계신가요?
일단 저희가 중국으로 와서 지낸 시간이 뭐 짧다면 짧고 길다면 길겠지만 그 시간 동안 그냥 스크림하고 그냥 평상시대로 한국에서 지내던 것과 별 다를 바 없이 지냈던 것 같습니다.
Also, especially the Swiss stage is happening in JDG Arena, so Ruler must be really familiar with the stage. Did he give you any tips or advice? 그리고 이렇게 경기가 진행되는 JDG 아레나가 사실 룰러 선수가 또 오랫동안 몸담았던 곳인 만큼 좀 뭐 여기 생활에 대한 팁이나 뭐 경기장에 대한 꿀팁 같은 거 전해주신 거 있나요?
재혁이 형이 아무리 2년 동안 그 JDG에 있어도 딱히 별다른 노하우나 팁 같은 건 아예 없었습니다.
그러면 그냥 아무 팁도 없이 바로 경기에 투입되신 거군요.
네, 그렇습니다.
No tips at all. He was just going straight to the game. Genji is having a dominant performance throughout the 2025 season, and now a lot of people are considering Genji as the top dog, the favorites of the tournament. Does that slowly growing inside of him as a pressure? I would like to ask. 사실은 올 한 해 젠지가 굉장히 압도적인 성적을 거두고 있습니다. 그런 만큼 많은 분들이 이번 월즈 역시 젠지가 강력한 우승 후보다라고 고려하고 있는데요. 이런 점이 서서히 부담감이나 중압감으로 다가오진 않나요?
그런 것이 사실 뭐 많은 분들이 그냥 저희를 많이 잘한다고 생각을 해서 기대를 받는 거라고 생각을 하기 때문에 뭐 부담감이 뭐 없을 순 있겠지만 뭐 딱히 그런 건 신경은 딱히 안 쓰는 것 같습니다. 네.
Also on the Genji side, outside of Duro yourself, a lot of the players are very experienced, very seasoned veterans. So did they give you guys and give you any advice on dealing with the pressure and high stress situations? 그리고 또 젠지에 계신 선수 사실 듀로 선수를 제외하면 모두 굉장히 경력이 길고 베테랑입니다. 그런 만큼 이런 중압감, 스트레스 상황에서 어떻게 잘 헤쳐나가야 한다라고 조언 같은 거 준 게 있을까요?
딱히 형들이 뭐 저한테 그냥 편하게 하라고 그냥 뭐 농담도 해주고 그런 식으로 많이 해줍니다.
And Genji's next opponent is AL. We just have the draw result. So AL had a great resilience against Hana Life today. What are you expecting from them today? And 한번 다시 할게요. 마지막 좀 다시 할게요. Genji's today's opponent is AL, and they showed great resilience against Hana Life, making a comeback victory in the end. What are you watching out for the most from AL? AL이 이제 상대 대진으로 지금 나왔는데요. 사실 하나생명 상대로 굉장한 좀 강인함을 보여줬고 결국에는 치열한 경기 끝에 역전을 만들어냈습니다. AL 상대로 가장 조금 조심하는 점이 있다면 무엇인가요?
저희가 이번 연도에 MS와 EWC에서 AL을 많이 만났었는데 그때 계속 상대하면서 느낀 점이 정글과 서포트 그 두 선수의 움직임이 좀 좋기도 하고 팀 한타가 좀 호흡이 좋다고 생각을 해서 저희도 거기에 안 밀리게끔 계속 맞춰갔습니다.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Duro, for the interview, and wish you the best of luck in the upcoming game. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shout out to Ji-Sun and Duro. Of course, apologies to anyone who is not fluent in Korean. That includes us on the desk. The translator, or the translation, the subtitles that were supposed to come with that interview ended up not coming through. So while Duro, I'm sure, dropped a ton of knowledge bombs, you'll have to wait. We'll get it later maybe with the subtitles. Fully. You'll find. You understood fully?
Yeah.
Could you give some insight into what he was saying?
No, I need you guys to challenge yourself and actually hit up Duolingo or something. Me personally, I'm good on that.
Okay, so a bit of an awkward one. Ask your Korean-speaking friends. Perhaps they can translate you. But let's focus back in on the matchup. Duro, of course, interesting. The other matchup that I think is so fascinating is the top side of the map, because I was kind of ready to count Flandre out, but it feels like this man is the kind of the beating heart of this team, because even yesterday when he was falling catastrophically far behind, he remained relevant throughout the entire game, and now he's going up against Keen, who we might have cashed or cursed a little bit. We did big up him, and then he kind of immediately died a few times, even if they did still win. But this is a guy who I think I'm looking at as probably the best, if not one of the best top laners in the world.
Yeah, I still have a lot of confidence in Keen, given how he's played domestically. And even though obviously it was a rough start to the game, he really bounced back and still had an impact in the fights on the Ambessa. So I think I'm looking at this game, whatever role Keen is able to play, I think he's super flexible. And I feel like on the other side, Flandre has quite often been a rock on the other side.
He knows his job.
Yeah.
He's somebody that, like, yes, he can fall insanely far behind, but he's going to create as much space as possible. If he's going to sack a lane, why not? We're taking the fight. So if you're going up against anyone's legend, you better be prepared for the skirmish. You better be prepared to TP early to be able to take fights around objectives. That's what I am looking out for. There's that fighting spirit within the team. When we heard from Tabe at MSI, he's talked about, of course, Tarzan and what he's able to do with the influence on the team, but also just recognizing that this is going to be a team that plays around team fights heavily. Gen.G has to recognize that.
Yeah, Gen.G, again, getting ready for those terrifying team fights. Early game is going to decide so much. I wish I could promise an even. I wish we could just skip ahead like an arena game and watch people 2v2 and 4v4 forever. But that early game is going to matter. And we've seen a lot of times both these teams kind of ignoring the results of early game, outclassing in team fights. We saw the Vi swing get ahead for PSG yesterday. It didn't matter. Gen.G still ahead in gold, controlling the lanes better. For AL, we saw Viper. He was terrifying. Again, it didn't matter. Was not enough. Now there might have been a Tear of the Goddess in the equation that people are going to keep bringing up, and probably rightfully so. But this is the thing that I'm really looking toward. Who, however, in the early game is more likely to generate that large advantage? That's the big question.
I think that's the thing, is that, you know, there was definitely a time where Gen.G were really good at generating those early mid-game leads. We would often see them just accrue more gold. And we kind of saw that yesterday, even though they had some issues in terms of kills, they were ahead in gold, right? And then they got that big team fight, blew the game over. But I felt like in their playoff run more recently, they were sometimes going into that mid to late state in a bit of a deficit, but their 5v5 was just so excellent, it just felt like it didn't matter. So I could honestly see that happening in this matchup. They do fall behind a little bit, but I think even though AL are such good team fighters, they are against arguably the best team fighting team in the world. So I expect some big 5v5 clashes here.
Yeah, and it's funny, AL puts themselves in like kind of like cinematic moments where they are far behind and they claw themselves back. The Casio from Shanks, right? That's why overnight, what?
Puts themselves in cinematic moment? What is this, 2025 sandbagging? What is puts themselves in cinematic moments?
Maybe
throws for content? What does that mean?
Wait, we have to ask the players the question. Maybe not willingly, but
I like how both me and Raz are pitching like, we'll fall behind, and then we'll team fight our way out of it, you know? But you can have the lead. You can have the lead.
But overnight, they became like LPL's hopes. The way that they took down HLE.
Yeah, I mean, very fair.
And then seeing what happened to BLG. Everyone's like, please, who do we look to, right? Is it TES? We need to see more from them. It's been AL. For the year, it's been AL. And it's been a surprising thing to see from like the players that they've had. So we've talked extensively about Shanks' history throughout this year. The same about Flandre, who I've always loved, has always been true to himself. The mechanics can be a question.
Sure.
But his game knowledge, his understanding, especially with the championship that he won in EDG, like he recognizes the role that he has within the team and he plays it to its fullest.
Sure, and if you had better mechanics, maybe there'd be less space for cinematic moments, Raz.
True.
All the little
pieces. It's intended.
Okay, well, obviously the technical delay taking a little bit longer than expected, so we're going to take a quick break while we wait for additional technical issues to resolve. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Obviously, never an ideal circumstance, but we'll see you back here in a few minutes.
you very much for waiting, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the delay, but we're here now. We're getting told we're moments away from getting into pick ban between AL and Gen G. Matchup is red
another
hot.
rematch between
We waited too long for this.
Titans. I am excited. We already just came off the back of a banger.
Yeah,
Derek.
unexpected banger for some. People are like, oh, T1 is ramping up again. Oh, no.
Yeah,
the LCP is crazy.
Yeah, that 1-1 pool is getting very heated.
It
and
is.
Another Titan is going to join the 1-1 pool very soon because one of these teams is going to win, the other will fall. But what I can safely say is I'm expecting the team fights to be world class.
Yeah.
I think that we do have, especially after what we witnessed yesterday between HLE and AL, like those team fights were absolutely insane. And given the caliber that we hold Gen G to and what AL have shown us, it feels like that this is a different AL from what we saw from the third split.
With a quick reflection on Gen G yesterday versus PSG, where yeah, there were some moments in the early game that were talking about it on desk, but like after that, I feel like only Gen G and maybe one or two other top teams could pilot a comp like that to such great force. You know, that Lucian Brom was insane, and all I can say is that Gen G look like they're firing too, and that's what hypes this up. An AL, a Gen G in Worlds form, in international form. We have seen them at other internationals, Vetty. Both times this year in best of fives, it's gone to all 5. It's only a BO1, but hopefully it's a long one.
I mean, so the good news for fans of both of these teams is that there's no way for them to rematch. So in the event that AL go 2-1 and then Gen G go 2-1, they wouldn't be able to then both fight each other. So meeting now does have pros, even if it does mean that two very strong teams are going to be meeting a little bit earlier in the tournament. It's going to be an exciting one. Yesterday, we saw things like, as you mentioned, the Lucian Braum coming out from Gen G. They also brought out the Wukong and Bessa along with Chovy's very well-known Galio. And this is something we've been seeing a little bit more from Chovy. It feels like that when we think about last year's Worlds, it felt like that he was like the conversation piece. But right now, it feels like that he's taken a little bit more of a back step. And that's not to degrade him in any way as a player, right? We still think that he's the best mid in the world, the value that he brings to the team, the way that he plays lanes, it's still naturally phenomenal. But it does feel like that a lot of the conversation is about the players that are around him, especially given the way that we've been seeing Ruler perform. Keen is right now just considered like the most complete player, and it feels like Duro, his impact, while often not as kind of like highlighted, is always felt in the games.
I mean, Duro is a big conversation point this year as well. With the debut. And yesterday, you know, we talked a little bit to Peter, his debut at Worlds. I mean, I'm excited to talk a little bit more about Duro today. Some supports that maybe don't get enough appreciation from the LCK. Now, I've been told there is a small further delay, but this time, someone spilt water on stage, so we got to swap peripherals. We'll find out who that is for you.
There's a reason why we need Worlds with sippy cups.
We
I mean, you
do
can see
need
the sippy cups right there.
How do we spill with the sippy cups? Oh, hang on. Who was it? Was it Hope? Was it Shanks? I think it was Shanks. It's in the keyboard.
Listen, I'm not one to name names.
No,
okay?
but I do see things, and I think Hope's mouse was affected, and Shanks has it in the keyboard. I'm going to take a guess. Apologies if wrong. I think it's Shanks.
Well,
don't punch. What the? Yo. Here's a punch.
I'm assuming it's some good luck.
I hope so.
Given the lucky panda
I don't want
that
to
we've
get
written underneath it.
The logo is, I mean, look, everyone's talked about AL's logo many times as well, and what a year to talk about it, especially with their rise to fame.
I mean, it's been a difficult summer for them.
It has, but like still the fact that they made it here to Worlds, you know, after people saying like, oh, they're failing, like they're kind of falling short, 4th in their group. 8-6 is not an impressive record when you got to, you know, number 3 in MSI, falling short to T1 and pushing Gen G to 5 in that round 2. Like, they have an impressive pedigree this year, and that's why, you're right, summer wasn't at that caliber we expected, and a lot of people questioning, like, are they going to be able to make it this far?
Yeah, I mean, based on what we saw yesterday, my expectations have risen significantly for AL. I know that the consensus coming into the World Championship was that the LPL teams kind of, well, were the dominant forces.
Yeah.
A lot of the power rankings that I saw put T1, HLE, Gen G as kind of the 3 favorites of the competition, and a lot of the LPL teams fell to the wayside. But AL is a team that we know the caliber of players. Tarzan is still considered, I think, the best jungler in the world right now.
I think so.
He's a phenomenal player, and as long as the other players kind of step up and they utilize their resources well, we know that they are a title contending team, especially given that what we've seen, we saw it at EWC, we saw it at MSI, like these two teams specifically go toe-to-toe. Full 5 games every time, like they definitely take the gloves off when they go up against each other.
And that's what makes it so exciting. Again, getting that water spillage fixed up on stage, and then we'll be jumping into pick ban. We made you wait for this one. It's our best matchup of the day. We made you wait.
Oh, absolutely.
I think that's okay, guys. I think get your coffee, get your tea.
Giving more times for the EU fans to wake up ready for the next match of Fnatic versus BLG.
That's right. Throwing them a bone.
That's happening,
EU needs it, you know? We just versed each other. MCoy now 0-2. GG got their first win on the board, and the only reason that EU's on the board currently is because we had to have an internal matchup.
We take those, hey, we take those.
We do. But I don't know if... imagine if BLG just step up from yesterday's performance, which was a bit lackluster, and then...
imagine if Gen G lose this. I think that it would just... Like, you're looking at that 2-0 category, and we know already that CFO is in that group, right? I'm trying to think about the... I mean, I guess I shouldn't spoil the results that have happened also today.
Well, you just did, because everyone knows who CFO versus.
But that just happened. That's different. Maybe, especially if you're in EU, you're just kind of waking up and...
Maybe someone's like, I'm going to watch these other games first. And then Betty's just come in, oh, CFO at 2-0. They're going to put 2 and 2 together. Our audience is very smart.
I should have given a spoiler warning. You are right. You know, we don't have to ramble anymore. We got the draft at long last. Here we go.
Worth it, and it will be worth it. Yunara's off the board. There goes the Cassiopeia as well. And no Nico support this time as the double mid lane ban from AL.
Now, this is an interesting development with the Cassio ban. It does raise the value of, well, what's your answer to Rise? And so now the question for AL is, do we ban away the Rise? Or do we let Gen G have it and say that we've got a solid solution? So what's it going to be?
It would be 4 mid lane bans in total as well. I like that you bring up the Rise again. We talk about picks that are defining World so far, and it is up and available for Chovy.
Okay, let's find out then. Will this Rise come through? What is it going to be on the side of Gen G? We know that the Jarvan is available. Not really had a lot of success here at Worlds, but it is going to be the Rise. Now, of course, you could just do the Talia. We've seen that many times before. It's solid in terms of what it brings to the game. I do think Rise is just a stronger pick, just because of all the extra HP that you get from the Rod of Ages, the silent threat that you provide. And I mean, if you did watch the CFO match earlier, the use of his ultimate can be game-changing.
Okay. In the meantime, there isn't many poppies yet, Betty. So, it could be interesting. But what is it going to be paired with? I mean, I feel like Tarzan, you put him on anything these days, and he's just playing out of his mind. It's the Pantheon we saw yesterday. Now something a little bit more supportive, as I was saying, but it is all about the pairing with the Poppy. And remember, again, it still can technically be a flex. As priority carry, where do we drop with this?
Ooh, that's a great question. I mean, I was kind of expecting Sivir to be quite a high priority pick at this Worlds, but it really hasn't been so far.
I put it as most picked in my pick'ems.
Yeah,
that's
not working out for you right now, buddy.
I should have done something like the Rise or the Talia, which now gets locked in.
Talia going to be secure, kind of as we expected. That Poppy, of course, is a flex pick. We've known Flandre to play it towards the top side of the map before, and could always still be in the support position.
Yeah.
We'll wait and see what direction it ends up being, but...
Whoever did pick ban for this Worlds, the music, take a bow. That music has been
very dramatic.
It has been awesome. Pianists, it has been incredible violins. We've just brought out the orchestra for our pick ban music, and I couldn't be happier. Since I'll bring it back, as it's been picked up rather, and locked in. And now we question maybe a support, maybe engage, pairing here. We've already got good roams, and we've got good setup. Good dive now given over to Gen G.
Oh, absolutely. The Kai'Sa going to come through from Ruler. The backline threat. I mean, I am surprised to see that come through against a Poppy. Like, there's a lot of dashes on the side of Gen G.
Into a Talia Poppy, you're not wrong, Betty.
And in the hands of Tarzan, that could create some crazy interrupts. AL now, though, will they lock in their AD carry here? again, we talked about the flexibility of the Poppy, and there's the Qiyana, which will pretty much confirm that this Poppy is definitely not going into the jungle position.
I think so.
Tarzan is going to get his hands on this Qiyana, and I'm excited to see him play it. We do consider him the best mid laner in the world right now. And, sorry, mid laner in the world? Jungler in the world. And getting your hands on the Qiyana.
It's okay, you saw the Qiyana mid, we're going back. Yeah. But reason being, right, like, I feel like Tarzan is a big reason as to how they got to this spot, how they got third, and how they got to that top 3 rather in the LPL for summer when we talked about it. Their drop was significant for a team that achieved so much already in this year. Now, Qiyana we already talked about. The Leona's gone away, pairing up with some of these supports. The big question is that just saying, okay, we've already got our support? I mean, we already questioned. The Poppy could be top as well. I just want to add that in there.
Yeah, no, we mentioned
But we're thinking as support, so getting rid of some partnerships on the other side.
Absolutely. I'm thinking about what are the supports. Maybe the Nico already banned. Are you worried about it? No. Nautilus, potentially? I'm thinking about good pairings alongside the Kai'Sa. Karma isn't something that you would normally put alongside.
I like your Nautilus mention for the passive.
Yeah.
For the second skin.
Oh, Rakan is another good one. Yeah, we have seen Rakan being banned away a few times before.
Yep.
Now the Rumble taken away on the top side of the map. I mean, Genji, see, this is the thing. They don't really know. Like, they probably assume that this Poppy is in support, similar to kind of where we're expecting it to be as well.
Yep.
But again, you don't really know. If Genji pick something like a Cassante, we've seen Poppy be used as a Cassante answer many times before. But now with the Sion ban on the side of Genji.
Might get your wish. You talked about wanting to see Sivir more. And with the Poppy for disengage, maybe that's just the pairing as well. That can be...
You'd have so much wave clear.
Hope does love Corki though. I mean, Hope, I think, fantastic AD carry, can play scaling. Corki's hit somewhere in the middle right now with how good his skirmishing
It's also just like, it's a very independent AD carry.
That's a better word for it, isn't it?
Yeah, not reliant on having a support to provide that protection. Does provide a little bit of poke as well, which pairs up nicely with the Talia. But again, similar to what we saw in the previous game, like just decent skirmishing whenever you've got something like a Qiyana.
Yep.
Also just both champions can team fight very well. Genji though, when we think about the priority that they're going to have in the early game, we talked about that Cassante. I mean, Keen Sante is what we've known this man in the top lane for. It's a champion that's become one of his best. He's a very well-rounded top laner.
Wow, this is well-rounded comp, I feel.
Ooh, so the question is, where will this Poppy go? I really could see it top lane. They could pair alongside the Corki something like a Rel if they want a little bit more engaged, a little bit more of a front line. Or they could just stick with the Poppy support, which seems to be the plan and direction that they're going with, and then going for a tank answer on the top side of the map. Looks like Flandre is thinking about that Rek'Sai top lane. I haven't really been super sold on the impact of Rek'Sai top yet. Obviously, we did see Doran get a solo kill in the previous game. You know how difficult it is to lock this champion down simply due to the tunnels. And into the Cassante matchup, I think it's perfectly fine. But yeah, here we are. Composition's locked in. Genji, they have a lot of dive threat. With the Alistar, easy follow-up coming through from the Kai'Sa, decent pick potential and side lane threats thanks to the Rise. A very well-rounded composition. In terms of early game prio, though, you do expect AL to have that advantage, particularly around mid lane and the bot side of the map. This Poppy can be a game changer. The disengage ultimate that it has, the dash interrupts. I mean, look at this. Cassante, Xin, Kai'Sa, and Alistar. Poppy can get value against all of these champions.
Into a Poppy and into, as well, a lot of terrain. Let's not forget the setup that comes from Talia. The interactions that come from a Qiyana with that as well. You know, there is actually a lot of synergy in this draft, and it's an interesting draft. It doesn't just feel like it one's run direction, Betty. It feels like it can be a little bit more versatile. But for Genji, I see Chovy on something that can scale. I see Ruler on something that has mechanical outplay ability, if that's even a word. I see Genji on things that can really take off and hold the game in their favor until they get to their 5v5s. This is what we've been waiting for. This is the matchup we have waited a while for a good reason, so that we can see who's going to be moving to 2-0 out of Genji, out of AL. You'd argue that AL the strongest out of the LPL despite not being the top dogs, the top seeds. This has been a good year for them so far. Let's see if they keep that train running against the best team in League in 2025.
LPL support seems strong in the arena today. I mean, why shouldn't you be? Top Esports having a strong performance at this tournament as well. It's just the question mark surrounding BLG. But AL, I think a surprise to many. I think a lot of people would have put HLE as the favorites. I mean, I put HLE as the favorites into the AL matchup yesterday.
Yep.
And it was a very close game.
It was one of those games you get excited for because both teams kind of ended up just sending it right. It was
absolutely.
It was like that little micro difference, like who's got the better hands, you know, by the 25-minute mark.
Terrifying.
Viper's Kai'Sa was nuts.
It really became
it was
a game
so
of
good.
Will Viper win the game or not?
But maybe Flandre again on the rec side is going to be fantastic too. He was great yesterday. Now he starts off with an armbar onto Canyon. He's relying on the auto. Shanks pokes up with a threaded volley. A 2v2 continues. Ruler backing off as he went for the lane swap up in top. Flandre is going to see him there, and Tarzan goes back to farm.
Looks like Tarzan starting with his Q. The amount of damage that it offers is not the greatest, but the swap coming through from Genji means that this Kai'Sa gonna avoid what is a difficult 2v2 matchup. We know that the Alistar really doesn't offer a lot in the early levels.
Oh, Canyon's going Wolf straight to bot. He's going to be spotted on a ward on Raptors, Vedi, but this is a different type of path, leaving top cams for now.
Yeah, the thing about it is, so Genji not spotted, opting for a similar approach to what we saw in the CFO game, which is to split the map and to try and make the Kai'Sa feel much safer. But now on the top side of the map, this Tarzan is hovering. Kyle looking for a roam into mid lane as well. My goodness, the way they're just passing through the video. Chovy's cautious though. He knows that Kyle is missing on the map. The ping has just come down. I don't even think he spotted him.
He just knows because again, the movement comes up and in an isolated 1v1, Jura also hovering with Canyon just in case.
Okay, so
nicely done.
The reads from both teams already at a very high level. The reset going to come through from Tarzan. Picks up the longsword, makes his way towards the bot side of the map, which means that after this next clear, he can immediately start pathing back up towards the top side. Canyon having to take this somewhat awkward path, but he will now pick up his red buff. Meanwhile, Ruler feeling very safe on the top side, hoping the same position. And
he's not safe in mid though. Duro's coming in, headbutt pulverize. Might be fine as he started walking back on the progression of Duro getting to lane.
Chovy already with the CS lead, and the minion wave is pushing towards him. Shanks.
Kyle's back. He's back. This mid lane is going to be a heavy focus, isn't it? Duro's on the other side.
When you have all these swaps, right, the supports have got a lot of time.
They do.
Andre will grab that cannon minion. Here we go. The Observer's struggling to keep up with
which lane?
All the supports. Looking to make some magic happen on the Rift. Kyle, though, level 3. He's a full level up over Duro.
Duro hasn't been in a lane of experience in quite a while. Stun misses, but does not the seismic shove. Damage onto Chovy's close. Tarzan, Audacity, flashes match. The auto, no, it's first, but to Chovy, with Shanks getting the return.
The flash timing from Chovy was perfect. Remember that when you do the dash into Q on Kiana, that Q will just follow the enemy champion as Flandre gets a knock up.
There is good damage, but for Ruler, he spaces it out. Flandre is going to be able to heal this up, and Ruler's okay as well with Lethal Temple up. Flandre is not continuing the play.
Yeah, I'm hoping we do get a replay of what happened in mid lane, simply because that flash timing really was just perfect from Chovy, forcing the overcommitment from the side of AL, allowing him to trade 1-for-1. Really good stuff there from Chovy. As both these teams already at the start of this game going toe-to-toe.
I mean, there's been so much roaming already, as you said, with the lane swap. Duro's now finally in a lane, so he should absorb a bit of this experience as Ruler got to level 5 solo, and that's why now he's a level ahead of Hope. But it does look like as he moves up to top lane, things are going to continue as...
We look back at this replay as well.
Yeah.
And we can see that Chovy, the flash timing was just so exquisite from him, forcing Tarzan to stay underneath that tower just long enough to be able to trade back. And they're able to make it work, so very good stuff from him. 1-to-1 on the board. And now AL threatening the mid-wave once again.
Tarzan helping KL, or rather KL helping Tarzan get this invade down too. And Canyon with his strange pathing through early game. meant that they knew this Raptor timing consistently with the ward coverage that AL provided. Canyon does catch up a bit, now gets up to that level 5 himself, and Tarzan, while he has an EXP lead, CS is about to camp behind as he starts dragging off.
Really Dragon going to come through from AL, as you highlighted, and now in the 2 versus 1, Flandre has to play a little bit safer. That minion wave not really in the best position. But AL's bot side feeling pretty comfortable, all things considered. Have a nice, healthy CS advantage in favor of Hope. Dragon going to be uncontested, as Canyon really can't do much in this position. They don't have the numbers. First objective secured.
Okay. Dragon's on the board. Let's wait for these grubs, as while the laning phases have been interesting, we're going back to as normal does in some of these lane swaps. Vedius, I am noticing that Keen has benefited quite a lot of having Juro in that early lane. Flandre, however, as he steps back up, he's not going too great in the CS department. It's 20 CS behind, and while this cannon minion is helping him push towards him, get some of that CS, it does feel like AL's top laner is struggling for resources as he picks up the tier map.
So in terms of XP, though, he's in a good spot. He's going to be able to catch this bot wave, and Hope is going to catch this top one. So I think all things considered, AL aren't too upset with the current game state, but you are right. It's Keen that currently sits with the advantage for Genji, and Tarzan with the advantage on the side of AL for now.
And I mean, we haven't talked about it. It's obvious to our global audience, but if you've been under a rock, Keen on Cassante, pretty good.
Pretty good.
I think Orcs would say pretty good, but I can't do an Orcs voice, so I'm Australian. Juro, engage onto KL. Support v support, but Juro's taking the brunt of it. Phosphorus bomb flashed away from. Flash match by Hope with the Gatling gunning. Autos gets a kill, but now in a 2 versus 1 in trouble. Wind becomes lightning, sends him up, and the 3 talent strike. Hope is about to die. Meanwhile, Tarzan's ulti comes off with a good route too, and a seismic shove. Shanks is saving the play with KL, getting a wall hit. Chovy close to dying too with a threaded volley at max range. He runs for his life, but Tarzan helps get that mid laner on the board.
It's AL that come out on top in the skirmish as just a constant back and forth. It starts off with the bot lane of AL just getting a straight up 2v2 kill.
Is this going to be a TP flank? Rule is stepping up to the plate. Shanks with seismic shove range. Juro avoids it, but it did look like we could potentially
in a really awkward spot here. He's very low, hasn't had an opportunity to go back to base. Meanwhile, Hope already pathing towards the bot side. Ruler has done a good job, but remember, there's about a 15 CS difference between the 280 carries, but he's been able to claw that back. We look back at the replay, and it was an engage initially from Duro. The heal is popped very early. Hope then flashes in to follow, securing the kill, but then the round warp allows for Chovy to arrive that much quicker to the fight. The junglers get involved, the mid laners are, and then we're back to live.
We are back to live. Canyon on Tarzan in the pit, forces his flash. Away he goes, and Tarzan now separated from that objective. Genji picked up 1, now 2, and all 3 grubs come back to life.
Nice setup from Genji, not really giving AL that opportunity. Shanks staying around on the top side of the map. Now resetting, provided Genji with the numbers advantage that they needed. Still a very even early game. A small gold advantage, largely because of Kyle, I will admit, but still a very even game state. So right now with no major objective on the map, it's going to be back to farming, focusing on getting these plates where the teams can. And it's an interesting situation because these swaps have really changed the dynamic of like how you can leverage this early power. There's a big reason why pros really love lane swaps in general. It's because you can play those weaker laning champions and get them through what is a rough laning phase. And it's what we saw in that top side is a great example of what this bot lane would have experienced if they played a traditional 2 versus 2. Corki's early power is nothing to scoff at, and it would have made that matchup very difficult. So getting Ruler out of it, and knowing that Keen can play relatively safely in a difficult matchup on the champion as well, meant that overall Genji had a very safe early game, even if AL had all these pushing lanes.
People also forget about Poppy's base damage, which feels really nice as Keen gets a flick back. Onto Flandre, this is a fantastic trade. Flandre's going to try and heal some of it up, but King gets a couple of grasps out of it as well. With the Sheen, with the armor that is enhancing the Natofo strikes, King's going to pick up a plate as well.
Keeping my eyes on Chovy, who keeps moving into that top side fog of war. Threatening the round warp and the possibility of a dive. No full tank just yet from Flandre. Means that he will be susceptible, but we're now back to farming. Supports on the roam once more. Another swap comes through from Genji. They want to try and punish Flandre, maybe even set up for a dive. There's that Chovy in the fog of war again. The pressure, you can tell.
5 top.
Flandre feels the pressure. Is he going to walk away from this tower, though? There's the round warp.
It's going to come in quick and fast, and with the engage from Duro, Flandre up against the wall, the help from Tarzan. Supreme Display of Talent stuns too, and Gen.G with all 5 members, 4 in the gank, can't kill Flandre.
TP going to be used to get back to mid lane. Chovy wants to protect as many plates as he can. Now it's AL's turn.
Disengage from Kyle. He's got to keep his verdict out. Duro interrupts for the time being. The shove is not into a wall, so Gen.G, 3 of them, meanwhile, in top, are going to run back from the turret. Shanks was here. He walked up. He did not use the wall. And that Keeper's verdict, because it was interrupted, goes on a bigger cooldown.
I mean, credit to AL. Yeah. Sorry.
Did
I
you
heard
just...
the sound effects and I thought that something else was happening on the roof. My bad, my bad.
Okay, Benny, what were you
my
going to
bad.
say?
Sorry. Those are the noises I make. Those are my thinking noises.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm glad you clarified. Those were the noises I made. Good one.
Now I'm flustered. Good job.
You flustered me when you said, oh, woo.
The point I was trying to get at was 5 members committed by Gen.G to set up a collapse. We saw a lot of that happening because of Chovy's movements into the fog of war, that constant threat and the use of the Rise ultimate. But AL didn't really get much by responding. We saw Hope get a few more plates on the bot side of the map, but it's not really converted into a huge amount of gold for him. Now the Dragon set up in favor of Gen.G. They've got the better push on the bot side, but Tarzan has arrived. Kyle threatening the river with the level 6 over 5 of Duro. Means that it's a bit of a risky fight to take on the side of Gen.G. And now it's AL that reclaim positioning, and it looks like they're going to be the ones to start this one off.
Now, quick correction, if we do get a fight, KL does have that ulti up. It looks like it was a spectator bug. With the interruption, he still has it there, and it definitely hasn't been a minute and a half or a minute 40 and however long.
Oh,
so
I actually thought that it was cancelled.
I thought it was, and
cancelled.
unless I have no sense of time, Betty, we'll find that out later. Flandre's just going to tunnel back into top, try and get this cannon wave, while double Dragon for AL is a very serious start.
Chovy being in a side lane just means that he opens him up for more farm, but
it's happening in fog of war.
Right now it's Shanks that is kind of Chovying, as now they threaten the dive on the Keen. This is always a risky thing. Diving Keen is no easy feat.
No, it's not, especially on Cassante. Supreme Display is there. And
oh my
Tarzan
goodness.
flashes away. Seismic Shot connects. Keen responds likewise, but Ruler finds Tarzan before he goes into fog of war himself. Shanks going to poke out. Ruler gets flicked back, but no. A flash away to disengage. Keen still gets poked out, but diving at Cassante. No, Gordon Ramsay wouldn't put that on his menu.
But I mean, it's also diving Keen, and the craziest thing that Keen did in that dive was he CC buffered the Kiana ult.
He did.
Like, the timing on that was absolutely exquisite. Bought enough time for Ruler to arrive, and we've been seeing a lot of swippy swaps from this Gen.G bot lane, moving top, moving bot, but the timing of Ruler's arrival allowed him to pick up his first kill of the game. Gen.G, they weathered the pressure coming through from AL.
They've done a good job of stagnating the early game as best as possible, something we talked about in draft as well. And especially you highlighted at the start, Betty, with the Swippy swap, Ruler has been able to get to his first item a lot quicker. Be in line here with this Corki. And what I'd say is one of Hope's favorite champions at the moment, especially throughout this year. And they're quite even outside of the fact that with that kill, and Ruler, I believe, getting a plate, he is 300, 400 gold ahead. As Coinbase Gold Grind, hello.
Seeing the difference between the two mid laners here, and you can tell how even it is. With the CS advantage going ever so slightly the way of Shanks. The game slows down. We take a moment to breathe as we expect the team fights to be legendary.
Oh, yeah.
Herald are going to be spawning in 30 seconds. Itemization, couple first items completed across the board. I'm looking at Keen though, and I'm like, ooh, it's already a scary Cassante. Will they have the damage to get through? And with the Trinity Force done, you expect Hope to have a lot of damage. Canyon now clearing through his jungle. The pressure that AL is putting down is nice. Looks like first tower, and that should be the Feats of Warfare. Feats of Strength secured.
Nice. Okay.
Another small advantage gain for AL.
And again, the only thing they've lost in this game has been those grubs early with the fight with Tarzan needing to flash out. But outside of that, the early game's been strong enough. Shanks is in with a 1k gold lead, having gotten that first turret bot. And as Herald has now started, remember they're is a TP from Flandre if he needs to back or rather reposition for now. People moving from AL, they are going to be late for this betting, so I don't know why I'm talking about it.
They're going to be too late.
A wreck site, this is gone.
I mean, Gen.G is so fast at starting up these objectives. It's something that I love seeing from top teams where they kind of... Sometimes they start an objective not with the intent of completing it, just to test your responsiveness.
Yeah.
And often, like, if you start it super fast... Ooh, hang on a minute.
Tarzan is fast. Tarzan's real fast. Onto Canyon, who'll get stunned up, and there's a double into the wall. Kale's gone deep, though. A two-man headbutt. Pulverize and Gen.G have torn AL asunder as Shanks comes in with the Weaver's Wall. He's cut off Gen.G in response. A seismic shove on the Cal, and he goes into the pen. Shanks will pick up that kill while Flandre absorbs top. Keen has just altered, and AL get a response for that Herald.
So AL wasn't happy with how fast Gen.G started that Herald. They said, no, we're going to get something back for that. They move into the enemy jungle. They catch Gen.G unawares.
Use missed. Kale now has no ult for sure this time as Last Cone taken to get out.
Oh, I mean, I was going to say, like, in a great position. As I noticed, Ruler actually has the gold advantage. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it's Shanks with a 1.1k gold lead over his lane opponent. Coming into this matchup, I definitely wasn't expecting that to be the difference maker. But right now, it is Shanks and Tarzan that sit with a lot of AL's advantage. Shanks moving off to the side lane. Overall, really nice punish onto Canyon as he tried to secure his blue buff. And you're seeing this like single target chain CC combo that they have available to them. The knockback that's available from the Talia, the CC into the wall from Kyle, the root that comes down from Tarzan. Like the pick potential on this roster feels very scary to have to deal with.
True. And because Tarzan's one in control of it, that's what's even scarier. Like, yesterday on the Pantheon, I think was a big reason as to why they won Home Alive, and I feel like every time I talk about Tarzan, it's hard not to be like, well, it feels like this guy's the reason that they got here. It feels like he's the reason that they won this game, that game. Like, if you go through LPL, you know why he's the best jungler at the moment, and it's taken years. It's taken the Shy apparently as well as stun up against the wall. Tarzan has already popped his ulti. There's the headbutt pulverize from Juro. And KO gets a little bit of damage down, but it's Ruler who gets hit by Hope in the mid lane in the meanwhile. And it's all for this Dragon, which will make number 3 AL healthy enough to continue the contest as Gen.G moves to River first.
I mean, they've already gotten the ultimate out from Tarzan, so it's a more favorable fight for Gen.G as the poke is being traded. Tarzan doing what he can. Bases will come through from the top side of the map as Shanks wants to get back to base. Maybe he has an item upgrade. TP going to quickly come through, and there it is. The Leandri's finished ahead of this fight. Nice purchase. But Keen also on the way.
Tarzan with no ulti. Will they continue? AL in a dangerous spot as Tarzan can't get poke over the wall. Shanks will start off with the threaded volleys as well. Flandre and Tarzan from one angle.
Collapse is looking good. The root from Tarzan doesn't connect. They turn onto Flandre.
The engage is not bad, but Flandre is a tank. He'll take a wild die. The Weaver's Wall spreads thin, but it might actually help Gen.G on the Dragon, trying to burst it down as Ruler who gets into the pit. The poke out in the meanwhile. KL with the disengage. Dragon's exposed and stolen. Keen gets sent away by KL, and the fight will ensue. Jumping forward is Canyon with now the ulti popped as well. Keen jumping forward, getting the flip onto Shanks. 2 down, 3 to go as Gen.G look for the chase. They'll find Hope up next as Flandre sacrifices his life to save the rest, but Hope still might not be able to the woods as Ruler follows up with the killer instinct, locks in the triple, and Gen.G lock in.
They call him Keen Sante for a reason. Once Canyon gets knocked out of the pit, there's no smite available, which means that AL immediately look for the fight. But Keen is doing his best to zone them away. 1 versus 2 is making it as difficult as possible for Tarzan, but Kyle with a monster play. Ultis onto Tarzan though. Keen tries to get pushed out by Kyle. He gets a 3-man knockback. On a Cassante, flashes in, forces the flash out from Hope, and this allows for Ruler to clean up the fight. It is hard to underestimate how much impact Keen had in that fight to allow for Ruler to walk away with a triple kill.
And you look at Flandre at the end, he tries to flash in and, you know, save his 80 carry's life. But it wasn't enough in the end. Ruler held on for so long, 4-0. While third Dragon was stolen, it is the cost of Gen.G scaling that little bit faster.
I mean, Ruler's now 2.1k gold ahead. Like, the setup is complete. Ruler, a man that you can trust to carry games, is now in a position to carry the game. AL are going to have a tough time of shutting him down. But again, we expected the team fights to be crazy in this game. And how tense was that fight? The positioning was absolutely crazy. Kyle finds an angle to get a huge ultimate off onto Canyon. And ultimately it was, like, I've never seen a 3-man knockup like that on a Cassante. Just beautifully played as the top tower falls. And now we kind of enter the state of LoL once again. Chovy moving off to a side lane once more. Arakan will likely be the next point of contention, but Genji will be hesitant to hand over the soul.
Chovy, he's going to face check. Flandre's got a tunnel out, but here comes Ruler again with the killer instinct. Flandre tries to get out with a number over the wall, and that tunnel won't save his life. Ruler with number 5. Arakan's on the other side of the map, but who's going to burst it down?
Unstoppable now for Ruler. Going to move back over towards the mid lane. It's about a half a level over his AD carry counterpart in Hope. And it feels like this game is already kind of done and dusted, to be honest, with the position that Ruler's in, with the front line that Genji have. AL having to navigate through these fights. It's going to be a tough one. Chovy likely going to secure this tower, as it doesn't seem like there's anyone in position to respond. And remember, there was a 1.1k gold lead between the two mid laners. Now it's Chovy with a 400 gold lead of his own.
Yeah, we've definitely been, as Realmwalk comes in, Chovy gets out. That was the edge of it.
Right at the edge. If that root had come through, likely would have resulted in his demise. Flandre now taking over to level 13. He's also a level down. And it's crazy how a single fight has just completely flipped the game on its head. AL are going to have to find a crazy team fight in order to gain some control back over this game. And it's Ruler that they need to find a way to shut down.
For now, 130 till the Soul. If AL are going to be able to stem the bleeding, you know, you talk about the scaling here, how worrisome it is. If AL want to speed the game up again, an earlier Elder, a Soul would do it. Put them back in somewhere near the driver's seat, a minute 15 till that. Arakan could be a trade, but obviously Genji, no way they're trading Cloud Soul for Arakan. Flandre's going to move on top. That's a TP as well. Maybe trying to force because you have the leverage of Soul, as AL are committing a lot of resources to controlling top side.
Dragon in a minute's time. A lot of vision, you just highlighted it. So much control. Genji right now want to focus on Arakan. They're just going to melt through this.
Tarzan backed. Tarzan actually just backed, so...
No way they can contest.
That's gone.
Unless AL can get a huge Poppy ultimate off, TP's going to come through. They're looking to contest this, but it's already gone. Too little, too late. Arakan locked in for Genji.
Oh, but Shanks is really fast. I believe seen in the vision there at that point. Ticket seismic shove though, almost connecting. Canyon just out of the way. A close call, but no Cigar is onto Keen. I don't know how you're going to kill the Cassante without the Corky nearby. Shanks needs one big pick as TP comes in from Chovy. It's a 5v5 around mid. Now highlighting the Drake in 15.
Soul could be the difference maker. It is AL that have control over the river, but they've completely exposed this mid wave, and Ruler's going to melt it. Off the back of that, Flandre has to go and answer, and now Genji have gained purchase on this bot side. You'll notice as well, Chovy going the long way around. Ruler is quick behind him. They're not even going to bother contesting this. Instead, they're just going to come in through the bot side. Chovy now in a great flank position with his ultimate available, and Keen on the left side. Genji with a nice setup. AL, how do they approach this?
They're asking the same question. Dragon going to be started again. Genji using Ruler, but he doesn't commit for the time being. Juro's taking a little bit of poke, but that's all it is. A little bit here from anyone's Legends. As Chovy hovers around the outside, there's the Weaver's Wall to separate. Looking for the pick. Keen separates too, but the Poppy ult will only find one. It's onto Chovy for now, running in towards the Dragon, but it's at 4k. It ain't stealable as Keen pops the ulti. The all out there. He is getting poked down, and Shanks is sending away to the Supreme Display. Will find the mark on the side, and Ruler jumped in to a Poppy with a steadfast presence. Dragon stolen, and the fight for AL taken away. Kyle, this pick pays dividends!
The arena erupts as AL shut down Genji in the fight. They needed to find the fight to turn this game around, and what a way to do it. Keen on the flank is their target. They're trying to chunk him out as much as they possibly can. Shanks is cautious of Chovy on the flank. This ultimate separates the fight, making it difficult for Ruler and Chovy to get involved. Canyon goes in, he gets chunked out. Oh, Ruler also gets caught off in the Kyle ulti, so he feels confident to go into the fight. Keen gets chunked out, he's forced to disengage. Chovy gets good damage. Ruler sees an angle when Duro goes in, but then he gets knocked up. The reaction by Kyle. The Baron is secured as well. And just like that, AL's team fighting, they showed it to us yesterday. They showed it at MSI. They're just an incredible team fighting team. But Kyle, what a beautiful performance on the Poppy.
It must sting Gen G to be denied by the Gen G Challenger support of 2021. The Live Sandbox, the now AL. This guy's developed this year. If you saw him last year in anyone's legend, you'd think, yeah, he's mid-tier, maybe even towards the bottom tier. Now KL, regarded as the best support in the LPL for a reason, the development arc of this guy you haven't heard about, but now you must. In this Poppy, at 7 out of 8 KP, in this one game versus Gen G, AL, because of him, have now secured the soul. The Baron you mentioned before, gold is even, but the fights are feeling more confident from the LPL second seed.
Gotta still be careful. TP flank from Keen. This is a deep flank coming through.
Deep. Tarzan going first. Kyle with the ulti again. Finds another market. Chovy once more. Jura getting burnt out with the ult from Canyon. He'll be isolated and everyone can jump in with ease. Flandre's now joined in as well and Genji have immediately lost two. The flash of all are gone as well. As Shanks Weaver's wall won't find a target. It's still another big win for AL.
The TP I think was too deep and Genji went in too aggressively. The TP gets zero value off the back of that. Another tower will be secured. And look at how the momentum has shifted. It is AL that is driving forward this game.
We're worried about the scaling. We're worried about Genji weathering the storm, but there's a new one approaching for AL. Vedi.
How has Tarzan held on to a gold lead this entire game? He was like 0-2
Tarzan,
for most of the game.
It's Tarzan. He's been fundamental as well, but
I mean, his ultimates have been good. There's no question about it. But really, like, Kyle is the MVP of this game without a shadow of a doubt. The ultis that he has been connecting, the follow-up, like the stuns into the walls that he's been able to find. We go back to, like, the top play that happened between the two bottom lanes. It is he that is finding so much magic for this AL squad. This Keen Sante, I was worried for AL. It felt like that he was an immovable wall that just would not be stopped. But now it felt like that they found a weakness in the armor and they're continuing to press forward. The Baron still remains strong, 20 seconds left. Another tower soon to fall, but the rest of Gen G quickly arrive.
Hoke is big as well. Let's not forget Hope as Keen and Chovy back off and the turret goes down with a 3,000. Now the lead. The base is not being cracked off this Baron power play though. I'm sure Red Bull might get another one here at 4.5K. That has been the influence that AL have taken away from it. 2 minutes till Elder, 3 till another.
And while it might just be a best of one, it is really important to recognize that the LPL was, the expectations coming into this tournament was doubt. I heard from LPL experts that they were not super confident on the LPL coming into this tournament. But for AL to get a win over HLE and Gen G to move to 2-0, I mean, that's got to change a lot of perspectives here at this World Championship.
It would join CFO and for AL.
And Top Esports, remember. And Top Esports sitting at 2-0. 2 LPL teams.
I'm so used to Top Esports at internationals. I just still couldn't believe it.
I mean, it's the first seed that right now, we'll see how they perform in the next matchup.
Yeah, BLG have got a lot to say. A lot to do, rather.
But perhaps it was just a forced first game jitters. We'll have to wait and see. In any case, again, just the best of one. We've seen Gen G drop games to AL before, and I wouldn't just suddenly assume that Gen G is not favorites in the tournament. But again, a statement performance, and it really does show AL, they were considered one of the best team fighting teams in the world before. And this game is really reminding you as to why. We're getting ready for our next objective. 47 seconds until the Elder Dragon. You can see it at the top left of your screen. Chovy going to push out that top wave. Level 17 on the rise. Death cap completed for him. The arm guard finished for Shanks. Going to be a valuable purchase. But pretty much everyone across the board. 3 items, 4 items as well for Ruler. Don't count him out just yet. He fumbled the last team fight, but so close to level 16. If he can get that third point in the ultimate, nice juicy upgrade, that's for sure.
Tarzan makes his position known. AL hold control over this river this time. 15 seconds, he elders up Flandre. Another entry point guarded well. As Duro looks for his angle. For Genji, one team fight is all it takes at this point in the game. Canyon with a flank, but found by Tarzan. The burst, enough as well to put him to half HP.
That is all he needs to do. Now, Canyon has to make a decision. Does he fight with 50% HP, or does he choose to reset? Very nice play from Tarzan, not overcommitting. He's trying to heal on the Wolves, and he will get a decent amount of HP back.
Not all of it, but most of it. Shanks keeps sending out the poke, plenty of mana to continue on. And as you said, Hope is going to do this quick.
Canyon on his way over. The ulti, beautiful from Shanks.
And
how does Genji get in?
The timing's great. Maybe with a Realm Warp to one side of Chovy by himself. Keen jumping in first hand. KO guards the entrance, and Elder's taken. Anyone's legend. Turn for the fight. As Genji got to run. They might take Flandre, but with Elder, it's a buff to beat the rest. 1 for 1. Keen getting poked. The flash. Kyle gets close. Keen's one step away from dying, but first Canyon will go in the coffin then. Duro, as he runs away, he's getting chased up by a Gatling gun and a pair of pebbles. He'll flash out, but now with the free display missing out, you say, hey, doesn't matter. Tarzan finds another, and AL steps away from the base.
Exquisite execution once again. The ultimate from Shanks to cut Genji's approach off, securing the Elder Dragon and converting it into the fight. TP from Shanks, returning to the mid wave. The TP from Kyle. They have the Nexus in their eyes. They're looking to take down the best team in the world.
It looks like Kyle has committed parricide, as Duro is just another target. Ruler was fed the hope of Genji, but even he is not enough. In China, AL will soar, and once again we are reminded that Tabe is the greatest LPL coach that has ever lived.
The underestimated AL came out swinging in today's matchup as they got the better of Genji in the most important team fights. A rivalry that continues to grow, as this is the second LPL team to go 2-0 here at Worlds.
How does he keep turning these teams around? I don't know, but the desk is going to tell us how that one burned the house down for AL's 2-0.
Well, it's cinematic moments. I doubted Raz, but he was right. It was looking doomed. Man. They were looking lost. The early game was good, but then Genji did the Genji thing. They won the fight. Suddenly they were rich, but it wasn't enough.
It's a Hollywood film. It's a Hollywood film. Quentin Tarantino made this one.
You know what? I love how great they played. I love the outcome. I just hate that they proved Raz right.
Raz was on some bullshit, but, for sure, it was proven correct. Tabe,
everyone gets a
hug all around. And look, I think we have to go right into it. Kyle, man of the moment yesterday with the steal from Viper to take the Drake. And then today, shutting down Genji at the Dragon Soul and our HyperX reflex replay. This man is a demon.
When it comes to Dragon Souls, he has them on lock. And I feel like this moment, it was in unison with great setup from the Weaver's Wall, and it ends up splitting Genji so effectively. So the call ends up being Ruler and Chovy want to be with the rest of the team, so the Realm Warp comes through to move them, and we get this snipe from Kyle, knocking them to the other side, and then it's a little bit desperate from Genji to try and reposition. Ruler then sees an angle to ult in, to find a way with Duro to go in, and look at the steadfast presence to catch him. Immediate response to take out the AD carry, and from there AL has control.
It's a Kyle 1v9. It was actually crazy to be able to see this. By the way, going from the draft into this, I was like, okay, Talia and Poppy, what are we drafting? Dash after dash after dash after dash. I was like, okay, this is going to be relevant. And by the way, the Dragon before that got them soul point, they may have completely got slaughtered in that fight, but it was Kyle knocking Zinzao out of the fight, getting soul point, and then ending up to getting soul in this one.
This man deserves so much love. And here's my pitch, if Mark is paying attention right now and not playing Cookie Clicker or something, is Kyle, Spanish, the Kai. Replacement for your fraud top laner, the Shy. It's time. Embrace the Kai. Embrace the new era. This man has taken anyone Legends far. And the thing is, early game it looked good, right? But I do want to go back. The Keen Sante felt like it might be a full effect. That Dragon fight around 19 minutes, okay, back to Gen G, business as usual. Gen G still had those great moments. When we look at that fight, it felt like the writing was on the wall. It really was just individual performance that brought it back.
I mean, it's so difficult to lose a big team fight like that against Gen G. So many teams, you lose a team fight like that, and that might just be it, and you don't get another opportunity back in from there. We see this from Keen. He ends up getting this triple knockback on the Q, and then he pushes forward. He's able to find Shanks as well. This was the point where I'm thinking, okay, this is a big Gen G team fight. They get a big lead out of this. Ruler ends up getting so many kills on the back of this play. I've seen this so many times before domestically, and I've said the game is done. And yet it wasn't. And it shows so much skill, so much talent, so much resilience from AL to fight back from this point. And they've now taken down not only the #1 seed today from the LCK, but yesterday the number 2 seed. Puts them in such a great position.
Well, in the HLE, there was a little bit of an asterisk because there were some build question marks. It felt like Viper was the only source of damage, right? But there's no asterisk today. I mean, the incredible performance, the incredible comeback. These guys are looking so dominant to take out 2 people in the running for tournament favorite. It all kind of culminates in that Elder Drake fight. But you've seen it. I mean, we might as well watch it again. But this joy, this energy that we're hearing here in Beijing, so well deserved because anyone's legend are kind of the new hope for the LPL.
This game alone is amazing. Combine that with beating HLE yesterday, who is the best team in the tournament? That's the question.
Right now, AL.
Yes.
If we've learned anything, it's that best of ones are more than enough evidence to make sweeping conclusions, and I've made it. Kyle is winning finals MVP. I need no other footage other than probably the finals and all the other footage that we need, but generally, incredible stuff.
It's such a great start, and it puts them in a great position going forwards, and the fact that they're joining another LPL team in the 2-0 position, especially after that BLG rough loss to start it, it's a good bounce back for the region.
Especially with the context of like, oh, loss after international loss for the LPL. They were looking for one team to be that shining ray of hope. It's AL.
They're lighting the way. They are certainly, at the very least, leading the way at this moment in time. Of course, after the break, we're going to hear from Flandre himself before BLG takes on Fnatic. BLG maybe looking for a little bit of redemption and a chance to keep the LPL on this upward trajectory.
Separate, looking for the pick. Keen separates 2, but the Poppy ult will only find 1. It's onto Jovi for now, running in towards the Dragon, but it's at 4K. It ain't stealable as Keen pops the ulti. The all out there. He is getting poked down, and Shanks is sending away to the Supreme Display. Will find the mark on the side, and Ruler jumped in to a Poppy with a steadfast presence. Dragon stolen, and the fight for AL taken away. Kyle, this pick pays dividends.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025. We are moments away from getting an interview with the victorious Flandre, but in the meantime, we have one important man on the desk, and that is Raz, and he's going to break down for us the truth of cinematic moments. Yeah. What is it? How does the strategy work? What do we need to do as Western teams to embody this strategy that AL are doing so effectively? Oh,
Specs on. Oh,
smart.
Does that help?
It does, because I can see clearly now. And it's about intentionally losing the early game.
That's step one, because I think the LEC teams are pretty good at that.
We are.
Unfortunately, you carried that into the late game.
But we need more than that.
Why do I feel like I just got like all-star dunked on alley-ooped? Why do I'm being ganged up on? This is bullying.
Okay. But no, I mean, the tenacity that this team has and like the skill in team fights, it feels like they just grind out the team fights and understand it wholly. In MSI, we see it. Now, it's so confusing because when they go back to domestic play and regular season and then in playoffs, you're like, oh, I'm starting to lose faith in this team. It's only when you lose faith in the team that they come back stronger.
So what I'm getting from this, and
AL are like KT?
Step
what
one
is this?
Except a successful KT.
Step one, kind of lose the early game or make some mistakes maybe mid-game.
Got it.
Be really good at team fighting.
Yeah.
Like really exceptionally
good.
Maybe like, Gen G, be better than Gen G at team fighting.
Okay, but I don't... Never mind. We're going to have to explore this more in the future. The interview is ready. We'll stop yapping now.
Anyone's Legend come out victorious in the matchup against Gen G, and I have Flandre with me to talk about this one. Ni hao. Thank you so much for joining me. So a bit of context. When we just made it here, Ruler is like right in front of us right now. You did this to him. What was that about?
好，首先恭喜你们赢下了比赛的胜利。当我们来到采访间的时候呢，主持人看到了你和对面的 Ruler 选手做了一个这样的动作，是有什么意味吗？
就因为跟 Ruler 也当过队友嘛，然后就感觉他在正经的采访挺搞笑的，我就逗逗他。
You know, we were old teammates previously. I feel like it's kind of funny to see Ruler was so serious when he was interviewed, so I want to make some spicy.
Love me some banter here. Now, talking a bit more about the game, you're the only top laner who found success on the Rek'Sai right now. Could you explain why maybe you're better on that champion than any other top laner so far, and how strong do you think it is in the meta?
那圣枪哥选手操到的雷克赛是目前为止所有的上单选手里可以说是唯一一个可以把雷克赛玩得这么好的。你觉得背后的原因是什么？以及你觉得他在这个版本的理解是怎样的？
我觉得雷克赛这英雄首先肯定是需要其实很大的练习量嘛。就我也是玩了挺多把才有现在这个效果，而且从一开始的主 Q 到后面，我看到有外赛区的选手是主一，我看起来效果是更好，所以我觉得。是大家都想办法玩好这个英雄，才有现在这个画面嘛。但就是这英雄可能选出来有一个顾虑，就是对面可能会换线，一定是 AD 上来欺负你，因为你一级只能学 W 嘛，说白了，你 Q 跟 E 都学不了，所以这方面可能要想好你能不能承受住 AD 的压力。
Yeah, so firstly, it takes too much practice to make sure that you're proficient on the Rek'Sai, and I also did it for so much practice to make it. And secondly, I also transferred I pick the skill from the Q main to the E main because I saw a lot of foreign players, they choose this kind of play style, so that I can transfer my understanding about this. And also I want to notice that is that, when you pick Rek'Sai on the top lane, you have to be ready for there will be a lane swap. The AD carry player maybe come to the top, and you have to make sure if you can handle the pressure on it.
I love it. Thank you for the insights about those lane swaps. We see them more and more often. How do you know how to play against that? Is that something that you pre-plan with your team? Obviously you know when you see the matchup, but what do you think about those swaps?
那接下来想聊到的现在的换线在比赛当中的情况也是越来越常见的嘛。作为上单选手，你们会怎样去处理这种情况？比如说会不会提前去计划，还是说当游戏当中是真的遇到这种情况的时候，应该如何去应对呢？
其实我觉得这个版本的换线其实是相比于之前更有那种更多可能性嘛，就是你以前可能就是单纯的上下路换线，然后两个人互相欺负对面上单，让他补不了刀，但是比较公式的，就你上路玩不了，我下路那个上单玩不了。然后现在的话，可能是因为只有一个人能吃兵嘛，所以 AD 在上路跟上单对线的同时， 可能辅助要做的事特别多，就不管你是去1级绝食去帮打野入侵打野，还是说你在下路先抗压吃到2级，然后开始游走，就特别多的可能性。所以现在前期如果换线了的话，设计我觉得特别重要吧。
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like there's more possibilities about the lane swap, especially in this meta, because in the previous patch, there was only one kind of situation of the lane swap, is that the top lane exchange with the bottom lane, and you know, it's like a standard play style in the previous meta's lane swap, but in this meta, there are more possibilities. You know, some like the top laners play against, you never know who you're going to play, and they're more viable play style according to this. And in this meta, if you want to lane swap, it has the high request for your support players, because support players, you have to, you know, like the cover top lane, or you have to choose if you want to invade the jungle for your junglers, or you have to roam a lot and set up the plans. There's more possibility and also high requirement for the support players. They should to know about lane swap in this match.
All right, a lot of things to look out for, and makes top lane more interesting as well. Xie, thank you so much, Mandre, for the interview. Christina, smurfing as always, thank you so much. And AL advances to the next round.
And while AL are feeling good after the 2-0 start, Raz is mean-mugging the camera because it's time to get real. It's time to talk about the teams that did not have a great start, and that is BLG and Fnatic, both in the 0-1 bracket, both looking a little bit rough. And I want to start by talking about the top lane, because we saw some questionable moments in that first day, and I think those are the players we're going to be looking at to really ramp it up. As the players arrive, we're keen to see them, what they're going to bring to day 2, because day 1 for Oscar Renan and Bin was, you know, not the form they wanted to debut on this international stage with.
Yeah, both of them getting solo killed by Scions in matchups where...
Well, really one got solo killed by the Scion, one got solo killed by the turret, and the Scion smacked him in the head.
Yeah, bit of teamwork between them, and then the reaction.
Well, you can see Shadow was disappointed, but that kind of brings us into our next talking point, which was, you know, the question everyone wanted to know, Shadow or Beishwan. And obviously, something important that we always have to take into account with BLG is which of these junglers is going to show up very standard after that loss, to just see Shadow immediately kind of step into the fold.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen, obviously, domestically when they had the playoffs, it was like the super sub coming in when things went amiss. But it has been a big boost, I feel like, for them.
They're just benefiting from constant honeymoon phases where it's just like, yes, 42 from Shadow. Shadow, I feel like, has performed quite well. At least from the playoffs, from what I've seen from Beishwan, they played well, much better around him. But it's just been this revolving door for the team that it, for whatever reason, when the team isn't performing as well, and we just like saw like an underperforming Bin, and that's kind of been the same case for the regular season as well. It hasn't panned out. But that being said, the game has started, the draft has started. I want to hear from the casters. You guys take it away.
Thanks, Raz. That's so nice of you to say. Shadow starting today to the surprise of none, I will say, yesterday. Beishwan had a rough intro to Worlds yesterday, and now it is up to the previously EU jungler to show us what he's got. Now for Fnatic on the other side, you see already Yunara's banned, the Jarvan gone. The Kiana today has put on a good show. Let's be real.
Oh, yeah.
What a fun pick as well. Glad it's in the meta, but for this game, it's going to take a break as Orianna gets selected first.
Wow, so Fnatic choosing to hand over the Orianna. That's a scary thing. I mean, Knight is, he has his champions, that's for sure, throughout his career, but when we look back at some of his most played, Orianna is definitely up there, and as someone who can be very lane dominant, we'll see how things pan out. We expect Poby to go more towards something like the Talia. Galio is something we've seen come through from him a couple times in this matchup. He does struggle in the early laning phase, but ooh, I'm quite surprised to see the Aurora. This is, of course, flexible, as we've seen it come out into the top side as well from Oscar a few times. We'll see if they keep it as a flex option as we continue, but for now, jungle has to be the lock-in. We're going to get Razork's Vi once again. It didn't have a super impactful performance yesterday. The AD did bring up the rough draft that we saw from Fnatic yesterday, where it did feel like that their cohesion wasn't really there. And especially once they saw the Scion to then lock in the Ezreal was quite a surprise.
They didn't give themselves many options. I can agree with that wholeheartedly. And again, that Scion is up and available for Bin this time, if he so chooses. First, though, we get an early Xayah, but when you see a Vi, when you see a lot of all-in burst, like, why not lock in a Xayah Rakan for Elkanon?
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to go for the Kai'Sa now, if Fnatic is just going to fully commit to this dive-style approach. You can still fully commit onto champions like the Orianna, but Xayah is a super good champion into heavy dive. Aurora should be able to still punish or complement the Vi at the very least.
We're back to this.
Caitlyn. I don't like Caitlyn Vi. Like, maybe it's just a personal thing, but inherently, I just feel like that the champions want to do two different things.
Yeah.
I feel like that Caitlyn wants a safe front line that she can play around and leverage her range, whereas Vi wants to close that range gap as quickly as possible and wants to lock someone down. Now, there are still nice combos, right? Vi ultimate, put the Caitlyn trap underneath, you get the headshot guarantee, you can do a lot of damage, right? There is that possibility, but ultimately, we'll see how things pan out as we get through the rest of the draft. Moving into the second phase of bans, junglers are going to be the target. Nocturne going to be removed from the side of Fnatic. I wonder if Jarvan is also going to join alongside that, or if instead the Xin Zhao may make its appearance once again.
Xin has been mega popular. We kind of know our junglers now as well. A lot of these skirmish-heavy, characters have been played consistently over and over. And we haven't had as many tank junglers so far. But so far, there is no tank in BLG. There's no tank in Fnatic either.
Oh, they're banning top laners out. Okay.
They're assuming that that is going to be an Aurora mid for Poby.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that we didn't see something like an Alistair banned.
True.
I'm also thinking about Karma's a possibility for Fnatic. Renata is a possibility for Mickey. They may even do like Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
I like Blitzcrank Caitlyn as a combo a lot.
I know we're getting Morgana and solo lanes. I'm just going to throw it out there.
Ooh, I mean, I'm a big Morgana enthusiast.
But in support, it hasn't really risen much. More so the wave clear was there. Scion is gone. That might help Fnatic from the PTSD of yesterday.
Well, we're expecting a support pick to come through. Ooh! Hysterics with the prediction.
Hey. Not often right, but when I am, it's
today.
It's
a Morgana. Okay.
Man, the analyst desk gave me a look.
I mean, so I love Morgana as a champion. I think that she's really strong after the buffs that she's been getting. Traditionally, though, we've been seeing her mid kind of around the world, not really in support, as you highlighted.
So it could be a mid Morgana.
But this is like very old school.
Yep.
Like Caitlyn Lux, Caitlyn Morgana, like back in the day, back when we were young and had a good time playing League.
That doesn't happen anymore.
But it's a very scary combo because the amount of chain CC that's available is very effective. But the Black Shield against Rakan as well, like it provides a lot of protection for the Caitlyn. And also, let's say a Renekton jumps on top of you, he can't break the shield.
Yeah, he can't.
Because he's not going to do any magic damage.
It's also very linear, right? If the Renekton can't dash through you with a slice and dice, like, you just press Q and walk away.
I really think it's a pretty good Morgana angle, and it also pairs nicely with the Vi. But Nefiri, going to be a strong skirmish jungler.
Ball delivery as well.
And it looks like the Poppy top for Oscar. Now, for those that remember his last international appearance, this was a champion that we kind of believed in him for. Like, he had strong performances on it. It's a very safe champion. It does very well into the dashes. So again, against the Rakan, against the Nefiri, against Renekton, it can be super effective. Early matchup, you're probably going to struggle against Renekton, as many top laners do. But I think I prefer this draft a little bit more from what we've been seeing compared to what we saw yesterday from Fnatic. But it doesn't change to the fact that BLG is still BLG.
Yep.
Right? While yesterday they didn't start their footing off in a super convincing way, Xayah Rakan is a very easy bot lane to play through. They have a strong mid game, especially with Xayah Orianna, with good team fighting. And ultimately, that is what this is going to come down to. Fnatic have demonstrated before that their coordination in the fights is not the strongest, whereas for BLG, we know that when push comes to shove, they have the talent to be the best in the world, given that they did, of course, win the LPL.
And maybe this overview, maybe this look at Shadow and seeing a new jungler in will give good insight into BLG, because Yesterday was not it, and it felt like it was a wall that was crumbling down. It really started with Beitchuan and Bin, you know, the Rek'Sai, the egregious play in front of turret, and then dropped down, and then Knight was affected, and then Elkanon couldn't do too much with that at least support that he was so well known for, had such a high win rate. Now lowered to 9-2, but today's a different day. Today's a much different day for BLG.
It's been a good day for the LPL, all things considered.
Been a good day for League of Legends.
They round out with another win. LPL going 3-0 on the day would definitely be a good way to round things out. Let's see, as Fnatic, we are expecting BLG to be the favorites coming into this matchup. Yep. But if Fnatic can get a win here, my goodness, that would be quite the upset indeed.
It would put BLG at 0-2.
I mean, also, okay, the third seed from the LTA and the third seed of the LEC,
they shook hands.
To lose to both of them, that would be quite the shocker.
I think the West would have a lot to lean on after today, you know? And the LEC faithful, especially when there was a domestic rivalry that put MKOI to 0-2. Who's going to join them? Let's begin. Now, we already talked a little bit about the draft coming into this, and especially with that Morgana making its debut at Worlds. For Mickey especially, I feel like Mickey's been great on engages, but also sometimes just very out of place. This one requires a little bit more finesse.
Oh, it certainly does.
Ward taken. Okay. GG. 10 gold.
Starting with the Q. We'll spot them out. Here we go. There's the roots.
Binding does connect. Elk takes the brunt of upset damage.
So this is so there's good news and bad news about Morgana, right?
That's it.
Once the Q lands, oh, scary. When you don't have Q anymore, not scary. Yeah.
She might press W. She might put a puddle down.
Yeah. So in the laning phase, ooh, but when you do, honestly, generally it's the in lane with Morgana, I often expect the threat of the binding to be bigger than the actual binding.
And another one. It's another one. Upset has the damage as well. On has to heal up. Maybe there's going to be a flash out. Matched up. Upset's there. The range just out. Piltover Pacemaker not going to connect. And Dark Binding this time is why.
So close. But now that's all. Well, the barrier is still up. The jungler's going to come for an early gank. Shadow's on his way.
Oh no, with the wave as well. Upset just wants to get the push in. He's doing it as slowly as he can. I'm looking at the EXP bar. It's nowhere near 3. The jungle pet not spotted out in the end. The trap's down. Here comes Shadow for his debut at Worlds. He's got a good angle. The black shield's there, but Elka's already matched the flash even at level 1. The damage should be enough in a 3 versus 2. First blood over to BLG. They're going to make it double. Fnatic's bot lane in major trouble.
Oh my goodness. Shadow punishes. He did a 2-camp clear into bot lane gank, and it was a good play. Upset and Mickey used all of their summoner spells. Upset did have the barrier, but it was not going to be enough to help him get out of that situation. They didn't invest a ward into the tri-brush. They didn't respect the possibility of an early gank. This was a super aggressive play from On that absolutely gets punished. The binding comes through from Mickey. They get a ton of damage down, but On pops a pot. And this early pot does so much work because, look, it takes him out of kill range.
Wow.
Walks upwards to sidestep the Q. And then Upset's now in a position underneath the tower where the lane is too long. He can't get away to safety. Mickey quickly drops after. And Elk gets 2 kills.
On the Xayah as well. Oh my god. Oh my god, said Upset. Yep, Europe said that too, sir. After what was a very promising start, there is still a CS lead in this lane as On and Mickey are both looking for the roam. Maybe the pick off as well. Over the wall, it's cheeky. On doesn't see them. A ward spotted over the wall, though. That's what gives it away. On plays with fire.
Okay, well, the good news for Fnatic is Razork got a lot from...
It's back again. Flashes, matches, it connects. We've seen a lot of Vi miscues, but that one won't miss. Neither will Mickey's. Elk cleanses away now. No summoners for the Xayah.
So they commit the flash from Razork to make that play happen. He's going to have to path back towards the top side of the map, though. Shadow continuing to clear through his jungle. Elk is very low, but he can't afford to lose out on this wave.
True.
He's still in a healthy gold position, as you highlighted earlier, but I don't think Fnatic can really do much off the back of this. The binding.
Down. Yeah, just out of range.
Now that that's gone, though, Fnatic don't really have much to be... Sorry, Elk doesn't really have much to be afraid of. The traps will come through to help try and zone them away. Okay, the poke is quite good.
Yeah, it is good. And despite the double kill earlier, even though Elk has a gold lead here, this lane is still going to be egregiously bad for the Xayah Rakan. Shadow now hovering around Krugs, trying to get something done, maybe get a position in this lane. There is a control ward in Pixel Brush, but for BLG, they need all the help they can get getting Elkin on to a position of power.
Mickey is just burning through his mana. generally, again, the idea is that you kind of hold the Q to dissuade any aggression from the BLG bot lane, but he's just throwing that stuff on cooldown.
He's out of mana now.
Yeah, if it lands, it lands. Great. But I mean, hey, it's working now. Look at Shadow once again. He's found a path.
Oh, and the root as well. Mickey misses the Dark Binding. The threat is down. He's lucky to get out of there. Ondud did
Shadow, he's coming from behind. Fnatic don't see this play.
Knew the Pixel Brush was there once again. This gank might head a little bit more. Shadow goes invulnerable. Mickey misses the binding, and he's just going to die. This time, Shadow picks up on the gold, and BLG with a 3-0 start.
I mean, they're not respecting Shadow's pathing whatsoever. Yike is going to be in the area.
He's coming in, misses onto On. Thought he'd step forward a little bit more, and now Razork, his path has given up.
I mean, credit to Shadow. He is just punishing this hyper-aggression from the Fnatic bot lane 2 versus 2. Domestically, junglers do not punish this bot lane like we're seeing right now.
True.
And Shadow is just, yeah, he's just happily picking up kill after kill. Well played by him. He's been building up a bit of a lead for himself on the top side of the map, but that is all blue on the bottom of your screen as BLG are finding advantages across the rift.
The one lane we haven't talked about is just chilling here in mid. And for Knight, he's going to have push to enable the Dragon, while Razork picking up this scuttle will give them a little bit more insight into when that Dragon could potentially be started. But remember, Shadow can just jump over the wall and pick that up silently, while Razork now level 6. Guess where he's going? Guess where he lives? We have his address, it's bot.
Yeah, look, let's see if Fnatic can finally get something back. They really want to find a pick onto Elk.
Top wave, we'll clear the wave.
Wave clear. Here we go, Razork.
Okay, Elk does have flash available yet again, level 5, so he doesn't have the ulti to escape. With the black shield on top as well, Elk is trying to path it out, but what a binding from Mickey. A shutdown, an upset now finally on the board in this lane.
A much needed shutdown. Fnatic needed to alleviate some of this pressure, get that kill onto Elk. And the gold gap now closed between the two AD carries.
And the wave in a good space as well for Razork to make gank number 4 happen.
Well, let's see, he needs to clear out his top side of the map.
Well, he might get red, then come back.
Yes, I have a feeling that that will be his plan. But now BLG, they're starting to move some members around. They realize that the wave is in a bad spot in the bot lane. Oh, hang on a minute.
Okay, he's learned his lesson against turrets. You know, he's got a couple of minions there.
One would hope so. As the bot lane now find themselves in mid. So no scary Razork ganks in the near future, but this Orianna needs to be careful as Shadow has turned his attention towards the first dragon of the game. 1.1k still the goal lead in favor of BLG. Elk going to be able to help Shadow secure this early objective. And Knight has to be cautious, but he knows that his jungler's on the bot side of the rift. Pings have come down from Fnatic. They will know that this dragon is being secured. There's not really much that they can do about it.
Okay, well now information given over. Grubs have also spawned in this game just as of now. A nice engage here from On. The feathers are out, but just out of range is Poby. And Shadow makes his appearance as well. 3 members around mid, and after this push, it could be a double objective here for BLG, with Shadow moving straight there.
Just getting very low, threat of a dive. BLG going to convert one objective into the other. Fnatic have really committed their resource towards the bot side of the map, and I will say I think this is a bit of an over-investment. Fnatic are conceding so many early objectives here, and Shadow's just punishing Fnatic's positioning on the map. Bin has a health advantage. If Razork can get one, that would be ideal.
Shadow sticks around, he wants to steal. Dark Binding sends him out though, and it's going to be a double grub here for Razork.
Okay, not the end of the world then.
Good rotation.
Ultimately will not be the worst case scenario. I was worried for Fnatic that they were going to lose the grubs and the dragon, but they do end up getting something back at the very least. Caitlyn going to stay in the bot side of the map. I imagine that they're going to bring this swap out soon, and yeah, we can see Poby already making his way towards the bottom lane. This mid wave likely going to lose some farm towards the tower, but it is a cannon wave. Going to make his way over, but yeah, timing-wise, a little bit late there from Upset. So a lot of this wave is going to disappear. Mickey likely going to be forced to pick that one up.
Wasn't able to get collected, by the way. If you want to look at the items, it's Serrated Dirk and Pickaxe, so just a little bit off. Mickey's the one who's going to absorb the rest of this wave, and so for experience here for the Morgana, getting closer towards 6 to all those soul shackles, that is just another layering of CC for the champion. As Upset now moves towards mid. No objectives up for a little while. We're just going to farm it out, and Upset now is the only one looking red with his gold lead, thanks to that shutdown before.
So a lot of the gold advantage that PLG have built for themselves on the top side of the map.
Black shield.
Yeah, Root not going to be able to connect. Mickey loses a lot of his HP though. Both junglers hovering around the middle lane. Razzle going to be spotted on a wards as both mid lane is actually trading back and forth in the river. Looks like Poby getting the short end of the trade a little bit, but it's going to turn his attention to mids. I'd be surprised if they convert this into any real play. Poby needs to go and catch that bot wave. Not really much on the map for either team to play for right now. It is these early plates. There's a possibility of a rotation into a bot lane dive, perhaps. Shadow has just gone back to base as well.
See Knight's playing cautious though. He knows Razork not on a ward for now, but there are some BLG pings going down as Poby's moving back and forth from that tri-brush. Knight steps up anyway, and maybe he didn't know enough. Into the wall, just shy is Razork. Shockwave brings him back, but just to let him know. Dissonance, good damage as well. Knight still stepping up in a 1v2. He's now got Shadow to make it equal odds.
The threat of the roam from On as well to increase the numbers. Mickey did take over to level 6. On still ways away from that. On once again on the move.
Good one.
Shadow looking to try and get a collapse onto Poby, maybe if he goes for a deep base, but not going to be spotted. Look at this vision control that BLG have on this bot side of the jungle. Clearly providing that protection for Knight to be able to push in the side lane. Now remember that Fnatic do still have a lot of dive threat, and so by going for this Rod of Ages on Knight, gives him that extra bit of HP, a little bit more survivability. Does mean that the damage is going to come through from him a little bit later into the game, though. Meanwhile, Bin has just been, I mean, he's been dominating in this 1v1, quite frankly. He has a 20 CS lead. He's secured 3 plates for himself. Oscar really hasn't been able to do very much.
Remember, Steadfast Presence, long cooldown. Slice and Dice, not so much. So even if there's an interaction there, Renekton's going to have his cooldowns much sooner. So 20 CS lead, 600 gold. Been close to getting this Black Cleaver or Stride Breaker pending.
Here's the thing about the solo laners for BLG as well. So you've got Bin winning out in this top lane 1v1, right? Doing a lot of tower damage, but also in the bot lane. Now that Rod of Ages has been completed, Poby just doesn't have the burst threat that he had before, which means that Knight can now just trade way more aggressively, because every time you do trade, you're likely just going to have a health advantage, which means that he constantly has push on the bot side of the map as well. Elk is, with his fast wave clear, getting that advantage at mid, and so basically you have a situation where BLG have 3 pushing waves, and they have full control over the river, and they always get to collapse onto these objectives first. So Fnatic, a lot of the responsibility falls on Razork to find a way to get a creative gank, but the deep vision that we're constantly seeing from BLG makes it even harder for him. So BLG have a firm lock on the game right now, and Fnatic don't have an easy way of breaking it.
You see Razork's trying to break it as he Vault Breakers out. That's the turn, that's the moment from BLG. Shadow's already used W, but he won't need its Soul Shackles to lock down the dog with a Dark Binding that misses. BLG are safe, and Mickey almost dies.
Looked like Mickey tried to pass on to connect onto Shadow to set up for a trap play, but it doesn't actually connect onto either one of them. Dragon now alive. Bot laner On has to go back to base. Dragon going to be started. I don't think this is an easy start, though, as Elk gets to collapse first. Look at the positioning of Knight.
Din also has TP. Fnatic won't have numbers here if the Croc joins in. Mickey is almost dead as well. This Dragon start looks risky. You said it, Vetty. BLG now have 4 members. Bin's moved into Fog of War, and Fnatic have to back off.
Yeah, I don't really see how Fnatic would have an easy objective secure, especially given the HP that Oscar had. Nice headshot onto Elk. Good damage coming through from Upset.
Traps are coming out as well. Elk feathers almost flying into Upset's face, but he sidesteps and back to mid-wave. We're going to farm for a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, BLG, I think, doing the correct play. They know their laners have an advantage. They know, like, that top tower is just going to fall soon. Just from Bin in isolation, winning out in the 1v1. He's built an 800 gold lead by himself from tower plates and CS leads. Meanwhile, the mid lane matchup still in favor of Knight. Similar situation in terms of the plates. Now that the plates have fallen off, that tower is going to fall like paper. BLG just getting the better of Fnatic individually right now. And with these gold leads, they're going to come into these mid-game fights just with more items in a stronger position. And I fear that Fnatic are going to be limited in terms of what they can do. It's all going to come down to this target selection. Because remember, when this Vi dives in, who is your target? Knight, I suppose, but do you have the damage needed to actually kill Knight, especially by going for this more HP build?
I feel like it's going to rely a lot on Upset here. It does feel like this Caitlyn, with the pairing with this Vi, how they work in tandem is going to be so important for this game. Now, Herald is coming up in 15 seconds. Speak of important, it is BLG again that have held that strength of vision throughout the game, now in the most appropriate spot, which is top lane. Control wards galore, nothing from Fnatic that isn't defensive. And it's just consistent farm for this Xayah as well to try and get her second item, to try and get up there and become that hyper carry. As you said, it is such a stranglehold, and Coinbase Gold Grind is going to show you exactly what we're talking about with a top comparison of 900 to gold lead, and of Herald starting, that is going to escalate this gold further.
Yeah, the problem is I think Fnatic just isn't strong enough to fight. Good damage onto Elk.
It is good engage as well. You asked about Razork. Elk not going to stand still for long though, because Dark Binding was out of range. The trap as well. Elk flashes in for the root, and it sets up Shadow for the reset. Now onto another. Upset thinks he's safe. Not for long. Under a turret, even with the Dark Binding. Spin has joined in, and Mickey's up next. BLG recovering from their sins of day one.
The collapse from BLG was so fast that Fnatic couldn't respond in kind. Poby didn't even bother teleporting to the mid lane play as he knew that things were already falling apart. Targeting Elk was a good response, but they just weren't quite fast enough to get the kill when they needed to. That bought time for Bin to arrive, threaten the dive on the tower. They get the summoners out from Upset. They're going to secure the objective on the Herald. And BLG snowballing this game out of control.
And it's so controlled at that as well. For BLG, that fight was supremacy. How clean this was, Vetty.
So we see the positioning on Elk. He steps a little too far. Upset kind of baiting it out as he gets good damage down. Flash in from Razork. The trap's not quite in range. The binding doesn't quite connect. It hits on instead. And then Elk flashes in here. It does set up for the play, but it does allow for Upset to return. Responding kind, there's the shockwave combo that comes through. Knight flashes in, Bin flashes in. They get 3 kills off the back of it, 2 of them going in the hands of Shadow, and they get the Rift Herald too. Firm control really from start to where we're at now from BLG. And it's really just been a game of constantly punishing Fnatic.
Feels very much like slow, steady League of Legends. At BLG yesterday, a bit of a lynching to put them back in place. Elk is hit, Upset got the heal on him, but Shadow once again looking for a dive. It's turned by Razork, but with the quickness from On, he's got targets. Black Shield already used by Upset as he put the trap down. On close to dying, but Shadow again gets a reset. No fear of diving in, but maybe he should be, as he gets denied by Oscar Renan. It's a shutdown over to Upset. Fnatic have breathing room. A 1-for-1 in the play, and all stand still in the mid lane.
I mean, On was CC'd for so long, yet it's Mickey that ends up dying on the back line. This Morgana is so squishy and such easy pickings for Shadow. The good news really is that so much gold got funneled into Upset after he picked up that shutdown, but he's the only bright spark on the bottom of your screen for Fnatic. When you kind of look at the gold differences, a 1.3k gold lead for Bin is he's really making his presence known on the red.
It's just an isolation. He's playing PvE. And Oscar Renan sometimes there. It's only a 20 CS lead, but all those plates is on. In River, going to find Razork. There's an exhaust, and because of that, Razork thinks I'll go again. Steals a flower on the way out. Dragon's also up in 10 seconds, On with a bit of a tag on his health bar. Might mean something, but again, BLG are so strong here in this early game that Vetty, I think, every fight right now, Fnatic have to pull with caution.
Oh, absolutely. Mickey, even if he does land the binding, here we go.
The Shadow, Oscar jumps in. That E onto the dog, not going to be used too well, but for Shadow, he gets low. Now they found Knight. Up the Shadow, disengages. It's a good engage as Oscar sends him away. Bad puppy. Knight has to run for it as well, as with that one pick, Dragon is now open for Fnatic.
Top wave is pushed in for BLG, so a decent amount of farm is likely going to be lost there. You'll notice the Bin making a beeline towards it. Oh, he's turning his attention back to mid lane as they drop the Herald. I like this response from BLG. They'll happily concede this as they can put pressure onto the tier 2 tower as well. Fnatic trying to take a shortcut through. Looks like they will protect their tier 2 tower. But BLG, for the first time in this game, conceding an objective.
Only to take something else on the other side of the map. It's Raptors, it's mid. It was still the better gold play. It was a Chemtech Dragon that Fnatic stopped the stacking here, but reminder, with Stridebreaker picked up first with a 2-item Nefiri now with Spirit Shojin. What a much better improvement, better performance, I should say, from BLG in this day 2, because yesterday was just not the team we saw climb their way up the LPL bracket, go through 4 best-of-5s, with 3 of them going to game 5 rather. Like, Bin looks in prime form too. Now moving up to 2,000 just about, with the gold lead that he's accrued pretty much by himself.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's just made fun of Oscar in the top lane, but beating him out in the straight-up 1v1. He holds on to a 20 CS lead. He secured top lane in isolation. He's going to pick up bot lane as well. Now, I mean, there's good news and bad news for Fnatic. The good news is you could argue, oh, all of the gold is sitting on the top side of the map, which, as long as Oscar gets tanky enough, he can just mitigate, right, on this Poppy.
Yeah.
The bad news is this Renekton has a 1.8k gold lead. This Neferi has a 1.6k gold lead.
That is bad news.
Yeah, that's quite bad news, especially when you look at the item differential. Black Cleavers finished for both top and jungle. And Arakan is being eyed up by both sides. Mid wave going to be pushed in by BLG once again. Bot wave going to be caught, and Fnatic kind of forced into these choke points if they want to contest.
The trap placement is nice, but Shadow just jumps over the wall, ignores them completely, and now Shadow can jump back over himself. Still threaten Arakan. Keep this vision choke elongated that we've seen all game long. Fnatic scared about where to run into. They get this control ward, but the poke, the range is huge. Knight just takes none in return, able to walk it away, and with this wave, Veti, Arakan still on the menu, and BLG very much proposing that they are going to start this. As Razork, try brush, he's okay for now.
BLG are really limiting the options that Fnatic have in terms of their approach. The Observer's just highlighting the vision that Fnatic have around this area. Fnatic are so uncomfortable. Poby and Upset spending so much time just sharing gold.
Shadow backed in front of them. Shadow did indeed back in front of them. Of course Fnatic are going to start. Shadow just backed in front of them at full vision. The only question is, do they have the damage?
Yeah, no, they don't. Fnatic is too afraid to start this objective off.
Shadow 5-head.
I mean, Knight is level 15, remember. On this Orianna, he wants to go back and buy himself an item. Elk is going to start this one off. The TP's coming through. Like, Fnatic basically spent all that time watching BLG set up around this objective. Knight gets an opportunity to go back to base, pick up the Horizon focus, start off the objective. Razork can't do anything.
He can't walk in on zones. Razork's out. And just because Elk ordered it, now down it goes.
TPing in. I mean, Fnatic. Oh, what is Oscar doing?
He's running in Veti, and now he's running out. Okay.
I mean, the coordination from Fnatic is just, it's nowhere to be seen.
No.
BLG, their setup was perfect. They kept the push in mid, they collectively controlled the river, then converted that control into a bot wave push, that then suffocated Fnatic out of their vision, gave them no way to approach the objective, and then when Fnatic did have an opportunity to approach, take the gamble, force a fight with numbers advantage, knowing that the enemy jungler was base, they didn't take it, backed off, and BLG said, okay, and they took a completely uncontested Arakan, with which Fnatic then TP'd in response. They committed not one, but two.
Are you okay?
I have many opinions. To say the least, BLG right now is running rings around Fnatic.
I think they are too. I think it's been from the start of the game, and while I am impressed with BLG's recovery, I have to say.
But like, my point is that if you have two TPs, like, why not threaten a top tower instead? If you genuinely feel like you can't contest the Arakan, why are you spending all of that time just having like a summer holiday, watching the view from a distance, when you could instead be trading it for objectives elsewhere? They could have been pushing mid or top or anything.
It's literally the equivalent of going on holiday, going to a different country and sitting inside.
Hey, like, that's the Veti special.
No, don't encourage that. Going out, seeing the sun, seeing all the...
My point is now that, like, what options do they have? Because all that vision control that BLG had acquired, Fnatic didn't get anything back. They haven't gotten any towers. There's still no towers to their name. So with full vision control, with Dragon spawning in about 20 seconds, Fnatic need to find some pick in order to contest this objective.
Well, they're trying at the very least, and Razork's trying to lead it up, but problem is Mickey's not landing any of these bindings, and even if they do, scared to go in. Considering with the gold gap, as Oscar here for a choke on, looking for the engage. Razork does miss, but he's zoning off, and there's Ace in the hole. It does hit Shadow, but with a redemption coming in, BLG nice and healthy again. And Bin's not even there, by the way. Fnatic trying to find a 5 versus 4, but even then, it's not easy. Does Dragon matter when Bin's going to get inner and BLG are moving up mid?
Yeah, I mean, BLG have just said, you know what, it's fine. You can have the numbers advantage. We'll allow you to take this Dragon. Instead, we'll control the mid wave, we'll control the top wave. Bin is level 16.
Poby just jumped in. He flashes away. Maybe he's getting sick of doing it. There's Between Worlds. Disengage from Oscar. A chance now with Elk sending up the feathers, but the shockwave is good. The root even better. Elk just needs to die, but BLG won't let their president down. Fnatic have 4 members mid, and 1 just hit the ground.
I mean, it looked quite promising for Fnatic, but the moment that Bin arrives, their options...
And the flash as well, the Black Shield's too late. Upset getting dove on, and Shadow's got a target now, a reset as well. Utter domination as the LEC's 3rd seed has bit the dust.
Mickey did not react fast enough. He'll die to the bleed, and now it should be an easy Baron for BLG. 8K, the gold lead. Utter destruction from BLG. Bin with a beautiful flash onto Upset. And I mean, Fnatic have felt lifeless in this game.
What more do you say? This is one of our most dominant games. Just from the laning phase, I think this was one of our most dominant laning phases as the Red Bull Baron power play begins. BLG from top to mid to bot. Sent a message.
I mean, they get the flash out from Upset early. Oh, from Poby, sorry. Then they turn their attention onto Eld. A good shockwave response from Knight makes it difficult for Fnatic to follow up. Bin arrives, they get that kill onto Oscar, and then here, Upset wants to step back up. Maybe he can use a headshot to chip away at HP, but Bin, he uses the first E on this minion wave. Flash, W, has the second E to follow up. The Black Shield was too late. Upset immediately flashes away, but Shadow is there on the back line to help secure that kill. BLG with fantastic execution once again. And now with the Baron, it feels like it's simply a matter of time.
It's almost cresting 10,000 gold. We've had a 19.8k gold win in difference. And we're about to see if this one gets any closer. Oscar's finally going to get Fnatic's first turret at 26 minutes in the game. But bot is an issue. Bot is a big issue. Oscar, come home. We miss you.
I mean, even if he's there, I don't think he's going to stop BLG. Bin is level 17.
But he is going to TP.
Here we go.
The last hurrah between worlds from Poby keeps them near, but BLG at full HP still as Poby stepped up and now about to get wept away. Elk is low, but the feathers are still out, even with a great Poppy ult. Bin comes from mid to send another message. The cease and desist, the dark binding. Can they kill this Renekton? Well, with a Sterix gauge, they're going to bloody well try, but he'll take Razork down with him. That's the Giga Bin we know. As Shadow uses this opportunity to enter the base, look for a reset, deliver the shockwave, and deliver LPL its hopes this day. Thaddeus, BLG day one, that was just a spanner in the works. This is what you can expect from one of the best regions in the world as they send a message to EU to fear at 27.5 minutes into this game.
A convincing stomp from BLG as they play with their food. Upset may get a shutdown, but it is too little, too late as the LPL goes 3-0 here on day 2.
3-0 is a statement, and BLG looking like that is a complete far cry from what we saw in day 1. Their recovery is exceptional.
Dominant laning phases. It was looking quite good for Fnatic in the bottom lane, but Shadow making the difference. But you've heard enough from us, so let's send it over to the desk to get their thoughts on that game.
That was...
Can I get your thoughts on that game, Dracos?
I don't know, man. I'm having a really hard time not being depressed right now.
Isn't it great seeing a European player come in and dominate?
Yeah, you're referring to Shadow. I am. You're so clever. You're so funny. Shadow, obviously incredible. And I will say, Fnatic clearly trying to cook something up. It was volatile, and it was one of these things where we were gonna call them geniuses for the Morgana or fools, and it's definitely the latter.
I think there was a good window between level 1 and level 2 where it was looking pretty good. And then they got,
Stop smiling so much, Hawk! Stop reveling in my pain, you sadist! Anyway, you're right. Let's look at the start, because this is... We requested one replay in this game and more or less tuned out, or I did in the despair, because this game was over at level 2. As you highlighted, this is where it all went wrong. And when we take a look back, we could talk about some of the intricacies here. I like the aggression from Fnatic at the very least.
Yeah, I think the thing is, you know, they find this binding, level 1, they get a lot of damage down, and On only just survives here, dodging away for the Peacemaker from Upset, able to avoid it. But then this gank comes in from Shadow when they're super overextended, and they'd already burnt a lot of summoners in that initial trade, so him being here first, the fact that they're not going to get any jungle assistance, really puts them in a comfortable spot. Yeah, and there was also a follow-up gank that came in later when Mickey was low on mana, had been using the pool quite frequently, didn't have the mana for a Black Shield. And I feel like with Caitlyn Morgana, you have to win lane. You have to be far ahead. If you get ganked like that and fall behind, you feel so bad.
I still come out of that wondering why the Morgana was bot lane. Because, like, I was looking at the draft, I was like, oh, this is pretty creative. Maybe we're seeing an Aurora top lane, a Morgana support, like Morgana mid, and then the Poppy support. Like, I thought there was some flexibility there, especially when the Renekton was picked. And, you know, Aurora loves
And
feasting
then what
on
we
the
saw
Renekton.
was, yeah, Renekton winning top lane, mid lane going not massively in favor of the side of BLG, but, you know, reasonably in favor of them. And then bot lane also completely blowing up in the face of Fnatic. And then unsurprisingly, when you're winning every single lane, things tend to fall apart. Now, Fnatic, to their credit, did have a couple Hail Mary moments. They were able to find some kills in that game. They never were really able to get back in control, but we did see in that mid fight, like, them trying and showing a little bit of what the composition could do, even if they didn't really have the gold or position to make it work.
Yeah, they find this engage initially, and Elk, I feel like, survives a little bit too long. Goes here for the flash to reposition and get the root. Then Shadow comes in with a lot of cooldowns burned, and just is wreaking havoc. And I feel like he got pretty fed in this one. Bin comes up for the follow-up as well. Cleaning house, and there were so many fights, so I feel like Shadow, who got that early lead, was just... they couldn't deal with him. And the fact he used that untargetability so well to avoid the CC from the Morgana was running rampant and did so much work.
It's great for, looking at the BLG side, for Shadow to be able to come in and have a performance that he's having here, right? So at least for him, who we saw him kind of make that resurgence, be on that big stage, win in the finals, like, it's nice to be able to see that return. But on the opposite side for Fnatic, like, if you find yourself after that fight in that big of a deficit, a lot of the time you're like, you got to take the chances that you get. Especially when you see Shadow base in front of the Otacon, like right in front of your face, just you have to try it.
That felt so frustrating to me because he recalled that. They looked like they were going to start it, then they backed away, and then we saw BLG start it and have complete control of the area, and they just gave it up. And are they likely to win that if they start up the Otacon with Shadow and base? Probably
like
not.
Yeah,
but it's like
not.
it's a desperation play when you're in a desperate position, and I think they should have just gone for it. And yes, it's a bit flippy, but in that position, you have to flip a bit.
Yeah.
I agree. Want to see more of that risk taking. I think the good news is from BLG, they're no stranger to dropping a couple games in the Swiss stage, always pulling through to make bracket. They dropped that game day 1 to 100 Thieves. Today, bouncing back. We'll see what they look like in the 1-1 bracket, but this is definitely a glow up, definitely more of the form we were looking for. And of course, on the other side of the break, we are going to hear from BLG jungler Shadow before our final match of the day, HLE versus PSG.
Fnatic, but the moment that Bin arrives, their options.
And the flash as well, the Black Shield's too late. Upset getting dove on, and Shadow's got a target now, a reset as well. Utter domination as the LEC's third seed has bit the dust.
Mickey did not react fast enough. He'll die to the bleed. 8K, the gold lead. Utter destruction.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he'll forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Propped it well as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen.G, they are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen.G, the EWC winners!
Drake is now Doran, decent position, doubles.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight.
So when you discover that there's no one to hold me back, by that time it's going to be far too late. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. And I won't see it coming. You might have beaten off so much more than you thought you could chew.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Verizon post-game interview here with Shadow. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for interviewing me.
Congrats on taking this one. So as a former LEC and European jungler, how does it feel to take my region down?
I think it's always been easy for me to beat European teams, so yeah, it's the usual, you know?
Oh God, you had to do us like this. But okay, let's talk a bit about the game. You picked Nafiri here. You're the first player who picks that jungler. Why did you think it was a good angle? And do you think it's an underrated champion right now?
I think the patch is new for us, for all the teams, so I think we're just trying new different champions, because at the start of the day, we thought that Jarvan was OP, but he has 0 win rate, so we just had to change all our
approach?
Yeah.
All right.
We just had to change something.
Okay,
you know?
okay. You look pretty strong here. But talking about Jarvan, I'm actually happy that you mentioned it, because as you said, 0% win rates. It's the most picked jungler right now. Why do you think it's not working? And do you think it's actually not that good of a champion?
I think because late game is kind of bad, and you need to play very well the early mid game. So I think it has a lot of pressure on Jarvan. So I think that's probably the reason he's not doing very well.
Okay, you think it's going to lower in priority then?
I think he's still a good champion, but probably it's going to be lower. He's not going to be first pick anymore, I think.
All right, talking a bit more about you and BLG and everything, you're one of the only teams who has 2 players at the same position, you and Beitron. How has it been for you navigating this situation as a player?
I think we just have different kind of play styles, and it just depends on the enemy team who suits us the best, you know? So. And the rest is going to be top secret. I can't really say anything else.
I know. All right, so how would you rate your performance today from 0 to 10?
I think it's just going to be a 7 or 8. Because,
all right.
I mean, against LCK teams, maybe it's going to be harder. But yeah, I think...
All right.
I think 7 or 8.
And a bit more about you, being back at Worlds with BLG, especially here in China on stage in front of your home crowd. How do you feel?
I think it just feels amazing to win in home crowd, right? So yesterday was a bit shaky for us, but I think we're on the right step.
All right. Any closing thoughts for the European and Western fans? We haven't seen you and heard you in ages. It's so nice to have you again, Shadow.
I mean, I hope European teams get better, so beating them will be feeling better.
Thank you so much. Even if that was a lot of burns here, Shadow. Thank you so much for the interview. That's all for us here for now. Desk, back to you. We have to be better.
And I gotta say, I think I hate him because he speaks the truth. What the heck is happening? Fair.
What the hell? Save him!
Throw him over, Betty! Throw him over! Throw him over! Anyway, shout out Shadow. Great interview. Thank you, Lore. Miss you, Shadow. Come back, brother. We need. It seems like we need the help. Anyway, we are getting ready for our final game of the day. It is HLE versus PSG, and I think the good news coming out of yesterday for HLE was that Viper, still incredibly good player, still able to carry the game most of the way.
I wouldn't call that news. That's just how it is, right? That's been a consistent thing. That hasn't changed. He put on the display we've seen quite consistently from this team. I feel like Viper is just so good mechanically. I feel like consistently he's impressed me so much. The things he does in team fights, you can so often watch him and see him put on these displays. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Despite him having so many kills in that game, I feel like there was just fantastic work by AL occupying him. I think Flandre in particular on the Rek'Sai found a way just to keep him occupied in the team fights. And certain other members of the team occupied maybe by Boris, you know, unable to find certain items in the shop.
We're sold. We maybe didn't buy the right items in the shop, didn't find the right items. Of course, we are speaking about Zeka, who just didn't buy tier. And we have this wonderful clip from Twitter from Linda, who got this from Prey Stream, who was so confused why there wasn't an Archangel that he actually DM'd Peanut. And Peanut's only response when asked why there wasn't a tier sooner was a smiley face.
Yeah. Especially since it's, you know, Peanut's
himself.
It's Peanut's last year, and it's like, come on, guys, you can do this. Last hurrah. And then he's like, why doesn't my mid laner have a tier? Why doesn't my Ryze have a tier?
I don't know, man.
No, he has no explanation.
There was an amp tome in that inventory for quite some time that could have been a tier. And look, it's probably an honest oopsie.
It really is.
But it's important to note that it is a big one. It's almost 80 AP on top of the additional. I mean, it's so much damage.
Mana scaling as well.
Yeah.
You know, there was definitely moments in that game where the extra damage would have made a tangible difference. But it happens, right? Mistakes happen. I think we can move past that. AL also, we've seen today, played so fantastically against Gen G. They're a real force to be reckoned with, and I think going into this one, despite the performance from HLE, heavy favorites, I think, in this matchup.
They are, certainly, and of course PSG did play against Gen G yesterday, and they did put up a fight in the early game, mid-jungle especially. Players we highlighted for their kind of historic appeal still managed to show up in that first game, and while there were kills, they didn't quite convert it, but still something positive to look at as we get ready for this game versus HLE.
Yeah, you got to see the genuine excitement from Karsa when he was actually able to like impact that top side of the map and get Keen behind and build up a lead for Adja. I thought the actual draft from PSG was quite creative. The Swain and Sivir in particular was good at being able to deal with like the multiple melee champions from Gen G. So there's a lot to hope for here for the team.
Into a short range composition, into so many melee champs situation as well. Like the AoE threat from the Swain, from the Sivir. I feel like it had a lot of strength in that regard, but I feel like they just kind of fell behind in terms of goal despite having the kill lead and really started to struggle. And there was that one fight that Gen G won, even lost the Adakan with it.
Yeah.
But after that, they kind of just got blown out, and there was a huge gold advantage for Gen G from that point onwards.
Yeah, it was.
It's funny because Karsa is not happy with the people who've been drawing the balls, of course, for them, the actual teams. But as you can see, an old crew for this squad. The old Flash World reunion.
It's like Fate was particularly unhappy with the title The Korean Killers all those years ago and was like, okay, bro, prove it.
Gen G and HLE. Deal with both of them.
Yeah, and of course, these are players who have played so much together. We highlighted a little bit the history, of course, the Flash Wolves, PSG Town over the year of players like Maple, players like Betty.
Yeah, and I drew this just because, at least it was put on social media, Karsa was not happy with both Ming and Jie with the draws. He's like, why are we drawing the two strongest teams in the tournament? Thankfully, they didn't have to deal with AL.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah. So, like, they're old men, stop, please. Stop bullying the elderly.
Aren't they 28?
League of Legends related, competitively elderly.
Yeah, I feel like within the context of League of Legends, elderly, but in the context of anything else.
Here's the thing I will say. I like the innovation you brought up in draft earlier, and I do think in general, despite it being best of one and the champion pool and the drafts feeling a lot more fixed than they would, of course, in Fearless, I'm glad we're still seeing some cooking and some experimentation, and I do think that that, to your point earlier, leads a little bit of hope for PSG that they might be able to find a unique angle here.
I think that's the thing as well. If you're going into a matchup against a team who is stronger, I think breaking out, I mean, we saw this even before Fearless, right? If you go in with a very bog-standard draft that they've seen 100 times before, chances are they will just beat you out. We've seen when teams have thrown curveballs, that's been to an advantage. And with Fearless, we've seen a lot more picks, a lot more compositions tried out. And so maybe that's somewhere you can dig to find an advantage.
And speaking of Fearless, I mean, I think PSG played pretty fearlessly just yesterday. So we need to see a little bit more of that today. But it seems like we're gearing up, getting into the draft. So I actually want to check in on the casters because I don't know if Hysterix is still alive. Vedius threw him over. So I want to see it. Hysterix, are you still there?
It was a metaphor. It was a visual representation.
You should have thrown him. Just throw him next time. He'll be fine. He's tough.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm actually talking from a seat in the arena. I did land. Shout out to that one fan who broke my fall.
Are they okay?
Yes.
Anyway, League of Legends. Let's get into it. Final game of the day. HLE versus PSG. We know that HLE are coming in as the favorites, but we've seen some surprises today.
Yes.
Let's see if PSG can make some magic happen as we jump straight into draft, and already Poppy making his way into the ban ball. Interesting. As we've seen the impact that Poppy has had this afternoon. Yunara quickly going to follow up with the Azia as well.
Well, we know Vetti's afternoon starts at 7:48 p.m. China Standard Time as Wukong.
Evening.
He said afternoon at like almost 8 o'clock, Vetti. Your
Yeah,
bedtime is not earlier than 4
Okay,
a.m.
okay. All right.
There's Rise as well. You want to talk about good champs? Well, Azir's been permabanned so far. Rise seldom sees itself through, but 50-60% of the time.
Are they going to leave it open?
Ori, you talked about that's something big. Is there really that good of a handshake for the Orianna? That's kind of what we're deciding here, as we have seen it left through as a first pick. PSG are going to show us now.
See, a lot of teams are willing to give it over and trade for something like the Taliyah.
PSG, though.
PSG is the question. Looks like the answer is no.
And Bessa?
Bessa for Zeus.
B1.
Okay, not really a surprise for Zeus.
No.
Bit of a surprise to see it first picked here in the draft.
Yes.
Especially when we know that AD carries and junglers seem to be the name of the game right now. Things like the Jarvan hasn't had a win yet at Worlds, but has been very popular. The Xin Zhao as well. Let's see what direction they go right now. PSG hovering the Neferi. I'd be surprised to see. Oh, okay. Well, color me surprised.
But no, with no Orianna, I think that's the surprising part, right? It's usually used as a ball delivery service and for a jungler.
But also, I just didn't think that it was a good blind jungle right now. I felt like that it was good as an answer into certain champions. Things like the Vi. We've seen it good into Jarvan as well.
Our Pantheon are still up and available as well. Asa. He's got a Yorick by his side.
First Yorick of the tournament.
RJ AD top.
Going to be bringing that one out on the top side of the map. We did see this from him during the playoffs of the LCP. Let's see how he matches up against Zeus. Of course, one of the best top laners in the world. While he does have his moments where he has a bit of an oopsie here and there, he cannot afford to underestimate this man. Vi currently the hover. Will they immediately pair it alongside the Kai'Sa? Something that we as EU casters would call the EU special.
Yep.
And Bessa Vi Kai'Sa, the ruthless yet effective dive composition. Find a target, lock him down, assassinate him.
What are they going to look to give Viper, or are they going to get the Zeka pick here as well? We saw a quick hover, but now it's locked in as the Aurora, so a lot of space-saving abilities. Let's just say that, and good setup thanks to Peanut. Seems like a good 1-2-3.
Problem is, what do you now bring into this Aurora? Control mages, I think, can be pretty good. Victor is relatively safe. Taliyah's also fine. Kind of depends on what you're feeling. And it looks like that the Taliyah is once again going to come through. A very safe, standard, well-rounded mid lane mage that we're seeing a lot here at the World Championship.
Now, is Caitlyn getting to that point where either Humble Life or PSG have to ban it away? Because it just right now is the S/A tier AD carry of the tournament.
I do feel that Kai'Sa needs to be banned.
Yeah, against HLE. Or against PSG.
I think PSG should ban Kai'Sa.
Okay.
I don't think that they want Kai'Sa.
No, okay.
And I think that they don't want HLE to have it. And there we go. So
we got that out of the way.
Yeah, that one is gone. Now, if HLE want to pinch the bot lane pool, they could target supports. Right now, PSG don't have Engage. So Alistair, Rel, Leona, Nautilus, kind of the main four, maybe even Rakan, all good champions. Xayah is something HLE should also consider getting rid of.
Yeah.
Especially with the amount of dive that HLE have available to them.
It's just so good. The music is just so cinematic. Raz must love the music. Like, this is Cinema Central.
I'm not sure why you call out Raz specifically.
Because he literally, whatever he talked about, cinematic, whatever his words were earlier on that Dracos bagged him out for. Something cinematic, I don't know.
Okay.
Talked about movies or something.
Got it, I see.
You're going to have to ask him.
Alistair is going to be the ban on the side of HLE. So we talked about engage options, and HLE are trying to limit those options to the side of PSG. There's that Leona. So is it a Xayah ban for HLE? Or do they not care about the Xayah? Maybe they're not that fussed about it. But right now I'm thinking HLE is thinking about Kai'Sa Rakan.
So Comp does run into them, so the Xayah would make a lot of sense for PSG to snag up. And maybe support counterpick with the Alistar ban. It's kind of indicating that, no, with the Nico ban as well.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. Nico is very strong. But now I feel like that, okay. I mean, I really thought that Zaya was going to be the direction.
I guess they're thinking range. Play the range.
Also fine.
Top of the snap engage.
The amount of dive that HLE have makes it easy to lock down a champion like Caitlyn. I wonder if they're thinking about Morgana themselves.
I think that's around top esports jersey still on that castle picture. This guy's got some memories in leagues. There's Caitlyn. Caitlyn for Betty. That's locked in. So support counter pick here for PSG. Hummer Life have to decide if they are just going to go, well, let's just lose the lane and get something that can deal with...
Isn't Kaiser Rakan just it, though? I mean, maybe against Talia they're a little bit worried, but...
Kaiser's banned. You mean Zaya
Oh,
Rakan?
yeah, sorry.
It's all right.
Yeah. It's last game of the day.
It's last game of the day. We've still got a bit of lag of Jet.
Yeah, Ezreal's fine.
Okay.
Viper, I kind of, watching him play yesterday, I'm just kind of like, just give him anything.
He's fine. He's all right.
You just give him whatever he wants. If he says he wants a champ, just give it to him. It's all good. Now, do you go for something ranged like Karma so that you can fight a little bit in the 2v2? Or do you go for more of a team-orientated Rakan?
Well, the Bard is long-range
fine.
engage.
Yeah, Bard is also fine.
Lots a bit of splash for the lane.
Okie dokie. Delight going to be bringing us a delightful time with the Bard.
Well, yesterday on the Alistar was not delightful in the early game, to say the least. Some of Delight's maneuvers were tricky as Karma gets locked in for the Caitlyn lane. So for Betty and Woody, all about that 2v2. And Betty, they do have a way to roam down. They do have a lethality jungler. Well, not really. Spirit Show didn't get it. Anyway, they have an AD jungler. So my biggest question to you is, can PSG get this ball rolling through Betty and Woody and give themselves their first win?
Well, the thing is, I think PSG's quite happy with how their lanes played out. Like, Yorick should have an advantage against the Ambessa. Talia should be able to get push against an Aurora. And then also Caitlyn, Karma just... I mean, they're just a very effective pushing lane. Like,
they are.
The funniest thing about Bard is, yeah, sure, in the mid game he has all these crazy things, but in lane he literally only has his Q and auto attacks.
Yep.
Like his E, his tunnels, they don't do anything.
Well, he gets to go somewhere.
It's a completely useless ability when it comes to laning.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're not wrong.
So,
but he does have a cup of tea. He gets to put on the ground.
That's true, he does.
He does have sustain.
But my point is that it's just really hard early on to guarantee that pressure. So I like that PSG have pressure in all of their lanes. But in just terms of the comp, I feel like that when I look at HLE's comp, it really, everything does what you want it to do.
Yep.
You know, like you find a target, you burst the target, you still have sustained DPS because Ezreal with a lot of range has so much poke available to him, and also Ambessa with her extended skirmishing, and once that cooldown gate gets passed, then you have a lot of, well, backline threat and access basically.
Bit of disengage as well.
So, yeah, I think I do like HLE's comp overall, but PSG, I like the way that they have approached the early laning phase. The question is, though, will we see a swippy swap?
You do like swippy swaps as we get into our last game of day 2 at Worlds, or day 2 of Swiss.
Day 2 of Swiss,
Worlds.
indeed. Yeah.
Yes, day 3 technically.
Yep. And then we have another draw. Most exciting part of the day.
Yeah, I do like the draw. I do like it. I like everyone.
Who's going to suffer? Who's going to be elated?
Might be EU again.
I feel like EU has suffered enough.
That's what we
and
always say.
I do wish that we could be shown some mercy, but it's not about EU right now.
It's not. It's definitely about the LCP, which I think is a region, even though PSG took the loss yesterday, has been ultimately a real fun time so far at Worlds.
Absolutely.
CFO have started it. I mean, Team Secret Wales as well.
I'm trying to remember, did they lost their matchup today, right?
Yes, they did to KT. KT's 2-0. Like,
That's
what a world.
true.
What a world.
Oh, my goodness.
I did say at the start of the day it'd be such a KT thing to do to lose to Team Secret Wales.
It was sketchy for a while,
It was.
that game. That early game is still something that KT, I mean, they even said it in the interview afterwards, something that they're going to need to work on. But
yeah. I feel like the early game from yesterday, something Hummer Life have to work on too. I mean, the early game came off the back of Delight.
The fighting was so crazy.
But you remember that mid-gank, Fetty, that Cassiopeia. If Delight didn't headbutt, then Shanks just dies.
Bro, Delight, it was so funny because I was rewatching the VODs with Dracos next to me.
Yep.
And I was just kind of like making these faces. And he turned to me and he goes, wait, are you going through the motions of thinking that Delight is both the best and worst support in the game? And I was like, yes, that's exactly what I'm going through, because some of his engages that game were crazy.
They were really good, yeah.
So good. And then at the same time, he hex flashed over a wall alone, died. He saved the Casio in mid lane.
Which gave 2 kills to AL.
Yeah, so it was definitely a series of emotions watching Delight yesterday.
A quick maneuver, by the way. Casa has just slipped through the vision of mid lane to look for this invade, I believe. Peanut going to see him now. Draws Raptors into this brush and disengages. Peanut does not want to tussle here versus Nefiri. And as Casa starts this off, this is a nice timing invade, and nothing can really be done from mid.
And we highlighted how the fact that PSG have 3 pushing lanes gives you a big advantage in the early game, and Casa is utilizing that. Knowing that he has push, he has the support of his team, he should be able to win out on the 1v1 fight against Peanut. But Peanut leveraging the fog of war, here we go.
And now with Delight coming in as well, this is good defense. Unfortunately, Casa was on a word. Cosmic Binding avoided here as Casa brings out more dogs. The Smite still no, it's over to Peanut. A Vault Breaker to get out, disengage, and get his own jungle camps back.
All right, well, Peanut not going to lose too much off the back of that. He will drop a camp, but it's not the end of the world. Casa now going to grab this bot. Scuttle Crab needs to move back through his bot side jungle. So while Peanut may be a little bit behind in XP, he's not going to suffer too much. Meanwhile, the rest of the lanes, you can see Maple building up a bit of an edge. Aja coming out on top in the 1 versus 1.
Peanut angle.
Peanut actually looking for a gank here.
They wait for Vault Breaker.
I think this is a clean gank. You know that Casa's clearing out his bot side of the map. The wave is in a fantastic spot. Peanut fishing for information.
Just a bit sus on it. He's thinking, hang on a minute, wants to step up to the wave.
He is, yeah. He knows that he's on the weak side. Good respect being shown by Aja.
Zeus is getting a good trade in as well. And look at where the minion wave is. Aja gets the E. Peanut goes to steal the camp that's on the respawn for Krugs. Aja also low on mana, but look at where the wave is. 1 extra minion, and Zeus is just chilling here. Well, Aja might have to TP back. Stop the back.
Steal away coming through from Peanut. Yeah, I mean, so this was the downside of Casa contesting that red buff. He spent a lot of time on the bot side of the map. Peanut knew that he still had to clear his bot side camps, which means that he had uncontested time on the top side, and Aja had to respect it, allowing for Zeus to get an easy push out on the top side. Aja's going to be forced to stick around. Zeus can get a nice back, and the top Krogs were stolen. So ultimately, a nice position for HLE to be in, even if it doesn't amount in anything too significant for Peanut or Zeus.
It does mean that Peanut, though, will be here in time for his respawns with double longsword and a bit of excess damage. Maybe to try and catch back up. Zeus gets pushed up in top. And in the meantime, Casa nowhere nearby. He's just going to go path towards bot. There are pings going down, maybe try and enhance the bottom lane, but Peanut on his Raptors. The respawn's going to be too late from Casa. He's obviously coming to invade and go round 2, but Peanut, hang on, yeah, okay, he gets it at 20 HP. That's enough. Vault Breaker with a level advantage. Casa goes invulnerable, gets the dogs out. Flash from Delight, an ambitious man.
With an ambitious plan.
Yeah, I think. Well, we go for a lane swap, Betty.
Does look like it. Ooh, cancel on the base there from Zeus, thinking that Aja would overstep. Oh, that's going to be a Q interrupt from Viper, isn't it? Yep. Ooh. Maybe not. Oh, he's TPing back to top lane. Okay. I think PSG will consider a Oh, okay. I really thought that trap was going to connect.
They might still get Zeus.
Zeus ulting onto Woody. Get him out.
Well, might not need it. He just hounds step a little bit.
Not need it.
There's some good poke damage at the very least.
Skip, step, jump.
Yeah,
and he's out to safety.
Fun mechanic, but not very nice. People have to verse it.
Peanut will secure the top Scuttle Crab. Dragon going to be started by PSG. Casa falling behind a little bit in terms of XP, but there should be an easy objective secure with the AD carry on the top lane. I'm shocked that
Yeah, I think Zeka's coming in. He's also got between worlds enough mana for it as well at 1100. Peanut looking for the steal. Walks in, doesn't take it. It's Kazu who gets it in the end, and Hummerlife committed deep for this as Zeka flashes away, but how far? As Zeus comes in, tries to save the day, but it's already first blood over to PSG. Maple seismic shove is flushed away from by Zeus, but now he's alone looking for Maple, who gets out of harm's way. PSG got their debate.
What just happened? I'm so surprised HLE tried to contest this. Your AD carry is top lane. But they're thinking, hey, you know what? Maple's going back to mid, so we have the numbers to try and contest this. They don't get the smite down. Zeka flashes into the pit. PSG flashes over, and then the ulti actually connects onto Woody in the backline. Zeus is then super deep after losing their mid laner. Peanut is forced out of the fight. Delight offers nothing in this situation on the Bard. Only level 4, so he really can't contribute much. And so PSG start the game off with 2 kills, first dragon, and an early goal lead.
You also look at their champions, and it's no wonder that in a skirmish, they're obviously going to be stronger, despite the numbers being there first and having a Caitlyn. I mean, there's a BF sword now. Betty happy with that, getting first blood, and Casa getting off Neferi to a really good start. Seismic Shove is also nice here from Maple as we go to top, and Casa's starting grubs. Pings are coming down from Hummerlife, but that's one at the very least, with PSG maybe having to forfeit the other 2. Maple, okay, stops it there. Stones are good. Seismic Shove misses. Zeus on the runaway, threaded volley. Maple's got enough mana, but Zeus is going to pop the pot and just walk it back.
He's worried about how much time left Zeus has until his ultimate, because once he gets it, he knows that Zeus will get a kill. So he's got to kind of respect that. They want to get out of this matchup quickly, though. They need to send Archer back to bot lane. Pings are coming down. You'll notice Woody actually pathing to bot to try and help out. Meanwhile, the shadowing coming through from Casa to offer that assistance to Archer, as the AD carries find themselves in the mid lane. It's important to remember that for HLE, Summer Split wasn't an easy one for them.
No.
They were actually struggling. It was for pretty much the majority of the regular season. T1 and Gen.G were sitting at the top of the table. It wasn't until playoffs that we really saw kind of the revitalization of HLE. But I will say that so far at Worlds, I think we've been seeing some of the slip-ups that we did see from HLE during their regular season. But you can't afford to underestimate them come the mid-game. So while they are a little bit behind for now, definitely not going to count them out just yet. A good start to this game from PSG. We'll see if they can continue to build upon this lead that they have accrued. Zeka and Maple both find themselves now appropriately matched up as Arja returns to the top side of the map alongside Zeus. Dragon's still 2 minutes away, so farm is just going to be the priority, getting what plates that both teams can. As Casa continues his proactivity on the map. So far in this early game, he's been doing a lot.
He has Profane Hydra coming up soon as well. And that Neferi snowballing exactly what you want, especially with the Talia. So maybe we look to see how Maple can start playing around some of these fights like he's already done before, but Maple always on the move, in the fog of war. Zeka trying to attract attention. This was a sneaky little hover from Peanut. I don't believe Maple knows of this. Bit of burst between the two, but the bigger question is, will they have enough damage without Zeka really having any items in the inventory? Because he's got nothing right now. And fair,
he's got boots.
Okay, he's got
Those boots are made for walking.
Good one,
That's
Betty.
just what they'll do.
Did you know, Betty, he's a singer. He's an artist, actually, sorry. Singer's like downplaying it, isn't it? You are a nice guy, as well, so is Peanut. I asked, is there enough damage? Hell yeah, there is. Zeka with the kill, and Peanut's patience pays off.
It certainly does. Very cleanly executed by the duo.
Maybe another coming up, but in top lane, Delight's going to help one out. Arja feeling very comfortable in the matchup, whatever matchup that is. And Delight Cosmic Binding gets him out. Magical Journey as well. Caster now hovering around top, but Dragon's up in 45, so that play going down bot opens up bot turret, and that's double plates here with Zeka contributing. Zay's about to get dove. Caster at full HP. He can use Hound's Pursuit, rather call of the pack.
In the area, though, has the ulti.
There we go. There's the Hound's Pursuit. Sets up with the Tempered Fate. Delight bought some time. The turret is now invulnerable. Zayas also, okay, well, he needs a bit more help than that. Cosmic Binding. Caster then brings in the call, and Caster flashes in. The fan and knives out again, and Delight takes a Magical Journey. I don't think that Tempered Fate was very good as he flashes away. Archer doing the same up in top as Viper can't land the final blow. Archer gets away with it. and PSG's dive was a success, question mark.
That Tempered Fate was not helpful. It was the opposite of helpful. Like, I thought what they were going to do was throw it onto Zeus, but it came down as Zeus is ulting.
I was a bit confused.
I think the idea is good, but the coordination isn't there. So again, watch Zeus. He ulties as the Tempered Fate comes in, so he goes out of it. And now the tower that's supposed to help him is not helping at all. So there's no additional tower shots threatening anyone. Aja then holds the tower aggro for a short period of time. He then disengages. Nice little play from Delight, though, baiting them all through the portal and then flashing over the wall. Aja able to flash away to safety. Viper even committed his flash as well. And I have to ask the question, what is going on with HLE right now? Because this early game is kind of all over the place.
That's just the hum of life right now. Delight's looking for another angle. Tempered Fate almost up and available to pull another one out. Is it Zeus' fault or is it Delight's fault? Should
that's
Zeus
a question
have been
I'll leave
locked down?
to the philosophers.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions to ask philosophers of this game so far, but for PSG, early game, success. We can take away that it's 1,000 gold lead. We can take away that Betty's in a good spot. Maple really the only one with a gold disadvantage, and PSG is starting up the second dragon with Peanut on the wing.
Okay, Zeus has the TP. Aj is already here. The Maiden going to assist with that. Ulti not going to connect from Viper. Positioning so much better for PSG.
5v5, stolen. Peanut walks in, ready to walk out. He flashes out. What a steal. Hummer Life now on the board and the objective, and that's one way to get back into the game.
We saw Peanut steal so many objectives throughout the playoffs, and he continues to replicate that performance here at Worlds, alleviating some of the pressure that PSG is putting down as they secure their first Dragon of the game. Bot tower has become a little bit exposed, though. Blast Cone will allow Zeka to get to this bot wave. But that should be another plate secured. And PSG extend the gold lead. Well, they reclaim about a 1k gold lead. But still sitting with an early game gold lead against HLE. No easy feat. And again, I really want to remind people of expectations coming into this tournament. HLE, Gen.G, T1 were kind of the three teams sitting at the top of many power rankings.
Karsa just stole that, by the way.
Karsa cares not of the power rankings.
He does not. For reason, Betty out as well. No flash burnt, that was just Zeus not hitting the mark. Karsa's just going to move away as well. We get a quick replay, and we look at this dragon still that Peanut managed to find.
We're going to get a slow-mo. Ooh,
66.
Yeah, the smite just comes down a little
Meanwhile,
bit after.
we're fighting again. I mean, PSG want to always fight. Magical Journey taken away. Karsa, he's got friends on the way as Archer now joins in as Karsa also in front of some camps. Meanwhile, Zeus is taking away mid-wave. He's going to Drakehound step out of there. PSG are converging all on this Raptors. They want to take everything away from Peanut.
I was a little bit worried for PSG because it was a heavy commitment. So many members getting involved in the action. Aja even committing his CP as well. It does mean that that top tower is going to be completely exposed. Maple needs to get up there ASAP, but he's sticking around the bot side. Instead, they want to cross-map. They've set their sights onto Zeka. They don't have Maple's ulti.
Archer getting bursted a little bit, but Zeka can just jump over that wall. Maple coming back in. They're going to try and put the pain on this turret as Karsa's a new target between worlds, gets Zeus out, and Karsa's done enough. 4 members of PSG now opening up with his turret. This first turret of the game. This is going to drop. Look at Zeka top. Tempered Fate. That was a good one.
You mean Zeka got out and Zeus top?
Yeah, that's the one. You're exactly right.
First tower going to fall in favor of PSG.
Too many Zeds.
Zeus going to secure the top side and a Herald as well. So a nice pickup. I think overall more favorable for HLE.
Yep.
That top tower. Zeus going to go get that gold. And looks like no one from PSG going to fall for any sneaky traps as the rest of PSG reset back out onto the map. But the gold pretty much finds itself dead even. Zeka's been doing a really good job of picking up a lot of gold across the rift. Dragon 2 minutes away, no major objectives to really play for. These outer towers really become the focus now. That bot tower pretty weak for the side of PSG. But with this Herald as well, HLE can use it to open up this mid tower, which for the time being has been well protected by Betty and Woody with the amount of wave clear that they have at their discretion. Both AD carries though with a dead even farm, comfortably meeting that 10 CS per minute mark.
And Betty especially. This Caitlyn got an earlier kill. Like, We're in the Utah build, no early collector. Instead, a bit of extra mega scaling as Viper just takes a little bit of a hit. The Coinbase gold grind, just comparing top laners right now, or rather just looking at Zeus, who, even though Arja's been fine on his own, Zeus has been chilly. He's 0-2, yeah, but he's still ahead in CS, despite having died twice.
That is mainly because Zeus, I mean, I would say Arja has been overgrouping, so Zeus has spent a little bit more time on side lanes. Nice little window that HLE have found to drop the Herald mid.
There's that mid turret you're talking about. And
it's secure. Nicely done there by HLE. And now they should turn their attention to this bot tower, the last outer tower for them to secure. And this is one of the biggest discrepancies we often see from HLE, from LCK teams compared to many other teams around the world. Just their awareness of macro, their positioning on the map, the way that they punish your positioning very effectively. But they have a clear game plan now. You can already see the vision being set up. That's 3 control wards on the bot side of the map. Just getting ready to transition their pressure towards this bot tower. They've already moved Zeka towards mid lane. They're going to put Zeus back to top. Dragon spawns in 15 seconds. Oh, actually, no, they're going to keep him bot. Thought he might want to base ahead of the dragon spawning soon. He has that TP available, as we've been mentioning.
Waiting to see if Betty could get this wave and get rapid fire, but he's run out of time. 5 seconds now. Light steps up. The only ward PSG have right now. It's right there in front of you. I will correct myself, there's another one down here, but...
That's 4 control wards now invested by HLE.
Yeah. They're choking out the vision. Scrying ward as well. True Shot Barrage is nice. Even hits the Madam. And as PSG move in with 5.5 units. And their control ward now placed down. Viper's going to one-shot it. And Chemtech.
Look at that mid-wave. It's so awkward for PSG. Maple has to go and catch it, but he has to go the really long way around. So HLE with a very good position on this dragon. PSG's only option is really to play through the bottom lane. Scuttle Crab going to be picked up as well. Maple, this is a good opportunity for him to push out that mid-wave. Has the ultimate, but now he's at risk of a collapse, and HLE see that as well.
But he just backs off to and fro. And with the seal of that Scuttle as well, it's given PSG a little bit of time. Dragon started off, but the patience going to wear thin.
Very awkward for PSG. Now Maple is just so far away. He does have TP.
Maybe they're going to draw in Zeus. Actually, the back stopped in time. Teleport going to be burned first, and as you said, Maple's now going to join in.
He has his ult. How will he use it, though? He's trying to get in a position to cut off HLE from approaching. But Peanut has kind of dragged it back into the pit. Here we go.
Carson can always jump in, has flash available at 4K now. The Weaver's Wall, fantastic, but not enough damage yet. PSG don't commit to the play, and Carson wants to jump, and he's like, okay, wait, too late. The ulti sent from Peanut onto the enemy jungle before he can react. Carson flashes away. The call of the pack not available, and down drops Carson. Humble Life play the patient game, and it pays off again.
Yeah, patient is a great word for it, Hysterics, because PSG, they were just kind of being ran around the map. Maple was constantly in an awkward position. The ultimate looked really good, but PSG was really hesitant to approach, and it comes back to this very limited engage that their composition does have. We talked about what PSG have a ton of pressure in the early game. HLE's comp just kind of works together better, and we saw it how that works in that fight. Peanut ult is in, Zeus is right behind him instantly, and Delight's ultimate kind of acts as a follow-up or as a zoning tool. It dropped in the tri-brush, making it hard for PSG to approach, and so once they found Carsa isolated, they turned it into a kill. Well executed by HLE, and you can really start to feel the momentum shifting the way of HLE.
I mean, it's been a weird early game again. There's been a couple of moments like that top lane play where it seemed messy, clumsy from Humble Life, but props to them again, playing the slow con, drawing PSG in. One mistake is capitalized so well. Tara's going to drop in bot. Arja matches top, but Peanut's here again. It's a mega blast cone, so the range is huge, and Arja sets down his little cage, but Zeus won't fall for it. A Vault Breaker into the wall. Arja might be tanky, but with Zeus here at the helm as well, that Yorik's about to die. Zeus now with his second kill, and Humble Life, the wheels are turning.
Yeah, that's just an easy kill for Hanwha Life. There's nothing for PSG to cross-map.
Viper's starting this.
Okay. Like his jungler is top lane.
The light's here. I guess he's thinking...
They don't even know.
No, because who would expect with Peanut top Huracan to start 9K?
You know, I reckon was he just stacking his passive?
Maybe. He's got red buff. TP burn.
Okay,
no, they have not lost the patience. Pings are coming down now. It may be too late. Let's find out.
I mean, Aja has TP. He should be able to... No, it's gone, right?
Raj, Weaver's Wall at 3k. Tempered Fate, nice from Delight. Keeps him from getting near. Castle walks up, almost steals it, but he does not. That's what matters. Peanut launches an engage again and sacrifices his life, but in goes Zeka, all in as Casa's up next. Woody run over by the Ambessa, and Hummerlife see the angle. Maple just stands there, finds a kill. It ain't pretty. It ain't that great, but a Quadra over to Zeka. It's got enough for Hummerlife.
PSG just getting ran around the map right now as Casa does what he can to get in range. A beautiful ult from Delight. Locks down 2. Casa gets in range to steal but doesn't quite have the secure. Then the engage happens. A huge ulti from Zeka. Chips away at the HP bars. While Peanut does drop initially, Zeka flashes in to chunk out the remaining escaping members of PSG as Zeus cleans up the pick onto Woody. A pick is exchanged onto Delight, but too little too late as...
It was a mosh pit.
Certainly was. Zeka just dishing out huge damage in the fight. Now finds himself with a 1.8k gold advantage. You know what? He grabs a Medjai's as well. He's feeling himself as HLE take a firm grip here over our last game of the day.
Day 2's definitely been about getting those recoveries in. First BLG now. It looks like Hummerlife as this game is topsy-turvy for PSG now. The gold's running out of hand. 4,500 as Peanut looks for an angle in top yet again. There's no Baron here to help the push, but Hummerlife are grouping up as 4, trying to get this wave in, while meanwhile, mid is under fire as well. Good little pick onto Zeka, but he hops out, and they wait for the next wave.
Good damage. Zeka dropping to about 50%.
Just running through mid.
Peanut and Zeus gonna take the backdoor routes towards this mid-tier 2. There's a big wave building on bot lane, but right now HLE don't care too much about it. They'll probably care about it soon. It's a lot of farm that they don't want to allow to go to waste. No one backing just yet, though.
Delight will get it. Don't worry, it'll be fine. And pings are going down. Looks like movement from Zeus, so, excuse me, he will find his mark down there, but 30 seconds till Dragon. It'll be number 3 for Hummerlife. Baron also coming up in 45, so if we get a fight around this Dragon, Hummerlife will be able, if they win it, to move to Baron and start putting the closing touches on this game, but it ain't over yet. PSG, quite a bit of burst, Fetty, and I mean, there is that still snap engage from Maple and from Castle to launch in as well. There's grand damage here out of the Neferi in the jungle. As you can see there, simply onto Delight.
The problem for PSG is even if they get to an objective first, I feel like that HLE is just putting better pressure on the map, forcing PSG to go and respond to waves.
True.
And so even if they have setup with like Caitlyn traps and the threat of a Talia knockback, it doesn't matter because HLE is just using the lanes more effectively and making it harder as...
Onto Betty, who's by himself now with Woody aside, doesn't matter. Peanut launches to the back line and Betty doesn't stand a chance. With engage comes easy task from Hummerlife. Zeka now on the chase and PSG caught in a choke. Redemption helps save their life, but they've done enough to secure the 3rd Drake.
The combos are clean from HLE. They shut down Betty. Woody is quick to follow. Well, converted into another Dragon. And you could just see the ease of access towards the backline. PSG don't have an easy engage option, whereas HLE have the easiest engage option. Vi presses are, and Bessa presses are, targets die.
6,000 gold. Baron's up now as well. For PSG, I mean, these last 2 games, Fetty, have kind of just been like something erupts, like one fight, and the game just feels like it's toppling down. I mean, this one, you know, I'm glad you talked about the engage because it does feel like for PSG, with that one mistake, as you said, the ability to turn on objectives, the ability to find that pick. The engage has to be relied on something like the Talia. You have to use that snap engage.
Yeah, because I feel like PSG in the early game, like they were really driving the game forward.
They were.
They were using their pressure in the lanes to set up for objectives first. They were punishing the mispositions of HLE, but HLE got to a point where like, oh, we finished 2 items. Okay, like we'll just engage on you whenever we want.
Archer's in trouble. Archer is in trouble. That blast cone, use it now. Okay, use the Mario Mushroom, but
top jungle
oh
duo.
no, Peanut is the Goomba waiting in front and finds another hit.
I mean, they make it look easy.
They do.
Peanut and Zeus have been monsters in this game.
Tempered Fate, Betty's out. Peanut looking for another cease and desist. 4 members of PSG crouch and hide while Baron is now up and Arja's not here for another 30 seconds more.
Viper going to continue to push in that mid wave. The vision being denied. Casa hovering around this mid wave, considering a play onto Viper, but he's not going to find him. Instead, Viper's already set his sights on the Baron. That Baron is getting lower, not the fastest. Zeka trying to zone them away.
It's fast enough, isn't it? Weaver's Wall comes out, Maple separates. It's nice, but he's in quite deep. Even though Delight's buying time, here comes Peanut again. It's Betty every time who doesn't get to play the game. Harmon Life woke up at Worlds. This is the form we expected as they now look to run it down mid.
I mean, the combo is just way too clean. 27 minutes, HLE wipe PSG off the rift, and they're looking to end the game right now.
This is how it should look, Betty. If Harmon Life are playing at their peak, look at the names. Delight had us in the first half, again, I will admit, but the rest of it once more looked groundbreaking. The Nexus turrets are bare with only Arja to defend, and PSG, while moving down to 0-2, give fresh life into the LCK's second seed. How more life this comp we can get around seeing Peanut on by seeing Zeus int once more. It doesn't matter because How More Life get their first win at Worlds 2025.
It was a scary early game with the way that PSG was leveraging their strong laners to build that edge. But Hanwha Life came back in the team fights. They managed the map well, and they dominated in the 5v5. Impressive stuff from HLE. And now that 1-1 pool, it's getting exciting.
Oh, that 1-1 pool is going to be so good when we get to that draw. It's always the best because the teams that might have struggled either on a day 1 or a day 2 but have had an exceptional performance otherwise. You can say that from Harmon Life as this guy, he's got so many stories around him in this tournament. And a lot of people want to see him do damn well.
Absolutely. And we'll see how he does as the tournament continues. I think some surprise results today.
Yep.
AL climbing to the top. KT finishing with 2-0. I think given their opponents, not an unexpected result.
No.
But now, a single best of 3 away from making it to the quarterfinals. A far cry from some of the draws that they've had in the past World Championships. But it's going to be an interesting one. That 1-1 group is probably the most exciting one for me, considering how close it is. So many tough teams in that pool.
We're getting closer and closer towards the draw. That's it for day number 3 of Worlds. But over to the desk, you're going to run us through what's up.
Oh boy, gentlemen. Zeka might not be able to stack a tier, but he sure as hell can stack a Medjai's. Monster performance from him and, of course, from all of HLE. Definitely the bounce back that HLE and LCK fans were waiting for. Dangerously close to a winless day in the second half.
Well, how are you feeling, Alex?
Yeah, I feel like the start was a little bit, had me a little bit nervous. I feel like PSG came out swinging again and gave up a pretty good fight, but I feel like compared to yesterday, which was really Viper Life Esports, the top side was doing a lot in this one, especially when it came to those team fights, those 5v5s. I think this setup around Atakan was a really big moment. The ult came through from Delight, which really stalled Casa out and the rest of the team. They get the Atakan, and then this engage from Peanut when he knows the untargetability is down. Peanut goes down for his engage, but the follow-up is there, and in the ensuing fight, the cleanup from Zeka is so good. And this is a player who really needed redemption after yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, just having basically interviews or people asking his teammates if they know about the whole team, they needed this game. Absolutely did. And Zeka, for sure, had a masterclass. But that being said, Betty did not have a good day. I mean, having to deal with the Aurora, Ambessa, Vi, even the Bard ultis that have been hitting him, he's just under threat at all times, and there's even getting pointed at. Yeah, no, that was that was Garza.
Oh, okay, we're going. We're just gonna. This poor dog.
Yeah. That was the fight I actually didn't even know when he used his W. I for sure thought he still had it in them, but with Vile teaming him.
Great to HLE. They wanted to pet that dog.
They did.
Yeah.
They pet that dog.
And I feel like the thing is with this matchup, often the Neferi picked it in the Vi because of that untargetability. They played around it so well, specifically focusing on Akasa when it was unavailable and punishing him in a lot of situations. So really well played from them, big bounce back. It feels pretty bad for PSG because they've had a really tough schedule, and they've put a good try, and it makes you kind of wonder if it'd been an easier schedule, could we have seen them with a win at this point?
Yeah, and even like coming into this event, Karsa, of course, like playing around the idea of like, oh yes, like obviously he made that content piece about beating up like Ming and JJ for the ball. Like it's tough to come into this tournament and already go 0-2 because you're facing what was perceived going into the event as the two best teams, right? So you have to give them credit for fighting and having like good early games and showcasing that. Now, yes, they're a pretty tough team to beat and also showing a lot of pride for the LCP. LCP is coming out of this looking great after the last couple days.
Yeah, LCP definitely contender in that 0-2 bracket, the Dream Crush bracket, everything from that point on. Obviously the best of 3, so more room to potentially innovate and draft, show us more of what they've been cooking up today. Obviously not their day. I think totally reasonable, though, when we look back in the context. A lot of other teams doing pretty well. The thing I'm most curious about as we move forward, for HLE especially, is Delight. This man, again, the best and worst Alisher performance I've seen this year. Yesterday, the Bard, great and terrible.
Yeah.
I don't know where to put him. I don't know how to feel.
Honestly, I feel like over the course of the year, he's had some hit-and-miss performances. I trust him when it comes to his engages, when it comes to team fights. He's often pretty reliable, but I do feel like the performances we've seen so far have been more of that worse end that we did get some of these in the regular season in the LCK. I'm not going to deny it. But I know when it comes to those clutch moments, he is a player I generally trust, and I just hope he rides that horse a little bit, because we know on picks like Alistair, Rakan, Rel, he's normally so rock solid.
And just like when you watch this team, it feels like a ticking time bomb. When this team is going to click this year and be a consistent force, like you already saw in some of those team fights, there were fights where Zeus looked insane on the Mbessa. And you could say the same for Zeka, but obviously the last day. So it's like we just need to see them working together consistently. Yeah. So tomorrow could be that day.
Again, highlighting again, we saw some of the post-game highlights, but especially the Zeka Quadra, the bounce back overall. Big day for Zeka, big turn back. And you can see here, again, great timing on understanding when the Nefiri could and couldn't be a threat, and really just able to maximize the value out of this Aurora, a champion who has been a bit hit or miss.
Yeah, and it was the fact that they had to control the Adakan. A little risky with how close Karsa got towards the smite, but then the ensuing fight I feel like was very controlled. You know, we did see Peanut go down, we did see Delight go down, but all three of the carries just moving forwards and cleaning up. And yeah, Zeka, no tears today.
No tears. But you got a book.
Yeah.
Only smiles.
Only smiles. A great redemption after a lot of criticism for the community, I feel like, for his performance yesterday. And for me, if I'm being real.
Yeah.
Yeah. A good look overall. And for the entire team, again, step in the right direction, right? 0-1, not the worst place to be. 1-1, the chance to move up into that next bracket. But while we wait for the draw to get ready, G-Sun is standing by with Peanut in our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much. I'm here joined by Peanut on the side of Hana LoL Esports after getting their first win in the Swiss stage. Congratulations on the win. You managed to safely secure the win that you needed so much. How do you feel right now? 이제 정말 필요했던 1승 달성하셨는데요. 소감이 어떠신가요?
네, 오늘 1승 한 건 당연히 좋지만 어제 1승을 놓친 게 더욱더 아쉬움이 남지만 그래도 스위스 스테이지에서 많은 팀들을 상대해보고 싶었던 건 사실이라서 네, 앞에 내일 이기면 될 것 같습니다.
I'm glad that we managed to get the win, but yeah, it's still a big bummer that we missed our opportunity to pick up the win yesterday. But you know, I've always wanted to play against a lot of different teams in the Swiss stage, so I hope we can push the momentum and get as many wins as possible. Speaking of yesterday was pretty rough for Hana LoL Esports. How do you look back at it, and what kind of feedback went back and forth? 어제 사실은 쉽지만은 않은 패배를 조금 가져갔습니다. 경기 끝나고 어떤 대화가 좀 오갔는지, 그리고 경기 당시에는 좀 어떤 게 가장 아쉬웠었나요?
어제 당시에는 좀 중요한 교전들 중에서 저희가 좀 압도적으로 유리한 교전에서 진 게 제일 큰 요인이었고, 그 밖에는 뭐 자세한 거는 뭐 그냥 라인 수합 정도에 대해서 계속 이야기 나눴던 것 같고요. 라인 운영 단계에서 저희가 좀 더 잘할 수 있는 부분들이 많아서 그런 이야기를 좀 주로 나눴던 것 같아요.
I think the biggest issue yesterday was we were losing team fights where we were supposed to win for sure. I think that was the biggest miss. And then we had a lot of communication about the current lane swap meta, and we wanted to kind of decide how we're going to play out the macro in the given situations. Speaking of the lane swap meta, as a jungler, are you a fan of this new kind of lane swap strategy? 지금 라인 수합 조금 2세대가 나왔잖아요. 원딜을 혼자 탑으로 보내고 있는 사람들이 바이퍼 수합이라고 부르기도 하는데 현재 이 라인 수합 메타 마음에 드시나요? 정글러로서?
뭐 나쁘지 않고요. 워낙 오히려 라인전만 있는 메타면 좀 더 픽들도 제한적이고 좀 더 좁아질 수 있는데 라인 수합 덕분에 픽들도 좀 더 다양하게 나오는 것도 있다고 생각해서 나쁘지 않다 생각하고 대신 근데 예전에 비하면 더 양반인 것 같아요. 지금 그냥 원딜 한 명 딱 올라가서 그 정도로 하는 게.
I kind of like it, you know, when you just play laning phase every time, you only get kind of limited champion pool, but nowadays we're seeing a lot of different champions and it's way better than the previous laning phase because we were just only sending one 80 carry to the top lane. Lastly, before we go, well, you were pretty vocal about this year being your last run. Has this changed your approach preparing Worlds and what is your mindset right now? 이제 올해가 마지막이라고 여러 번 언급하셨습니다. 이런 상황이 월드 준비하는 데 있어서 마음가짐에 좀 많은 변화를 준 것도 있을까요?
사실 진짜 마지막이라고 생각하면서 임했던 거는 사실 작년에도 이미 그런 마지막이다라는 생각으로 게임에 임했었는데 사실 결과가 그렇게 높은 곳까지 올라가지 못했기에 이번 월드는 그냥 마지막인 대회를 부담감을 가지고 대회를 한다기보다는 마지막인 대회니까 좀 즐기면서 좀 좋은 추억으로 가져가고 싶다라는 마음가짐이라서 네, 지금 그런 생각으로 게임하고 있습니다.
Honestly, last year I also thought this could be my last shot, but I didn't make it that far at Worlds. So this year I would rather feel less pressure and try to enjoy the matches ahead of me. And that was Peanut on the side of HLE Esports, and I'm going to pass it back to the desk. Thank you, Peanut.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
Bye.
Thank you, Peanut. Thank you, G-Sun. We are hot dropping into the next draw. Now, important to note, we are drawing 3 different groups. There's a 2-0 group. Those teams will be playing best of 3s. The winner will, of course, advance to the next stage. There's the 0-2 group, where the loser of that best of 3 will be eliminated. And, of course, finally, the 1-1 group, the last group that will be playing best of 1s. Winner moves up to 2-1. Loser moves down to 1-2.
Yeah, you can see that in front of you, the different pools. I feel like initially looking at that, 0-2 teams, PSG, probably the team you want to avoid based on showing some strength and having some hard opponents. So not the one I would want to be drawn against. And also for 2-0 teams, I feel like KT hasn't really been tested too much compared to teams like AL or CFO, so they might be in some trouble.
Even just thinking about KT and CFO as the 2-0 teams, that's exciting for both teams, obviously. A surprise for us if anybody was like coming into the tournament. Not the LCP fans who've been, of course, singing CFO's praises, making it to all 3 international events. Now, Balen's up to go for that draw.
Absolutely dripped out. Reminder, this is the 2-0 draw that we're seeing here. We'll have 2 matchups. First up, CFO versus, I don't know, who do we think would be the best possible opposition here? Everyone's kind of
KT would probably be the easiest opponent based on what we've seen so far.
Do we get an LPL team kill will be the question here.
That's a great question.
Okay. Good at opening the balls, must be noted.
Tense situation.
Okay.
So a rough opponent for CFO. I'd say AL being our best performance. It means we don't get an LPL team kill. And then coming up next is going to be KT, who will be up against Top Esports, our last remaining team in that pool.
Yep, so KT, TES, AL up against CFO. Reminder, winner moves on to the bracket stage. Of course, we'll have to wait to see what the rest of Swiss looks like before we'll know what their opposition is, but would be a huge boon on day 3 to already be out, to be free and clear, to be able to practice, to scrim as you like. So CFO versus AL, KT versus TS. We will be playing those games tomorrow.
I know, right? If you're a KT fan or a Top Esports fan, like, you don't know what to feel.
Wait, but... Wait, no, there's too much to think about.
Absolute chaos.
It's absolute chaos.
Your brain just experienced too many emotions.
Who's joking? Which one gets cursed? How do we decide?
I think the fans are joking.
Yeah.
Just thinking about it. Oh, those are a lot of balls.
Okay, this is our 1-1 group.
Reminder that as we enter 1-1, and in general, rematches are not allowed. So there may be some draws where you draw 2 balls, and we'll have to clarify what the matchup actually is going to be. For now, not an issue. But G2, see who their opponent is.
Who do they have? Who do they have? Give me a fly.
Oh, no!
Shadow, stop it!
No! The last 2 years in Swiss, BLG have eliminated G2. I guess the panacea for this particular poison is that they can't eliminate them.
Not elimination stage yet, but G2
gosh.
BLG is a valid matchup, and now Genji.
Okay, let's not go.
Probably praying they don't get cloned.
FlyQuest. I need the scales to be balanced. If it's not FlyQuest, I'm going to be salty.
Battleland, take it easy.
Not HLE, not HLE, not HLE.
Oh man, a classic.
A matchup we've seen a good amount before.
Maybe once or twice. And again, the real winners as we get deeper into this draw are absolutely FlyQuest. Okay.
You know, it would be a great draw here.
Yep.
FlyQuest. I mean, 100 Thieves too. I'll take anything at this point.
Okay, so we will see who we have here. And it's going to be FlyQuest.
Okay.
A tough opponent.
Okay.
I'll take him seriously.
I mean, I Team Secret Whale's a contender, very strong individually, mechanically, but of the potential opposing teams, that's the best draw they could have got.
Left to have
100 Thieves.
And they will be up against Hanwha Life Esports as the last team left remaining. So FlyQuest getting what we would generally say is a bit of an Asia matchup compared to 100 Thieves, who seem to be just on a tough road.
What is going on with 100 Thieves draws at this point?
I mean, they beat BLG. Strongest challenges, toughest soldiers, something.
Yeah.
All right, G2 versus BLG, Genji versus T1, Team Secret Whales versus FlyQuest, 100 Thieves versus HLE. And again, in terms of scheduling, tomorrow is the winner's day. That is the upper part of the bracket we've already drawn. The day after are the last remaining best of ones, and then the final day will be the 0-2 teams. The teams getting eliminated have the most amount of time, or potentially getting eliminated have the most amount of time to prepare.
I still can't think, the fact that between Genji and T1, whoever loses, they have to play those best of threes to stay alive within Swiss. But let's go into the pool threes.
EKS.
Okay, Vivocade Stars. Let's see who they're facing.
I vote PSG consecutive LEC team kills. Let's do it.
This would be the knockout as well if it is, so we'll see.
I don't want that. Please don't make it that.
And it is PSG!
No! I was joking!
Why did you say it? This is on you, Dracos. You said it. You willed it into existence.
To the ether.
Now it's Fnatic up against MKOI, and the loser is out. So we will definitely be getting an LEC team eliminated. And if you're upset about that, yeah, you know who to blame.
Yeah, I'm sure his DMs are open.
Maybe not after this show. So get them in quickly.
If
I'm doing it right now.
I swear to you,
I'm doing it right
whatever
now.
little bit of hope I have left will die if the only LEC wins in this entire tournament are LEC teams beating other LEC teams. Okay, and again...
Hey, actually, that's the positive, right? At least one of them will survive.
Ox, I'm already dead. I'm on the ground. You can't keep beating this particular dead horse. Great draw. Again, shout out to Page One. Shout out to team on the stage. And reminder, 2-0 are the games we'll see tomorrow. After that, it's the 1-1 team, so that's 4 best of ones. And then finally the 0-2s, which I am particularly looking forward to, as it will be the end of the last little bit of hope I have been holding on to.
Thank you, Battleland. One of the best recon skins out there, by the way. Great choice. Great choice.
Great choice.
Yeah.
Well, boys, I'm going to need you guys to lead this discussion because I'm sad. So
yeah, I think a lot of fun matchups, a lot of interesting matchups. Some tough ones, I'd say.
Can I just say that the fans were chanting T1, and T1 got drawn when they saw the Genji one. They really wanted to see that.
That's
matchup.
Manifesting.
Really.
I said we're going to get a team kill, and we immediately got a team kill. I didn't appreciate the power that Beijing has, bro. I unintentionally manifested. I'm so sorry.
You know,
Beijing magic.
You have to as well think about the consequences, because that Genji vs T1 means one of those teams is going down to 1-2. So if you're a 0-2 team and you win, and then you move upwards, and it's a Genji or T1 waiting for you, that's not a...
Yeah, it's not good.
Not a good feeling.
No, it's not. Again, the match order will be on LoLEsports.com. Schedule not fully out. It will be both of these best of threes tomorrow, but we'll find out a little bit later which one will be played first. Top of the table, we're talking about what is coming in a few days' time, right? Which is a bit the higher stakes, the heavier, both the 1-1 and the 0-2. The 2-0 is kind of a privileged position to be in, but it is also the one closest to being in front of us. What are your guys' thoughts? I think tough task for CFO.
Yeah, I think based on what we've seen so far, I think CFO really showed up today, but I'd say AL has, by most optics, been the best performing team so far in Swiss. But I still think it's winnable, right? It's definitely favored towards AL, but I think CFO showed a lot of strength. And I'd say in the top esports, KT, top esports have definitely looked stronger. So if KT won, that'd be an upset, but who really knows what's going to happen in that matchup?
The most unpredictable matchup in the history of Worlds, probably KT versus TES.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, not sure what to expect from that one, especially with the trajectory from KT and the fashion in which they won those games too. And TES, you just never have faith. But like, you're gonna have to decide one or the other. One or the other, you're gonna have to make a prediction, and no one's gonna. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see. At some point, you're gonna have to say whether you believe in KT or you believe in TES.
Is a prediction for TES a prediction for KT, or a prediction is a prediction for KT? Like,
that's a good point.
Is it opposite day for that prediction?
What do you think?
I will say I have been predicting against KT this whole time because
it's been working wonderfully.
It has been working really well. So,
but these are both of your teams.
Yeah, I'm a little bit torn now. So we'll see what happens.
I'm looking forward to your prediction.
One of them is making it out. So that's big. I feel
that's crazy.
Based on, I think top esports, obviously, it's been a while since that time that they didn't make it out of groups, which obviously was a heavy blow for the team. They have struggled at knockouts, and obviously at First Stand, at MSI, but I think looking in much better form right now. So if they can maintain that, I think they should be strong favorites in this matchup. And again, I feel like, as you said, a privileged position in a 2-0, you have a lot of chances.
Yeah.
You don't want it to come down to chances.
Yeah.
You feel so good just to secure it now. But I feel like the teams can go in with a lot of confidence, and particularly the manner in which teams like AL made it there, I feel like you should feel on top of the world right now.
Room to experiment, room to kind of adapt the draft on the fly. Finally, we get to see some Fearless. Technically, it's all been Fearless, but best of one doesn't matter. Best of three, we get to finally see.
I love best of one Fearless.
Best of one Fearless, yes, really important. Yes, of course. But of course, best of three, we start to get to see a little bit more of best of five, which is really the core, the heart of Fearless. Best of three is just the taster. But ultimately, that's going to do it for us here today. We're going to be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. CEST, 1 a.m. Pacific for day 3 of the Sys stage with best of threes to determine the first 2 teams to advance to the knockout stage. So get some rest and then get back here, because let me tell you, CFO AL, that's going to be cool. But KT versus TS, I don't know if it'll be good, but I guarantee the memes will be great.
Yes, sir! See you then!
It's day 2 of the Swiss stage. More and more best of ones for you.
I'm tipping now, guys.
I'm looping around looking for Nautilus.
I'm kind of late.
Okay. Looking for a backline here. Really big combo. Nautilus is my victim. He's already dead, okay? Nautilus will die. I will come out and I'm really strong. Kai'Sa is dead.
Sanally. I'm really tanky. I'm really.
FlyQuest back to business as usual. Back in form, looking at 1-1 now in Swiss.
On look now. Kaiwing gets over the wall, flash from Hongkyu, gets the double root, and there's Kaiwing for the follow-up engage. The cow unleashed Pop Blossom does nothing. Driver misses, but Faker is there when he lands. Down goes the Snake, or just about. They finish the kill. It's Doggo who gets more money in the bag. Doran now isolated, has to go back in, but the supreme display of unholy talent. Junja on Kiana is just exceptional. I see one delicious looking oyster at Worlds 25.